パドルパドル。Hello everyone, how's it going? And a welcome to the Sunday stream of the week. We are back once again, and it will be a big one
soon,
if everything goes according to plan, that is. So yeah, in case someone somehow missed it, last week we did start the annual servant class tier lists. And obviously that means, not yesterday, last week we did sabers, okay? So, as usual, we'll still trying to do these like every week, hopefully. I mean, that is the plan at least. So, today... I love how that, I always love that everyone always
16.
waits to resub until like when I start my intro. But anyway, hello. Okay, I'll let you guys do your thing first. Okay, I'll let you guys do that. Okay,
Hey everyone,
I'll resume
hope
afterwards.
y'all are having a
This
nice
is gonna
weekend.
overlap
All
way
the
too
best
much
for the
otherwise.
tier list later, Mr.
Okay.
Misty FFGO.
All right. Fair enough.
And where's TFG Wave?
There you go. Very cool. I think there's one more.
The archer class is really made out of archers.
There you go. So yeah, speaking of which, yeah, week 2 we are gonna be doing the archer class. The maybe not so bow user class, if you will. Funny how that works. So hopefully everyone's having a nice Sunday, and I am hoping that today goes well, because these are always kind of scary. So many things can go wrong, but you know, I'm always trying to be optimistic anyway. And I think last week we already had a pretty good start, so I feel like most of the stress is gone after the first one goes up. Like, I was way more stressed last week. I mean, last week you also had the JP reaction stream before the tier list stream, so that was like a crazy hectic day, but yeah, now it should be a bit more chill, hopefully. That's nice. Alright, let me read some resubs first of all, and also as a reminder, when we do get going here into the other overlay, reminder that alerts will be disabled for the duration of the stream, which, now that I remember, I will disable the TTS too, because it's separate from the alerts. Anyway, first of all, Panzani, thank you for the gifted sub to Vanitas. Second with the 11 months. Defty with 16 months. Arcanist with 11 months. Yatras with 13. Avalon with 10. And just now, Ab with 5 months. Thank you so much, my dudes. And welcome back to the Girl Gang. Dude, my voice is already dying. This is bad. This is bad. Luckily, for the to also answer some questions, I will have co-hosts today as well. So, hallelujah. That honestly, it really is a lifesaver. Woo! So yeah, Otto and Plushie should both be online today for this, as far as I know. Very cool. Gonna be chugging that water like crazy. So, let's change scenes here, because, you know, we probably should get started sooner than later, as this will be a very long stream. Like, last week was like, it was just under 7 hours, I think. So that's kind of crazy. In fact, the stream itself was around 7 hours after, you know, the intro and outro were trimmed for YouTube video. So I'm expecting today to be like, you know, 6+ hours again. I mean, this list is actually... it's shorter than the Saber one. I think it's 6 less servants. I think Saber was like, what, 54 and this is 48? Something like that. I could be wrong. But yeah, this is definitely shorter. But I'm not sure if it will be shorter. I mean, it depends. How much stuff we're going to say about every servant. So, yeah. Funny how that works. I see, Ryan. Interesting. But yeah, there's no TTS alerts on right now. Well, right. All right, I'm gonna hop into call with Otto and Plushy next, and then we'll check if audio is good, and afterwards we'll probably just, start again, because we're gonna be here for a while. All right, let's do this. Hello,
Yo.
hello, hello.
Morning.
Hi.
You guys are awake?
Yeah.
You sound so tired, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I just woke up.
Yeah, so you really maximized the sleep for this, huh? Fair.
Yeah,
I guess
it was
you probably couldn't do it
slightly-
like super well last week because of the JP stream as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the other side of things, we had more time to wake up at that time. So,
Yeah, true.
but then that also meant we were awake for like 3 or 4 hours before that. So 12 hours. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, a bit rough for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since this is usually the day we do the podcast, and we do it a few hours after it ends.
I noticed that you still did a podcast even last week after the tier list.
Yeah, it was less than 2 hours long because I was literally falling asleep.
Yeah. Are you still gonna do one today as well?
What a short one now?
think,
I don't know.
I think we'll try to. It kind of depends on how we feel at the end of the day. I'm thinking we might skip on some days, just because, we're gonna be really busy with this. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Hopefully not too big of an inconvenience.
Yeah.
So, you guys ready to talk about archers soon?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Again, I personally I didn't really do much prep at all, so I'm just gonna be winging it.
Yeah, we did a little bit of prep.
All right.
We sort of like went through and just talked about it in a voice chat a couple nights ago.
A couple of months ago. Wow, you did prep like way early.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
wow.
like a few years back.
Very relevant info still.
Yeah, like a decade ago, we talked about what Archer class might be.
Yeah, you were
True.
talking with the developer team on how they should design these servants
We were
before the game came out.
I mean, yeah, they clearly didn't listen. They gave them 0.95, but hidden. But oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Oh, that gives me an idea. I don't know if it's worthwhile or at all, but
Yeah.
have you thought about like maybe going over like some of the intrinsic parts of the class, like higher absorb, lower?
Well, I usually
base
mention
damage
stuff
mod?
like absorb and whatnot whenever it's relevant for the servant.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like if a servant is like super crit focused, I'm like, oh, if they're like an Avenger, for instance, I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's a real shame they don't have absorb because the base absorb is like dog water. But yeah, for an archer, obviously, if I see them that like, hey, they have a lot of crit buffs, but maybe not so much absorb. But for this class, is not the biggest problem because they actually have a decent absorb. So stuff like that.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just thinking like maybe at the beginning, but if we cover it a few times throughout, then I don't
Yeah, I'm
see it
sure
being
it's
a
gonna
problem.
be brought up many times.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm all right this morning.
That's
I woke
cool.
up about 45 minutes ago. I got out of bed 15 minutes before all of this. I walked
Nice.
out of my room and I was about to get some food, and I learned the hard way that my dad sleeps naked.
Oh,
Oh,
like you just now learned of it?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I've never like checked that type of thing. All right, like
I mean, I'm not saying you
I
checked,
don't.
but I'm sure I'm surprised it's never been talked about or anything.
unfortunate.
No, we don't talk
learning
about
this
that
late.
type of thing.
Yeah.
But
Fair enough.
fortunately, I don't know what's the fortunate side of this. Shit.
Yeah.
True.
Well, I sleep almost naked. I only sleep with my boxers on. Otherwise, everything else is off. It's nice and comfy.
Bro, I sleep in like almost fully clothed. Like
Really?
I wear my sweater.
Is it like
I
really
wear my
cold at your
sweatpants.
place or something?
It feels like it. I'm a little
Wow.
Georgian boy, so shit. Like you're probably working off of Celsius.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit for us, like if it's below 60, that's a bit chilly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sleeps in a full suit. Yeah, yeah, dude. Yeah, I just bought one and it's super wrinkly because I always wear it in bed. But it's like one of those stretch fits, so it's fine.
Okay, fair enough. Well, whatever works, I guess.
Yep. But yeah, I got a body armor right next to me. I just finished eating a Jimmy Dean's croissant and
Sounds fancy.
also an off-brand Nutty Bar. Or I don't know if you have those there. They're like
Probably.
chocolate peanut butter wafer bars.
Oh
Pretty
yeah,
good.
we have a bunch of the cheap ones too, like the knockoff ones.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So as usual, like last week, I prepared like an intro segment thingy that I'm gonna read, and again, there will be a part where it's pretty obvious when you guys can do your, small intros, and then after that, again, I'll do the rest of the intro, and then we just wing it as usual, unscripted at that point onwards. So that's how it's gonna go. Make sure like everything else I remember to do. There's like a lot of stuff for the stream I gotta prepare, so let me make sure all the boxes are ticked. Yeah, we should be good. Hopefully, let me check before. Chat, is our audio levels good? Like, microphones, voices, music, stuff like that. Like, are we good on audio? It should be basically the same as last week, hopefully. Also, speaking of audio, my audio setup is still scuffed as hell, so at any given point, either the music and or the voices of my lovely co-hosts can become a bit distorted. Usually it fixes itself pretty fast, but just so you won't be surprised, there might be some glitches here and there. Tomorrow and maybe Tuesday, I'm gonna go back to my old audio setup on my day off. It takes a while to set it up, so hopefully starting from next week, we won't have any of that anymore, but today you might still hear some of that, so apologies in advance. All right. Let's begin then. So I'm gonna go ahead with the intro. The Archer class is truly made out of archers. We're back for a consecutive week with another iteration of the 2024 Servant tier lists. And again, if you have been missing these, and also if you want these to happen next year too, do me a solid and smash that freaking like button, okay? Also, check the description if you really want to help support the content otherwise too. And a big thanks for the support for the Saber tier list already that we released last week. Over 35,000 views and 2,000 likes in 1 week. To my standards is very amazing. So thank you so much for the lovely welcome back. Now, I'll be repeating myself again for some of this stuff because not everyone will be watching all of these lists. So first of all, I just want to say I'm taking a very casual approach this time around. I really want to just treat these as a fun podcast type of show for FGO enthusiasts, and I have to emphasize people to not treat these as any kind of objective opinion, okay? We're here to just blabber about our beloved game, basically. And as usual, and as a result to the feedback from the Saber tier list, I got both of my co-hosts of Plushy and Otto with me again, so I'll let them do their usual intros now.
Hey, everybody. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Hey, everybody.
no, go right ahead.
Here.
You have more subscribers than me.
Everybody, Plushy here. Archers. There you go.
Amazing intro.
Yeah. Well, hello. It's me, Otto. Autobino on YouTube / on Twitch as well, or Autobino on Twitch. Ready for this good tier list this morning. Probably going to be a shorter one than usual because I don't have as many archers as I have sabers. Yeah, good morning, everyone.
There you go.
Yep.
Also, regarding feedback from the Saber tier list, a lot of you guys said we interrupt each other a lot, and it is true, but I also specifically did tell my co-host that they can interrupt me at any given point if they want to add something as I'm like going through kits and whatnot, but I'm sure as we do more of this in the coming weeks, we get better at the three-way discussion as well, so apologies for the, early hiccups, I suppose.
Sorry, that was my first three-way too.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just what happens when you got a lot of people,
Yeah, most people were totally okay with it. It's just I'm just addressing some of the feedback from everyone that were writing comments.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so I'm not gonna go again through any kind of big list of criteria for ranking. I'm sure people are already familiar with, you know, how I play stuff in these lists. And before we begin, because I know this will already be a very long sesh, I highly recommend grabbing something to snack and drink if you are a certified gamer and you plan on watching or listening this whole thing through. And if you're a sane person and don't want to spend hours listening to me talk nonstop, I understand. So for you, I have lovingly prepared timestamps of every single servant covered in the video. So feel free to jump around by opening the description and clicking on the respective timestamps. Also, be sure to check the final placements at the end before posting any angry comments, just in case stuff gets shifted around. And finally, I'm going to give a few shout-outs to everyone that pitched in. Shout out to Mr. Copy for making this lovely list template. Beautiful work as always, of course. Shout out to Jord and MCH for the AoE looping sheet. Shout out to Trevor for the single target damage sheet. Excuse me. And we also got the crit damage sheet and the refund sheets. Also this time for AoE as well. How handy is that? All the numbers. And also, as a new addition, even stat average numbers. And this is made by... let me see, dude. Fuck my notes. Boopa and Space Z, so very cool of them to help out as well. And of course, big shout out to my lovely co-hosts for doing this with me. As you know, this will definitely take a while. Now, the links to all these sheets, resources, and my co-hosts' channels will all be linked in the description of the video, so do check them out if you want to. And with that, I think we can finally begin. Yay. So servants are once again placed in order of lowest to highest rarity first, and then release date second. And apologies in advance because my voice will probably die, you know, as we go here. But hey, my co-host will surely be a nice help with some of that. Right. So, why is my capture so scuffed? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, we're gonna talk about the 1-stars first. And unlike sabers, we actually have 2 of them this time, not just 1, but 2. How amazing. So let's find our first entry, and there he is. So, we're gonna talk about Arash first. Day 1, 1-star archer of the AoE buster kind. Definitely a farmer rather than a DPS. I haven't really ever seen anyone use him as a DPS, but maybe if you have a crazy copy and, you know, you like memes, then go ahead. But let's be real, everyone just uses him as a farming, well, not really a servant, but a farming tool, if that's not too cruel to say, because, you know, he doesn't really do all the lifting himself, but he is a nice help. Now, give me a second here while I get my numbers in check. There we go. So for a 1-star archer, 5.8k attack is fine. Again, for a 1-star, you're not gonna get crazy numbers anyway, but for what it's worth, for a 1-star, it is above average, in case people were wondering. Now, he does have a double bust or double arch deck, which again, I would say for his main purpose doesn't really matter too much, but you know what, the deck's totally fine. Numbers are kind of sad, of course, because he's an old-ass servant, but, you know, still, the deck itself for his main use is mostly irrelevant. Now, skill-wise, on a 5-turn cooldown, the first skill, he gets 20% defense for 3 turns and 160% poison resistance for 3 turns. So, yeah, good luck poisoning this guy. But, yeah, as a skill, even though it's not really relevant for his farming, it's just okay as a defensive skill. It does stuff, you know, the defense is a decent chunk with a good uptime. Besides that, the poison resistance is mostly a meme. So, yeah, it's just okay. Second skill is where things get really bad, though. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 40% star gen for 3 turns. And man, that could not... First of all, the skill itself is terrible. And second of all, with his god-awful day 1 numbers, it's even worse. So this will basically do absolutely nothing. It's god-awful in more ways than one. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% battery and then a 3k one-time heal. Now this at least is relevant because, you know, it makes his farming way more accessible. So if you combo this with his second append being maxed, that's a free 50% battery for his use, which is very helpful for sure. Passives 50% debuff res is again pretty irrelevant for farming, but you know, it's a cool bonus. And then 6% crit damage. We'll be seeing a lot of this passive today as well because it is the archer passive, I suppose. But yeah, 6% crit damage for any archer is always going to be, you know, okay because their natural absorb is also decent.
All right, well, to be fair,
Yeah.
that means that if there is an enemy that has 75% chance to poison an enemy, or 175%, then he's got you covered.
True.
But
Granted, he lives long enough to get poisoned anyway, but yeah. Very true.
well, he'll live long enough because he's got that 20% defense buff and the 3k heal.
Yeah,
on his-
surely
on his
the enemy damage is
6,000
why he
HP.
dies. Yeah, of course. Anyway, the anti-class append is against riders, which might be relevant sometimes. I don't know. He can, depending on the numbers, he's not the worst in neutral stuff too, but usually best case against sabers, of course, or berserkers. Anyway, MP has been upgraded, so yay, more damage. And then, of course, in case you somehow didn't know what his MP does, he dies. He just dies after using it. Now, it is a sacrifice which can be prevented with a guts, of course. I believe that is the only way to prevent a sacrifice. But yeah, he after firing it off, he just perishes. One hit AoE buster, and then as you know, it is a sacrifice MP. He gets a lot of bonus damage from the overcharge, anywhere from 0% to 800% bonus damage. Very interesting.
Yeah, he also has the increased multiplier because he has
yeah, very
doggy
true.
doo-doo attack stat.
Yeah, the MP itself also has a higher multiplier, as is very true. So yeah, the way the OC works is that if it procs, it is an extra hit basically. It doubles the hits from 1 to 2 hits total. Not that it's really relevant because it's a buster MP, so it's not like you get more refund or anything. But you know, it is 2 hits on the overcharge.
Definitely more of an issue on Chengong than him.
Yeah, very
Not
true.
issue,
And there,
because-
we'll get to that in Castratilis, but yeah, there it definitely makes a difference. For Arash, not really. So, yeah.
Mhm.
Now, farming numbers wise, I mean, he does okay. I mean, I guess this sheet only really has his looping numbers, not like, yeah, this is mostly a meme. Yeah, we probably shouldn't look at this because,
Oh,
yeah,
the
this is the
Summer
Summer
Chloe.
Kuro meme
Yeah.
where you can actually 3-turn with him. But yeah, let's see. Well, I guess we don't really have the crazy numbers. But yeah, he does decent damage for sure. Even as a 1-star. Like, the crazy part is he has really bad stats, but because of the high numbers on the MP, he still does decent damage with it. Now, with everything else, yeah, nothing. Like, no damage whatsoever. But yeah, because of the MP, he is relevant to this day in some kind of farming setups. And honestly, maybe last year I kind of undersold him. Maybe. But yeah, he's still used a lot. There are a lot of use cases, and especially for 1-star who has a low party cost. He's easy to slot into parties as well. So I feel like I maybe undervalued him last year.
Yeah, his honestly, like, the biggest problem that he's faced over the years is he's had one competitor appear that is kind of better at what he does, which is Hapatron. But the other thing about that is she has high cost and he has a really low cost.
It is a big difference. Yeah.
So if you could get the other 50% charged somewhere else, then it's completely Gucci.
Yeah, and like I feel like generally there's more like spread buffs for Buster than arts. That could just be a feel, but I feel like a lot more relevant spread chargers have Buster ups than arts. Maybe I don't know if that matters, but like
I think
a lot
it
of times
matters.
I'm not using the buffs anyways. But yeah, like I think Arash definitely. If people think he's not that good, it's usually a result of them not wanting to bond grill him after he's already bond 10. Like, they just eventually cut him. because they don't want to bond grill him. But I ended up feeding him a bond grill still because of certain farming stuff. It's just very convenient. Yeah, he does one thing very good.
Yeah, I also want to say, like, I don't think it's all too relevant for the list, but if you have like a bunch of extra grails and you don't know where to put them, one single grail gives him a pretty big boost because it's 10
Damn,
levels.
the gameplay grailing though. I mean, I'm always I never recommend it, but I also don't blame if people do it. I understand, but I personally never recommend it.
Yeah.
So it's up to the player themselves what they want to do with their grails. But it's worth, like you said, it's worth mentioning. It's one grail that would actually make a pretty okay boost.
Yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, I think I wouldn't fight an EX tier because like what he does for farming in particular is so like unique and it's really good a lot of the time.
Yeah. Also, someone asking in chat, Death Immune does not work with his MP. It only prevents instant kill. It's like the counter mechanic to that mechanic, not the counter to sacrifice.
Yeah, it worked for like
every
2 weeks in NA.
Yeah, like every
true.
20 updates, NA gets that feature. I don't know why, but I've seen it happen like 5 times now.
Yeah, it got patched on NA. NA is very weird. I'm pretty sure that was unique to NA. And then like another thing happened with NA with Chengong, which is the same thing. Like he doesn't have to sacrifice anyone to loop his MP for a while, and then they fixed it again. So it's very, I don't know what's wrong with NA. It's like an exclusive bug as well. Like with both of them.
Also, it's worth mentioning that because again, you said if you can get the 50% elsewhere, a lot of event Cs, if not all of them, last year had a 50% starting gauge. So it's, if anything, he's starting to look more and more relevant because so like event Cs tend, like the free ones tend to be 50%ers now, like just universally.
Yeah, like lotto ones. For like normal events, usually the damage C is 50, so I'm not sure if you want to use that on him. But yeah, sometimes for lottos, the currency drop ones are.
I feel like now, like all lotteries are 50% now for a good while, right? I can't remember the last time we didn't have one actually. I could be blanking here, but yeah.
Well, the Iliafest one, I think it had a 0. Did it have a
Star Bomb? I don't know. I don't know which one it is.
I'm not sure. I might be mixing it with the damage C. I remember there was an arts one with guts. I think that was the damage C.
Yeah, damage Cs are usually guts for the Narrowfest type of deals. Yeah.
If it has guts, it's a damage C for sure. But yeah, like his MP is not that hard to get. And very good. I like still one of the Pen 2s I recommend maxing if you have lores and stuff. So
I feel like he should probably go into EX. Like
like even though he does one thing but he does one thing very well. It's either EX or A+ if you
I had him A+ last year and I did feel dirty about it afterwards.
Yeah. It's like but yeah.
Oh, that was the healing boost one. The arts one was from the Tesla event that we're about to get.
Okay. Well, there you go. Hopefully redeemed. But yeah, he's still relevant.
Oh, dude. Yeah, it's 50%. It's the one with Brito Mart and the 30%.
Oh, yeah, the anti-riding one.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Right. Next, we're going to talk about the only other 1-star archer, and definitely not a day one at that. Released quite a bit later, but yeah. So we got Mr. Oda Nobukatsu, the brother of, Nobu. Now, another very interesting case here for sure. Definitely not like a standard servant by any means. But yeah, I don't know what to call him, honestly. He's kind of like an esports support, if anything. I mean, there are arguments to be... I mean, he's either esports or he's a Nobu support. Now, again, people will be arguing about, yeah, you can still bring him on non-Nobus. I disagree, but I'll get to that later. But yeah, I think he's either a straight-up exclusive support to Nobunagas or just an esports character. But let's see what we're working with here. So attack is pretty irrelevant because he's definitely not a DPS, but HP 7.5k is either a good or a bad thing, depending on how you use him and look at him. So, hard to say. Now, his deck is a double buster, double quick, which I think is a kind of a weird deck. I'm not gonna lie. I think they could have done like any other deck, probably would have made a bit more sense, but there it is. It's like the Lancer deck, if you will. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he does a confusion debuff to one enemy for 3 turns with a 30% chance to activate every single turn for the skill seal for 1 turn. And then also the target gets a minus 30% buster resistance down for 3 turns, 30% on max rank. Not bad. Again, definitely has some application, I wish it was AoE, of course, even if it's just for the buster res down, but I can't ask for miracles at a 1-star.
Pretty sizable. Yeah. 30% for sure.
I feel like it's worth mentioning that, like, if you're going to be comparing him to someone like Shakespeare has a 40% for 1 turn, although that applies to an AoE situation. So, so I feel like it's
it's totally fine for a 1-star. Yeah.
I mean, you mean for AoE? Yeah, but like it's only 1 turn. I was gonna say like
yeah.
I thought you mean like team wide, because like I was gonna say buster down is basically team wide as well, but then I realized what you mean.
Yeah, that's like the one disadvantage I would say. But
because only on 1 target.
Yeah. All right, second skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, 20% crit damage for everyone for 3 turns, and then here we go with the Nobunaga stuff. So if you have Nobunaga allies, they get 80% more crit damage for 3 turns and 3000% absorb for 3 turns. Now, again, as much as I did say that, I don't really recommend bringing him on non-Nobus supporting. This skill is still okay, even if you're not using it on Nobus. Like, 5-turn cooldown, good amount of stars per turn, good crit damage to synergy, but like it's fine, especially for low star. It's not a bad skill, even outside of Nobus. But I still wouldn't bring him again on non-Nobus. But yeah, if you are bringing him with Nobus, that's a big boost. 100% crit damage for 3 turns and a lot of absorb. I wish it was 5k, I'm not gonna lie, to help Avenger even more, but 3k is still a good chunk anyway. And I guess their number isn't as bad as Berserkers, so yeah,
considering how Berserkers usually have like 1/3 the absorb and they work with double that increase, it's actually, I'd say it's a little bit higher.
Yeah.
But then again, there is a Berserker Nobu that can suffer from.
Yeah, because there is one of them too. So that's why I kind of wanted to see 5k, because Berserker only has 1 turn of absorb. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
All right, third skill, 4-turn cooldown, 1 turn taunt on himself, then also 50% increased MP gain on damage taken for 1 turn for himself, and then he gets a on death activate buff for 5 turns, and if he dies when that is active, the whole party gets healed by up to 3k 1 time. So it's his exit skill, if you will. Also, maybe a way for him to get his MP, although usually if you have like a base 60 copy, then he's probably gonna die with this taunt anyway against anything significantly, difficult. So yeah, you're probably not gonna get the MP too much out of this. He's just gonna die, unless you have a gut somehow. But yeah. So overall, his kit, it's a mixed bag. There's some like good general use stuff, but then there's also stuff that's like, servant trait specific, and then the exit skill I feel like could do more. I wish there was more than just the 3k heal on here with the on death activate, but Alright, magic res D, 12.5% debuff res is okay, but again, sometimes it might even be a bad thing. Who knows, if you want to get him killed even faster, like you want him to get like debuffed. 6% crit damage, pretty irrelevant for him because he's definitely not a DPS. Anti-caster append, no, again, not a DPS, just forget about it. Alright, the MP time then. So on overcharge, we get the simple thing, which is a full party-wide buster buff for 3 turns, space 10% on OC and up to 30%. And then with free MP5, which very easy to get when he has a rate up on a friend point banner, 20% battery for the whole party except for himself, so no refund potential there. And then if you have more Nobunaga allies, again, they get 20% more buster up for 3 turns. So max overcharge, they could get 50% for 3 turns and a 30% minimum. And then much like Arash, he sacrifices himself. So again, makes sense. Man, Nobukatsu is always an interesting thing
So
as a
here's a
servant.
weird thing I found with Nobukatsu is that I don't even think he's that good with Nobu.
Yeah.
Cause like I'm sure Otto will explain in more detail because like I think we briefly talked about this yesterday,
Oh yeah.
but like sure, okay, sure, you go with that. Because
Okay. So like one of the things that I think might be the most valuable with them, I would say the second skill, like the absorb on the second skill is pretty nice. But the problem is there's a way better support that is going to make up for absorb problems, which is Vich.
Yep.
Because like two of the Nobus are Buster decks, so
Yeah.
so having Buster specific absorb isn't
Is
that much.
basically the same as
Yeah.
having absorb as in general.
No, someone.
That being said,
Yeah, go ahead.
I think he actually does have some value as more general use support. I do like
Hmm.
the immediate stars per turn. That is something that's not as common with Buster supports. A lot of them are like immediate,
Stars
yeah,
period.
a
Yeah.
star bomb. Like you got Vetch, you got Oberon, you got Nightingale. Those are star bombs instead of stars per turn.
Mm.
The only competition in that regard, I'd say, one is Hans, who is kind of agnostic as far as cards go, and then also Summer Scotty, who
Yeah.
is a pretty good Buster support still.
Yeah, I do use Summer Scotty with Buster very often for that.
Personally, I would just always bring Hans over him if I'm not supporting Nobu.
Yeah, I understand that. So I like his third skill. I like the 3K health that you're going to be getting at the end of that, and I like that it can also potentially tank an NP.
Mm.
So I know that the implication that one might get from that from that skill and the NP is like you use it to get the NP, then use the NP. I don't recommend that, honestly.
I mean, yeah, I was talking. I don't think it's like not only is it not recommendable, I don't think it's really possible either. He's definitely gonna die when you use this. If it's against like a boss that is any difficult, he's just dying
Yeah,
immediately. Unless it's a
Yeah,
saber, then maybe there's a small chance he lives. But yeah, he would die with this skill anyway.
yeah.
it's like if you're choosing between healing your other teammates with 3K versus getting a puny Buster up and a little bit of MP charge, you might choose a heal.
Yeah, so I guess it's an
Because it's
option, if
like
anything, like how you want him
it's
to
like a
exit. You
one
want
out
him
of
to die and
yeah.
heal the party, or do you want him to sacrifice and give you like more a gauge and buster up? You know?
Yeah, it's like either or. And I
Mm.
don't think his MP is actually worth that much, unfortunately. It's just
yeah,
not good.
Although it
So
is worth mentioning that you could still like if you somehow get the MP, then you pop this skill and then you MP and you get the best of both worlds, kinda with the death.
I
But
mean
easier
you
said than done,
lose the
right?
benefit for the taunt though. Because
Yeah,
like the thing
true.
with taunt is like if it dies, then they stop action. Unless they change how it works, unless like, even if a taunted person you trigger the death, they also stop their
That
actions.
would be
Otherwise
amazing,
you're still
honestly.
losing. Yeah, so
yeah,
it's
I like the turn canceling on it.
Mm.
Um, I was gonna say something else. I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, another thing to note, which I've found, which it's a really silly idea. I don't know why that's how it works. If you use his NP, his second skill does not make stars that turn. And I'm gonna be honest,
Yeah, it's
10%
in the
Buster
sequence. It's
versus
after the
15 stars.
sacrifice.
Mm.
yeah, it's end of turn.
Uh,
Oh, yeah, it is
mm-hmm.
end of
If it
turn, yeah.
was like Habitrot, where it would be like instant death after everyone acts, then that would actually be a
Yeah, the
little bit
delayed
better.
one. That would be so much better instead of the instant
Yeah.
sacrifice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't like that I because like if you use the NP, it also doesn't give them the opportunity to end the turn because
Mm.
what that'll do, it'll just put focus on the other two servants. And as usually when I use them, I use them with like Berserker servants because they're Buster decks and stuff, so they benefit from him a lot. And I don't really want that to happen. I usually want taunts for for those Berserker servants to survive. But I actually also have found he is a pretty nice non-Berserker support because of that heal. Because the heal on a Berserker 3K, it's basically 1500 because they take double damage. But it's a little bit of health. I like it.
Yeah. Also, I really want to like we kind of already talked about it, but I think one of the biggest drawbacks is that it's the stars per turn is a buff for himself. It's a problem. It's such a nice amount of stars per turn, but it's such a shame that it's for himself. So if he dies, you lose it.
You should linger. You should be like maybe like Hans. Maybe
you should target this or something. Like it's only for himself. Like if he dies, you don't get the stars per turn anymore. You do obviously keep the crit buffs, like those stick to your allies, but the stars per turn does not. So if they should do it like Jinako, where they like everyone gets their own stars per turn buff, like divided by 3. Even that would be better.
At least you still get 10.
Yeah, you would still keep 10 at least. You know, that would already be better.
I think this servant is just deceptive because like his whole selling point is his self-sacrificing MP, but I feel like
it feels like you don't want to sacrifice him as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
You should almost play him like like low star supports where they're damaging but like their skills are good, like Mare Anning for example, like, and you just don't care about their MP. I feel like maybe you should even play him more so like that instead of actually trying to trigger the sacrifice MP, because it's not like as a 1-star he's gonna have trouble sacrificing himself if you want him to. So yeah, I mean he's more for like low star stuff, I guess. I don't know.
I think a B tier is still fine because he has some uses.
Yeah, I'm alright with that. Because like he's meh. But since he is very available support
and also cheap on the party cost.
Yeah, and I do like the idea of like in a more general team you can use him as a plug support, like in case there's a single target NP, and then he can come in, he can make a couple stars, he can do a little bit of damage.
He is like the most utility. Okay, I guess it's okay. So unless you want them to trigger their like guts multiple times or whatever, like with Leonidas, I do think he is like the most supportive taunt fodder that you can grab.
Fair.
Without using a taunt C, of course. So
yeah, sure. I'll agree to that probably.
I think B's fair. For that, I guess.
All right, with that we wrap up the 1-star archers. Yay! How cool. And unlike last week, we actually do have 2-star stuffs. So, yeah, I mean, not much. I think it's just one, right? But, we do have a 2-star servant. So, hey, we can cover all the fun, normal rarities today. So, let's talk about Paris. So, we finally have like a fairly normal case, at least compared to the previous two. It definitely has some niches here too, but when you look at the big picture, still a fairly standard servant at least. So we got a single target quick DPS in Paris. So with stat wise, we got 6.5k attack, which among archers is basically, I mean, it literally is the average because there's no one else to compare it to. But yeah, let's see, among 2 stars, it is above average, but does that really mean too much on a 2-star? Probably not. Anyway, the deck is
for him.
True. Yeah, true. Oh, did you want to add something there?
No. I was just saying like because he's a DPS, it does. I guess.
I mean, I was mostly saying like he's a 2-star, so the range won't be like crazy anyway, and even the high range would still be like not very impressive because it's not a high number. But yeah, fair, true. In that sense, yeah, you're right.
I would like to add that I think it's a positive that he has a quick art stack. I know that there's like more crit-oriented servants that have quick art stacks, and it's not that great of a thing. But since he has a really low attack stat, and like his NP can still hit hard, but his crits aren't.
Yeah. I guess the deck is fine in that sense.
Yeah, he's basically gonna only be doing MP damage most of the time. Yeah.
A part of me still would like to see a double buster, double quick, but yeah, I guess it's not the end of the world, because of the stats and whatnot. All right, fair. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a one time 1-turn evasion. Then also reduces one enemy's crit chance by up to 30% for 1 turn, and then a full buff strip off the target as well. And if you happen to remove their buffs, give them this unique debuff for 3 turns, like Vital Spot Identified, I guess is what they call it, which will increase the MP damage basically. So this on a 5-turn cooldown, I'm not a huge fan of the crit chance down being 1 turn and the evasion being 1 time 1 turn, but I do like the full buff strip, even if it's single target. It is a nice utility to have. Like, even if, like, you know, I mean, it's nice that there's the MP damage mod as well tied to it, but I think the buff removal itself is, if anything, is the nice thing to have on command. But the...
I always like. I also want to note that like everyone always says it. Like some people might not think it's a meme. The whole synergy with Kiyohime because she applies an attack buff. I have never seen anyone use that. It's not
Oh yeah,
worthwhile.
that's a total
she's
meme.
not a
There's no
support.
way it's worth. Absolutely not. You lose so much by bringing like a Kyo support or something. Like they even class wise they hardly match. Like even if you, I mean, Summer does it too, but that's even a worse match with a Lancer and an Archer. But yeah, Berserker obviously does it, but it's not gonna be worth. It's literally a meme, is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still a fine skill for a 2-star, especially, even if it's a bit awkward in places. Right, second skill is the scuffed version of Artemis's skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 40% attack for 1 turn, 20% defense for 3 turns, and then 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. I mean, even at this rank, it's still not bad, especially for a 2-star. It's basically a mana burst that also offers, you know, some defense with longevity as well. So while it's not amazing, it's certainly fine. You know, I'm not mad about this skill. It's cool.
Yeah.
Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, gets a 20% battery for self and a 2k heal on max rank. Pretty weak. I mean, fairly low cooldown, but yeah, just it's a thing. It just does a little bit, and then there you go. So overall, the kit I feel like is pretty good for a 2-star, but definitely not like very remarkable regardless. 17.5% debuff res from the first passive is pretty cool, and then 12% crit damage from the independent action EX is very nice. Granted, again, with his numbers, he won't be critting hard, but hey, it's a very nice passive, especially for an archer, which, you know, is the archer passive, funnily enough. Wow, they actually made synergy early on in the game development. Who would have guessed? Actually surprised. I know that sounds sarcastic, but yeah, I'm surprised they actually did something correct. Anyway, anti-rider on the Pend, which I would not recommend bringing him on neutral, even if the enemy is buff heavy. Alright, MP time. First of all, nice utility in Ignore Invul or Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. Very nice. And then the overcharge is his power mod, 150% to 200 if the enemy has the debuff from the first skill. And it's the only way to get it, because like even if there's other buff removal, they would not be applying this debuff. So it has to be his first skill doing the buff removal, and then it applies this debuff. Now it is applied for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, so the uptime is pretty good. But even if the uptime like theoretically is good, the opponent might not always have like buffs to remove anyway. Like the one reason why I kind of don't like this is because how often, like, you go against the boss, they have a buff on turn 1 that is removable. It does happen sometimes, but usually if they have buffs, they're unremovable on turn 1. So you can't even get like a great start on Paris to begin with, which I'm not a huge fan of, honestly. And not to mention, we're going to be seeing so many other low star and even welfare single target archers that, you know, again, I hate to say it, does not sound like a broken record, but competition is a big factor in placement, especially accessible competition, which again, I think is one of Paris's biggest downfalls. But what do you guys think about him?
That being said, I think that it is really worth noting that he has Pierce Invul, and like
True.
basically like 80% of the archers have sure hit. He, like, as far as Pierce Invul goes, there's only a couple that have Pierce Invul, and so I think that's a pretty nice thing about him. He's still able to do damage, basically regardless.
I'm gonna step in and be a little bit of a Minturn historian here. So Paris at level 25 did Minturn the big Kiara, like the big one, completely no KP nerf, like yeah.
Wow.
So take it as you will.
That's a
his
flex
damage
right there.
potential is very crazy. Of course, with the MP being really, really strong when you get to remove a buff. But yeah, I mean, I like obviously, Minturn isn't everything, but I feel like just the fact that he's able to do that kind of is testament to how good his MP damage is. With when the gimmick is able to trigger, despite being such a low star unit. So
Yeah.
it's it's really like I think people most of the time compare him to Robin because they're like low star archers that focus on doing really good MP damage.
Yeah, via
And
debuff too.
yeah, and like spoilers, I do think Robin is better, but
Yeah, same.
Paris is certainly a pretty like I don't know if we should give him more leeway just because he's 2-star. But like certainly still, in my opinion, really impressive unit. So he like I wouldn't rank him like bad. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah, I
rank
don't think
him
I'm gonna
EX
give
or
him a
anything, but
trash rating, but personally, I'm not maybe not as convinced as you are still. But it's good to know of the application still.
I do feel like he's better than a lot of the low star, like the lowest star DPS. That is, not 3 stars, but like 1 to 2 stars. There's only a few of those,
bronze one.
Yeah.
but yeah, being able to scale up his multiplier really high can compensate for the low stats because of the super effective.
But yeah,
I mean, it's also worth mentioning that because he lives and dies by the MP, as I showed here as well, his refund is absolute dog water, though. It's only behind Billy of archers that do refund on their MP, so that can be a big problem. And as far as I remember, his face cards are really not amazing for that either.
I mean, I don't really feel like that's not. I don't think that's something to mark against a servant because there's so few servants that can actually get a meaningful amount of refund.
Yeah, like
Although
single target quicks. There's like honestly, in my humble opinion, I think only Saber Medusa is a single target quick that whose refund is even worth talking about. Like I think single target quick they just don't refund in general. So
I mean, it's
like,
true.
yeah,
I mean, they're way lower than arts in general.
yeah. But I think he's pretty good. I maybe I am clouded by his the achievement he has under his belt, but I would still put him maybe like I don't know A.
A tier. Whoa.
I'd say B or A.
Maybe
not A.
I mean, there's.
I was thinking B at highest.
I mean,
because of the competition being so brutal. Again, he like, yeah, sure, when he works, but let's be real, he doesn't always work. This is only us talking like when he actually does work. He's not guaranteed. Like Robin kind of always works, for instance, if the enemy can be debuffed. He doesn't. Like sometimes there is no buffs to be removed anyway, and you can't do that turn 1 most of the time anyway, so the delay can actually harm you. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like it's all sure. He's good when he's good, but
I do like that even if the values are pretty low, he does have a pretty well-rounded kit. Like he has a little bit of survival with the evade and the heal. He has a battery, so he's not completely card dependent. He's got a defense buff as well.
Sorry, I'm just replying. Compared to the other free archers like Robin, Billy, David, and Uriel, he's not nearly as good. I disagree with one of them. I think Billy is. I'll talk about him later.
I think Billy is pretty bad too, personally.
Yeah, I think Billy is pretty
I think Paris has more use cases than Billy does.
Yeah, I think Paris is better than Billy.
But yeah, we'll get to
other ones
soon.
I can agree. Yeah. Other ones I can agree.
All right, well, I'll plop him in B for now, and we'll see what happens later. We're gonna get a lot of comparison, of course, going. But yeah, that wraps up the 2-star archers. Yay! Wow, we're speeding through. Surely this will be this fast for other rarities as well. Totally not getting slower and slower.
Saber ones.
Yeah, true. All right. So let us jump back into day one and talk about our first 3-star archer, who we kind of, mentioned already a couple of times. But yeah, we're going to talk about Mr. Robin Hood first. So single target arts DPS. Now, among archers, his attack is low. It's probably one of the lowest, if not the lowest, of 3-star archers for DPSs. But you know what? He still hits hard for his MPs, so there's that. Alright, double arts, double quick deck is totally fine. He's definitely not a crit servant, so more gains is honestly welcome, I say. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. AoE 15% attack down for enemies and a 5-turn 500 poison on them. Again, the poison itself does absolute nothing for damage, but it is very, very, very vital for his own damage though. But overall, the skill, besides him it applying or amplifying his MP damage, is not bad. Like, it's a good uptime on the AoE attack down, so it can mitigate some damage. It's not bad for a 3-star especially. Still okay. Now, I wish his next skill was buffed, because the second skill on a 6-turn cooldown is 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Now, obviously, it's useful and nice to have, because, he wants to spam his MP as much as possible. But man, that is a bland and pretty terrible skill regardless, especially when his numbers are as bad as they are. They're not the worst case scenario, but they're not very good either. So yeah, this skill kind of sucks. At least it's not star generation, thank God. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 1-turn evasion, 1 turn of sure hit, and then a 20 star bomb on use. Kind of a mixed bag of stuff. I mean, sure hit can be nice when it works, but then it's also a couple with his only defensive skill. Now, granted, he is art, so maybe he gets a little bit of a leeway here, of course, with his defensive usage. So you can probably just pop this for the stars and or the sure hit instead. But yeah, sometimes it can be a bit awkward to use this, but it's definitely his best skill, I would say. Like, just from value standpoint, even if the downtime is fairly high. But yeah, overall his kit, it hasn't really aged too well, but luckily his MP is still hard hitting. So, it's not all bad. 12.5% debuff res on the first passive is decent, but could be higher. 10% crit damage, pretty cool, but again, he's not really crit focused, especially as an arts DPS, so Anti-assassin on the append is okay. I guess you can maybe use him on neutral, especially have a good copy, but I still think I'll probably just stick to anti-sabering with him. Now, the MP has never been buffed because it certainly doesn't need a buff because despite it not having any normal effects, it still has a good modifier. And then the OC has a ridiculous 200 to 250 anti-poison range for that damage mod. So any enemy that is poisoned that gets hit by his MP, it gets... Like, the MP does nothing for damage if they're not poisoned, but if they're poisoned, it does a lot of freaking damage. It's such a big difference, really. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It makes all the difference. Now, sadly, it is a one-hitter on that Arts MP, so it doesn't really refund much at all. But, it's still not the hardest to get some MPs off of him. Certainly not as good as some other, single-target Arts DPS. Is not even close, but, like, if anything, he's at the bottom side of the MP spamminess for single-target Arts. But, when you do get the buff, granted the enemy is poisoned, because, the poison does have a good uptime, 100% basically if they don't get resisted or immuned or removed. But, yeah, I mean, good old Robin, right?
I think there's a lot of things that made him age very well despite basically never getting a buff. So, like, poison command codes, for one, is a big thing for him.
Very true.
In my opinion.
They help
basically,
a lot.
His MP is, at this point, like, unless the enemy has debuff immune or, like, really high debuff resist, his MP is always going to be doing anti-trait. So that is very good. As an art servant, it's easier to get his overcharge if you do pair up with Castoria. I feel like Castoria's MP very much accessible in the team scenario compared to other supports. And of course, her MP does buff damage as well, so it's a damage buff tool you would very much gladly use before using his MP for even more damage. And, like, as a low star, survivability is once again slightly mitigated by the fact that she's arts, and you can put him in the arts team. I think he aged very well. Like, even in high end stuff, if you have, like, everything else high end, just pure Castoria, Lady Avalon with the most premium art supports, I would still use Robin in a lot of
Yeah.
cases just because of how good his damage is. So I like him a lot.
Like,
I
just
think
because
he's
how
kind of a fun
overtuned the
character.
damage mod on the MP is and the high
Yeah,
modifier, he will always be relevant, basically. Like, yeah,
yeah,
sure, there will be cases where he is not usable, when the enemy has like either a lot of resistance and or straight up immune to debuffs, and or maybe a lot of debuff removal. But there's still, I would say, most cases he's absolutely good and usable.
yeah. Just because of how much damage he does, and everything else he lacks, you can patch it up with the broken support lineup that is arts. So
Yeah,
I like him a lot personally.
yeah, same. Any comments from Otto?
Uh, I'm not like a huge fan of him. I've always got like other things I like using. I do have a level 90 Anastasia that I generally would rather use.
I mean,
But
mine is a really good copy on JP as well. She's level
oh yeah,
100.
yeah, I know you're a big fan.
Okay, dude.
And so is she. So,
Yeah, okay.
uh,
Neutral.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the really high multipliers. It's a really good selling point. It means that with damage stacking, it's just like it can compensate for low stats, which
Mm.
is a bit of a problem for certain servants down here.
So last year I had him on A plus, and I might do the same. What do you think? It's either A
Yeah,
plus or EX, but I feel like A plus is
Yeah,
fine.
I'd
I
say
think
as
A plus
far
is.
as as far as archers go, he like for 3 stars, he is pretty stellar because you can actually use him. Like there's certain classes that he'll actually out damage and out of the 3 stars just because lack of competition.
Yeah, and if I want damage, like sometimes I bring him over welfares even. Like sometimes, like if I want like just if I need just damage because
Yeah,
he
he doesn't
with
really
like
bring anything else. But a little bit of
yeah
utility with the attack down, but that's about
yeah
it.
yeah he's just a giant damage thing, and sometimes like it's something that's all you want, and he's gonna be all reliable for that, and I shudder at the potential that he gets an MP upgrade someday. It's
There's
gonna be
no
horrible.
way. There's
It's gonna
absolutely
be
no way.
terrifying.
They should buff his golden rule though, but there's no way they're gonna touch that MP. It's way
Yeah,
overtuned from the get go.
yeah.
Gotta love early game
Who
design.
knows?
All right, we'll place him in there for now. Maybe I'll move him later,
Yeah.
but yeah, again, we're gonna get a lot of comparison here very rapidly as well.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Next up, another day one servant. We got Uriel or Euriare. I don't know how to pronounce her name. Euriale. Something like that. I always say Uriel, but then every time I mention it, there's always like 3 Greek people in the comments saying like, "Oh, dude, that's the complete wrong way to say her name." But yeah, I don't fucking know, bro. Like, I try,
Greek
okay?
people.
Give me a break. I know
Greek
it's wrong.
people,
Okay,
how do you?
let me at least acknowledge that it's wrong, but it's so easy to say in comparison. So there you go.
Yeah.
Greek people, how do you feel about your language being dead?
Oh,
Bruh.
well, it's not like Latin though, but yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's a different kind.
Anyway, Uriel single target arts DPS, definitely kind of a specialist as well. 7k attack is totally fine for a 3-star. Double arts, double quick deck. Again, much like Robin, I'm happy with it. She's not a crit servant, so hey, more gains the merrier. For the MP, of course. First skill on a 6-turn.
48% on an arts card is pretty good.
Oh, is that her
I
number?
think,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's 0.9.
Mm.
And that also means that the quick card isn't terrible. 2.7. 2% is like meh as far as quick cards go, but 2.7 on that can be decent.
Yeah, she gets her MP back if you have cards, like no issue basically. At least from my experience, but
Okay, before I continue with this skill, I have to answer this. I normally don't want to answer too many questions from the chat, especially if they're not relevant to the servant. But Paolo says, "How would I feel if a Greek person butchered Luvia's name?" Oh, you mean the completely not normal Finnish name? I don't give a shit, dude. It's not a Finnish name to begin with. It's such a mess, dude. So yeah, it's fine, dude. I don't care. And even if it was a Finnish name, I don't care anyway. Like, I understand. Finnish is a stupid language anyway. Shout out to my fellow Finns out there. You know what's up. So, yeah, no one's going to pronounce it correct anyway, unless you're native. Anyway.
Finnish people when start people walk in.
Yeah, exactly. Good luck with that. All right, 6-turn cooldown on first skill, 80% chance to reduce gauge of enemy by one target, and then 27% battery. So really, this is the first of the vampirisms we're gonna see now, and there's gonna be a lot of them. But yeah, spoiler: only Vlad has a good one. Everyone else has a dog water one, and even the Vlad one is not even amazing. Is passable, is decent, but everyone else has a completely terrible version of the skill. You will hate life if you miss the 80%. You will just hate life. And the 20%, 27% is a weird number for the battery too, which makes for some very awkward turn 1 setups too. So wow, this is not good.
Yeah, big memes. It's like on Carmilla, it's horrible.
Yeah.
27.
Unfortunate. Alright, second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, a 100% base chance on max rank to charm a male enemy for 1 turn. Again, this doesn't even factor in innate resistances, so it can still whiff even on max rank against males. So, and it being restricted only to males with a 7-turn cooldown. I mean, obviously her MP having, charm possibility as well. They can't make this skill like too good. Otherwise, there would be like solo charm lock potential, like way too much. I mean, she even has a decent amount of it as is, but this skill itself is like, it's okay comboed with the MP for more like, filler for messing up the enemy. So it's not terrible because it still plays into her niche, but it's not amazing either. All right, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts for 3 turns. So it's just basically her DPS skill. It's basic, but for a 3-star, it's not terrible. It's good uptime. It's a good number, so it works. So it's passable. But man, that is a bland kit and a half for the skills, though. Alright, 20% debuff res, very nice. 11% crit damage. Again, for her, maybe not so useful, but cool bonus. And then she has a good version of Divinity, Goddess's Core, another 30% debuff res. So base, 50% debuff res. That is good. That is really, really good. So she's going to be dodging a lot of debuffs when you field her, of course, on base alone. Now, anti-appendage against Berserkers, which is very lovely. Male Berserkers beware, because they're about to get exploded. And then the MP has been buffed, so on base overcharge, 100% base chance to charm male enemy for 1 turn, scaling up to 200%. So with this, you can definitely go through resistances too, depending on how high they are. Not immunities, of course. Now, the MP works in a funny way in that the MP level is your damage mod. On free MP5, it is a 250% damage mod. So basically, Robin's max OC against poison, but it only works against male. And then the base damage is 1200% always with the buffed MP, and also 20% attack down for 3 turns on the target. Now, this works for every target. It doesn't have to be a male, but let's be real. You're only going to bring her against males anyway because of all the competition. So it might as well be a higher number against males or something. But it's a cool bonus. So the MP itself, I mean, anti-male is really good. Like, it's top tier for an anti-male MP, even if it's like a one-hitter and doesn't really refund much.
I do feel like it's worth noting that if she's not against male, she basically has unupgraded MP2.
Yeah, it's sad. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's upgraded very MP1. Bad. Yeah, it's just MP1 3-star,
Yeah.
Upgraded.
I know that people always draw the comparison to Orion because they do have the same niche. I feel like it is worth noting that when you are not against males, Orion doesn't become useless because she at least has like durability.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you though. I would never bring Artemis against non-male either. Having a dead skill especially is you're not an Artemis, so. But yeah.
We can talk about her when we get to her.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a while away, but yeah, we'll definitely do that.
Yeah, Uriel to me is a servant that remains to be very relevant in the face of like SSRs and whatnot. Like, for example, a great quest that she shined. It's not that recent, but it's just because I don't use her for content most of the time. But like against Super Recollection Woodwoes, like he has a bunch of HP. You can't really easily blitz through all of it. Even if you have like really strong. I guess you have like a super strong rider maybe, but like Uriel is
8
like one of the
respectively.
best answers to it, because the MP doesn't just do massive damage to Mail, it charms. Like being able to
Mm,
charm is actually huge with this kind of stuff.
yeah.
You're even if you're doing her MP like every other turn, you're essentially cutting their damage
Yeah.
output to half, and then you're slowing down their,
And also, like,
how
not
long
just
they
like you're
MP.
all like, you're probably gonna bring 1 or 2 Castoras with her as well, right? So if you
Yeah,
can charm an
yeah,
enemy, that means you get to preserve more of your special invul stacks as well, because they're not gonna break them.
yeah.
So it's even
So
more defense on top.
yeah, against a male, like I think I when I made a video on that, it was basically like a free to play quote unquote set. So I'd use like Ocean Flyer with a Shufu as a support, and then borrow Castoria. I mean, there's an NPC Castoria that is like even stronger than the borrow Castoria, basically.
30%
So
Mm-hmm.
every 3 turns.
yeah, so like it's just so easy. Like it ended up being an easier run than when I used, like, I mean, obviously, Koyan Dark is not built for it, but like it was just so good. The being able to charm lock while doing massive damage. It's not like you're just stalling there, not
Yeah.
moving forward. You're doing massive damage while doing charm lock.
Like she
Um
has that nice utility on top. Yeah.
yeah, like she's still gonna be one of the best DPSs against males in the game period, even without Grails.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she is like probably similar to Robin to me. Like once again,
Yeah.
the
Very
kit is a little
comparable.
bit bland. But like just because of how good the MP is, and I guess the charm on the kit, once again, as you said, does work in tandem with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably also put her in A+.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I did last year as well. I think they should
Mm.
both be high regardless. Like someone in the chat also said that and I agreed to it. They said they prefer low stars that are tied to like specific niches rather than being like generic, because they're not going to compete with the higher stars easily anyway when they're generic, right? So this makes them so much more usable and relevant when they actually focus on some one thing and then just bring really good numbers for that. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
keeping them
She's like
relevant.
EX when it comes to anti-male. She's like C at best when she's not
I think she
against
would be
male.
lower than C against non-males. She has a dead
Yeah.
skill and the MP does no damage and no charms at all. She would be like
Yeah.
D against non-males.
Yeah. Yeah, I think A+ is fair.
Yeah, she's really good. I use her a lot on my free-to-play as well. All right, let's talk about another one. So next up on the chopping block, we got Mr. David. Okay, so maybe not so much of a nuker. I mean, he can actually, with his MP buff, do decent damage when, the cards or the enemy aligns, but he's probably used in other ways usually. So what are we dealing with here? A single target buster DPS and a support to an extent as well. I wouldn't really call him, like, some people absolutely like hype him up like as this really good support. Personally, I think he's passable as a support, but nothing like crazy. Like usually the argument was that, oh, David's such a good support because he's free and everyone has him, but like, yeah, like sure, a lot of the best supports nowadays, even, yeah, they're limited, but there's so many of them, and if you play the game for a little bit of time, you're definitely going to have some of them at least. So then the value of David, I think, goes down quite a bit, especially as a support. But I guess he still has his DPS side, which is not completely irrelevant. But yeah, let's take a look here. So he has the caster deck, which I always thought was amusing. So triple arts on an archer. He's not going to be the only one in this list, by the way, but yeah, very interesting. I'm not sure how much I like that, honestly, but I guess it's fine. He doesn't really have like big face card focus anyway, so makes for easier arch chains, I guess, with the rest of the team, especially if you bring him as a support. Right, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, 50% defense up for himself for 1 turn and a 2k heal. So with this, if you coordinate your stuff well, you can actually even tank some MP stuffs or hard crits. It's a lot of defense, needless to say. So I'm not a huge fan of the skill. I think it's very like kind of weak overall. It's a big downtime, and you really have it alone. It probably won't save your ass anyway, but it can be pretty decent with the right, setup and timing. Right, second skill is where, so a lot of the support applications or arguments come in. So on a 6-turn cooldown, clears all parties' mental debuffs and then gives everyone an evasion for 1 attack. And the nice part about it is that there's no duration on the evasion. It's just there until you're hit or like the buff is removed. But obviously, evasion, this doesn't stack with other evasions, be it or permanent or, non-permanent. And, it can sometimes be annoying, but usually it's nice. It saves you. It can even tank an AoE MP, of course. Granted, they don't have Invul Pierce or Sure Hit or buff removal before damage, but yeah, it works. And then your party gets a measly 800 heal on max rank, which is kind of a meme. It's not much. It's a nice little boost, but it doesn't really do much. And usually the mental debuff clear, I feel like, doesn't really do much either. Sometimes it does, but let's be real. Everyone just brings things for the AoE evade anyway here.
Yeah.
At least for support purposes. But yeah, speaking of support purposes, the third skill, his Charisma B, 5-turn cooldown, 3 turns of 18% attack up for the full party. I mean, the uptime is good, but besides that, it's very bland, doesn't really do much in terms of numbers, just one effect. Is cool, but it's not a good skill. So overall, his kit is... I don't think it has aged very well. In fact, I think it's aged pretty poorly, if anything. As much as I hate to say it. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that always, live and die by swearing on David. Like, he's still like the savior of low stars and whatnot. And yeah, honestly, if you're like, doing low star only clears, then maybe he has like this great value still. But if you're like a normal player, I think you're probably not going to use him much. Anyway, let's cover the rest of this kit. So 20% debuff for us. Pretty good number, though. It's very high. That's nice. 10% crit damage. He doesn't really crit much anyway. Or hard, so it's just a bonus. And tap hand is against Berserker. And again, if anything, now I feel like his main application for picking him will be DPSing instead of supporting. So this can be relevant. And the MP dead. So yeah, it has been buffed. So before damage, he gets Sure Hit for 1 turn. Very cool. Overcharge is a 100% base chance to skill seal the enemy for 1 turn, scaling up to 200% chance. And then what makes it a bit relevant kind of as a DPS is that the MP has a 200% damage mod against giant enemies. Now, one thing worth noting is that there's giant and then there's super giant. So, sometimes an enemy you think might be giant might not be giant, which is really annoying. But, it definitely gives him some kind of a role. Because, again, this could be a hot take, but I think as a support, he's mid at best. Like, not impressive whatsoever. But with this, he can maybe be some kind of an anti-giant DPS at least. Because the MP, as far as I remember, yeah, it hits very hard against giants. What do you guys think about David in 2024?
So I think something that kind of hurts him is if you look at Castoria's NP, it's the entirety of his kit. Like he has the team mental debuff cleanse. She has a full debuff cleanse. He has 1 evade for the team. She has 3. She has like it more than 1 hit of like a better version of it. She has 30% attack instead of 18% attack. Guys, I know this is a shock, but Castoria is pretty broken.
How about that?
That being said, I do really like that his second skill is like a permanent evade, because it means that it stacks underneath other forms of survival. So if you're using something if you're using someone like Castoria, I guess, then it'll just sit there until you take a hit from that, and then that.
Yeah,
that
for
can
people
be
that
like
don't know,
5
let's say
turns.
you have a hit-based evasion on your servant, and you also have a hit-based invul. When an enemy hits you, let's say you have 1 hit of each, you only lose 1 of them, and I believe it's the most recent one that gets taken down first. So you can actually, like Otto was saying, you can stack stuff like this, and because this has no duration, it's easier to do it as well, I suppose.
Yeah, and that means that if you're using something like Volumen, the 3-hit invul, you could. That's like one of the best craft essences.
Yeah,
for
the
him
KNet
if you're using him as a
C.
support. Yeah, and then it's just like, okay, you got 4
is the
hits of
mic going
invul,
like
basically.
bad quality? Oh no. Well,
No.
oh, it's fixed already. Okay, it didn't take long.
Awesome.
And again, apologies for that. For YouTube side as well, that will happen because my audio setup is still a bit scuffed. But I'm going to try and hopefully fix it for next week. But apologies whenever it happens, occasionally. Do you have anything to add, Plushie, for David?
I mean, people are probably gonna have fonder memories of him recently because of Tunguska. Like obviously destroys Surtur. And I don't know. I do think his supportability is a little bit outdated. Like you only see him as a support in like lower star comps because that is still he remains to be one of the more
Yeah, because they don't
accessible,
have the most
team-wide.
options.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of options to block AoE MPs, but like other than that, I think these days he is mostly going to be used as a DPS almost for anti-niche, upgraded MP, very high special damage against giant. So he's gonna pop up when there's a giant, like even in 90++, right? In 90++,
200%
if
is a
there's a
lot.
giant, yeah, there's a giant. You just throw him in, and he's gonna kill it. So, like, solid for sure. Even because of the MP upgrade, especially. But yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Last year I had him on a B+. I'm thinking either B+ or B.
I'd definitely go for B+. I think he's pretty decent.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, supporting is mostly for low star, I feel like, clears, but his DPS against Giants is still legit. It is legit. I mean, against non-Giants, I would not, again, bother. But against Giants, he hits hard with that MP, though. Like, harder than most Gold Servants. So yeah, he's still legit. I still think he's, like, people mostly remember him fondly from the olden days, but he's not, because of the MP upgrade, he still has a spot in the game, so there you go. All right, let's talk about someone who's not single target for once. Let's see here. There he is. Wow, it's Gilgamesh EX tier right now. It's Kid Gil. Okay, so yeah, Kid Gilgamesh.
Children.
Yeah. AoE Buster, DPS, and kind of a weird support thingy, but definitely not a farmer. I don't honestly know what to call him. He's always been weird that he doesn't really fit anywhere, in my opinion. But okay. 7.6k attack though, well basically 7.7k is good. That is a good amount of attack for a 3-star, so that's pretty cool at least. He's got a double Buster, double Arch deck, which I think is totally fine, for his, it's the Gilgamesh deck as well. It's good on him too. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, Charisma A+. So unlike David, he gets 21% attack up. So clearly he's the better servant, right? Yeah, so again, very bland and boring skill. But, it's one of the highest rank base charismas, I guess. For what it's worth, I still don't think it's good. But, there it is. Second skill, though, after the buff on a 7-turn cooldown, 100% chance to charm a humanoid enemy for 1 turn on base. Now, again, for those that don't know, pretty much 99% of servants in the game are classified as humanoid trait as well, and a lot of non-servant enemies can also be humanoid. So I feel like it's a very nice trait to have on a charm. And then he gets 10 stars per turn every turn for 3 turns. This is definitely one of the best charms in the game, actually. It's still not amazing, but charm-wise, for skills, is one of the best ones, actually. So, there's that. Kind of interesting. And then, much like Robin, he has Golden Rule, but at least he has an A rank instead of I think it was an E rank or something? No, maybe D on Robin. Anyway, 50% MP gain for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. So with this, he can actually get some gains, but even then is, like, not amazing.
I will say his arts cards are, I'd say they're a bit above average.
Yeah,
for the
I mean,
Buster
yeah,
Arts
sure.
deck, so,
Yeah.
So like 50% is a pretty big number as far as MP gain goes for like 3 turns at least.
Yeah, so it's like up half the time normally, yeah. I mean, his kit is okay. Again, it's not crazy good or anything special, but it's okay, skill-wise. 10% debuff res is like as low as you can go with this passive, so 10% crit damage. Again, I don't think he really is a DPS, or at least I wouldn't bring him as a main DPS, but it's a cool bonus. Divinity doesn't really do anything. If anything, it might be bad. Anti-divine mechanics and all that. Anti-rider on that append. Wouldn't really worry about it. Now the MP has been buffed, so normal effects we got nothing besides damage, just the standard numbers for AoE Buster upgrade. It is a 10 hitter though, so it can actually generate some stars on Buster. And then the overcharge is interesting. So on base OC you get minus 50% MP damage, crit damage, not chance by the way, and debuff res by 20% on all enemies for 1 turn. I feel like they could easily make this like 2 turns at least to make it a little bit more usable on the MP damage down and whatnot. Like you can maybe do some fun neutralization stuffs, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like it's special, but it's kind of weird.
So the crit damage debuff, I think something like one way of thinking about it, it's basically a 100% crit rate down because at base
a crit is
is
plus 50.
So it's all the way down to
yeah. So it basically makes crits do normal damage.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, but 1 turn is still kind of
yeah. It's a lot of MP damage down though, but 1 turn.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying.
There could be some cute uses, but it just brings someone else at that point, right? Man, I don't. Would you ever bring him for anything really? I don't know, man. I don't really see a case where he would be amazing. Like, even if his charm works and you can somehow time the MP damage down on the MP to neutralize stuff, it just feels like a lot of work that you don't even need to do, you know? You can probably get off way easier by bringing other servants instead.
He is one of those, like, no highlight units, you know what I mean? Like, it's very hard to defend him or make a case for him because he's just like, he doesn't have any highlights. And like when you don't have any highlights or a low star, unless you're on a budget, I feel like most people would just not pick you even if you're actually pretty half decent.
Yeah.
So I don't personally think he's anything amazing.
Not even close.
He's just
so forgettable in my opinion. Like he's straight up bad, honestly.
Yeah, I personally don't like him that much because of there's no, I don't use him enough, so like
I don't think anyone uses him enough.
Yeah, like that's maybe the issue because like maybe there's some hidden tech I'm not aware of, but damn, this is really boring. No particular highlight at all. It's not like the other 3-star archer doesn't have an MP upgrade. Like if the MP upgrade was like really unique for him, maybe, but like that's not even the case, so I don't like him.
It's very meh.
Yeah,
just forgettable. Last year I had him on D+. I think I might bump him down to D, honestly. I haven't seen anything after that either about him in any way. Just so even my free to play is not touching that ass at all. Like just no. He's just there for collection. Oh well, maybe they'll buff him again someday. All right, let's talk about someone we kind of already mentioned earlier a little bit as well, I suppose. I'm going to talk about Billy. So single target, quick DPS. Now, he does some decent MP damage, but he also has some crit potential too. It's not, I mean, the peak is good, but it's not going to be like consistent is the problem, I feel like. But yeah, 6.8k attack is on the lower side, especially on the 3-star archers, sadly, so that doesn't help too much. And I like Robin, his MP sadly will never reach those heights, so yeah, it hurts him a bit more, I feel like. Now he has a double arts, double quick deck, which I don't agree to. I don't think it makes any sense. I mean, sure, it's nice if you can MP more on him because it still does decent damage, but you would just pick one of the other ones we talked about anyway if you want more MP damage, really. I would like to see a double buster, double quick, and go more in on that crit playstyle that he has instead, and the MP would just be a bonus nuke for like general damage. So I'm not a huge fan of the deck personally.
Bad quick cards.
Oh yeah, his quicks are absolute dog water. They're like one of the worst in the whole game, right? Yeah, they're so bad. So bad and so sad. Well, yeah. Oh well. So first skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 120% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's basically a big mana burst for crits. Interesting. I mean, again, his potential for burst is high, but again, there's a lot of downtime though. And another problem it is, which I'm just gonna mention it right now. He doesn't make any stars. He himself makes dick all for stars. No star bombs, no stars per turn, no nothing. Even if you bring like 2 quick supports and support him, you're still gonna be probably missing a lot of stars. Summer Scotty helps a little bit, of course, but even then, it's not enough. It would still be inconsistent, I feel like, because he himself has nothing for it. Now, second skill, 50% battery on a 6-turn cooldown. It's cool, because his gains are so bad. At least he can get MP a little bit more often with this, I suppose. And then the third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn evasion, and 32% crit damage for 3 turns. So even more crit damage. At least this has a better uptime, I suppose, even if it's not as big on the number. There should be like a big star bomb on the first skill. There really should be. This should be like a 30 star bomb. Then he would be way more consistent. But even then, he would still suffer from downtime. But yeah, this kit has not aged super well, I feel like. I mean, it works. It's basic, it works. But man, it's not very pretty, honestly. 10% crit from the passive as well, of course. Why not? 7% quick up as well. It's basically just damage. They won't really help his gains like at all for MP or stars. With the MP, maybe a little bit, but not much. Anti-rider on the append. Would not bring him on neutral. And then the MP has been buffed. You get 3 pluses. So sure hit for 1 turn before damage. Then blast the enemy and also reduces their crit damage 20% for 3 turns on OC base, scaling up to 60%. So the scaling at least is pretty good, although usually 30% is all you need anyway, unless the enemy stacks a lot of crit chance buffs. But it still hits pretty hard because it's a single target quick MP and he is a free MP5. But like he's the problem, like we were just talking about earlier, the problem is he's generic, and as a low star, if you're generic, chances are you will be picked like not much. Like there's probably so many more options. Like even last year we got a new welfare who is like so much better than Billy, who is basically like just like we'll talk about her later, but yeah, so much better. Billy, you have not aged super well, have you? Oh, like the MP still does decent damage, but decent is all it is.
Some people want to hype his not his MP damage, his crit damage, because he does have a lot of steroids for it. Like he has a total.
Like he's not even high on
I
the
think
crit, super high on the
152%.
crit sheet either. Actually,
Yeah, it's just like I feel like it kind of doesn't help that he's putting all his eggs in one basket. So even if it's a high number for 1 turn, it's just not much. And him being a low star with not very high attack stat, and then also the minus 5% because he's an archer for no reason. Yeah, that doesn't really help either.
Damn. I feel like every year he just looks worse and worse until they maybe buff him, hopefully one day again.
Hopefully eventually. I don't know though. I would still say there's a lot of servants that need help more than he does, but
yeah, I agree to that at least. Yeah,
I feel like he's a pretty small buff away from being solid.
But I feel like solid is still not enough for him to actually have proper relevance. Like he's kind of quote unquote solid as is, but why would you ever pick him over a lot of these other like easy free options? Not to even mention some of the limited options, because again, at some point your account will start to have some of those as well. So, so last year,
I don't have much to say about him. I don't know about Plushie.
Oh yeah, Plushie, do you have anything to add on Billy?
I don't know. I don't like him much. I think you guys basically covered most of it. Like 50% battery on a low star, yay. So
yeah, it's like exactly. It's like, hey, cool. It's a big battery, but yeah, what about it?
To be fair, like how many low stars are there with
I mean, yeah, if you want to talk about cool things to have, yeah, he's up there, but I feel like it doesn't really help him too much.
Yeah, his NP.
I mean, it helps because his gains are dog water, but just pick one of the others.
It's just yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd never pick him, especially with the welfares we got.
I'm thinking C or D plus. Maybe C.
I think C is fine.
Yeah, like he's fine. Like you can still use him. You just probably have better options. That's about it for Billy. Okay.
All right.
All right, we don't have too many 3 stars left. So next up, we got
Just a reminder that we can swap around with like who's reading.
Yeah, so far I'm feeling good though. But yeah, that probably might have to come with later down the line.
Yeah,
most likely.
Just let us know when you're feeling stressed out.
Yeah, sure. Nice to have some co-hosts for multiple reasons. Anyway, next up we got Mr. Tota. AoE, Buster, Archer, DPS, and kind of a support as well, but he's basically, I feel like, a niche DPS on AoE as well. Would not really use him for farming either. 7k attack, pretty decent. Double Buster, double Art Stick, I like on him. Yeah, that's fine. Pretty good. Maybe even triple Buster would have been kind of cool, but I feel like his kit doesn't really support that too much. But, you know, it's fine. First skill, 6 turn cooldown, 30% Buster up for self for 3 turns, and a 2k heal for 1 time. Again, not bad. For a low star, it's a decent skill. It's like Uriel's skill, you just, you know, add a heal, and I think it's one more... Actually, no, I think both are 6 turn cooldowns, aren't they? Could be. But yeah, it's like his equivalent for his main card type. Second skill, he has PFA. Yeah, he's one of the rare servants that has a PFA. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 2-hit evasion and 14% defense after 3 turns. And again, because it's PFA, the evasion has no duration. Now, it is not high enough rank for it to be 3 attacks. But honestly, it's still a good defensive skill. It's basic, but it's good. Oh, Uriel is 5 turns. Okay, so it's a trade-off then for the heal. But yeah, it's a good defensive skill despite being basic. Even if it's not 3 attacks. Now, they did buff his third skill not long ago, actually. I forgot, was this buff last year? I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't. I think this is a fairly recent one.
Yeah, it was last year on Anniversary.
Yeah, so it wasn't on the tier list then. Okay.
Actually, it might have been the year before last on
Okay, so
Anniversary.
yeah, maybe. We'll call it a maybe. Okay. But yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 2k max health up, which is basically a heal that you can use on max HP for the most part. That's pretty cool. 20% Buster up for 3 turns, so more on that, and everyone gets that. And then also a 10% AoE battery. That's a great skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, you can pop this like every time. Because the max HP works on, you know, full HP. The Buster up is always going to be nice for himself included. And a battery is always going to be nice too. This is a great skill for a 3-star. Wow. So overall, his kit, I think he has the best skills so far of all the servants we've seen. Yeah. He has some good stuff going here. He has DPS, he has survivability, party utility. So far, not bad. 15% debuff for us. Cool little bonus. 8% crit damage. Helps a little bit. I mean, he is kind of Buster focused, so not too bad. Anti-Berserker in the append as well. Very, very cool. The MP has also been buffed.
There's a lot of demonic Berserkers.
Yeah, true. I was about to get to that with the MP as well, but yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Spoilers, sorry.
No, it's fine. But yeah, the MP itself after the buff, no normal effects besides damage, standard modifiers, and then on the overcharge, it's a 3-turn anti-demonic buff for himself before damage, scaling from 50% to 100%. Now, because it's not like an MP power mod, it's for the MP itself, it doesn't do the biggest effect, but it is a 3-turn buff, so not only is there a ramp up, it also works for his face cards, of course. So it's an interesting approach they did with it. Instead of like just being anti-demonic, it is a buff against demonic enemies. And again, demonic is one of the more common traits that you see among mostly normal enemies, but a lot of servants have it too, for sure. I think Tota is a little undervalued. I'm not saying he's like amazing, because he's still basically relegated to a DPS position as an AoE rather than a farmer. But I think he's fine. I think he's decent. What do you guys think?
So I am one of the like 5 people that has him grilled to 100. So I feel like I'm a bit of an expert with this guy, at least comparatively.
Yeah.
So someone asked, like, how his gains are. His gains are like kind of mid.
Yeah, from what I remember,
Like
they're
his
not
arts cards
impressive.
are his arts cards are decent. And since he's an archer, he's going to crit more often. And his quick card is not good at all. But his extra attack is deceptively good because 5-hit is pretty rare for the time that it came out. Because he came out like right after Fergus, who has day 1 hit counts. So,
Yeah.
I think he's pretty solid. I do like the 3-turn aspect of his NP because that does mean that it's basically a
It makes
crit
his
buff that
face
always
cards relevant, because I
applies.
feel like if you're not fighting demonic, it's kind of hard
Yeah.
to justify picking him. But that means if you are fighting demonic as well, man, his face cards will actually start to hurt too.
Even then, like he's one of the more survivable low stars because he has
Oh yeah,
2
like
heals
that,
and he
defensive
has
wise, he's still good.
good.
Like regardless of what you're fighting, he's solid. He's got
Yeah,
heals,
and
max HP, evades. Like yeah.
and his third skill is quite nice because it does affect like it's a pretty hefty bonus for like basically anyone, even like more standard
Yeah, I like
supports,
to
like
think of it as
10%
like
battery
another version of
heal.
Eresh's third skill, which I love as well. It's
Oh
just a
yeah,
skill that
yeah,
helps
that's a good
everyone, and you
comparison.
can plop it at any time. Basically, it's just nice and good.
Yeah, yeah. I don't have that much to say about him because
I mean, he's still kind
he's
of
pretty
basic overall, so yeah,
straightforward.
we don't have to say
Yeah,
too many things, I guess.
yeah.
Last year, I had him in a B plus, and I'm not sure if that was with the buff to the third skill or not. I feel like it might be.
Yeah, I think it was.
So I'm thinking one of the Bs probably. Yeah, that's what I'm vibing right now. Could be a flat B as well. Yeah.
Okay. I am going to take kind of a breakfast break for a second.
Sure.
So I won't be here for the next 2, but I'll be
Yeah,
right
it's
back.
fine. I mean, that's the beauty of having a lot of hosts. We can keep going.
Oh,
Right.
sorry about Tota.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'll a little small thing about Tota is like the anti-trait on demonic. I do think it's a little bit worse than normal anti-trait. Because like card damage isn't that significant
Yeah, on a low
3
star.
stars.
Yeah, I can see
And
that.
like and it stacks worse with obviously different types of buffs because it's
Yeah, it's additive.
Especially to like MP damage, for example, which is a big one.
True,
but
it's not
yeah,
a
but it's
multiplicative
still,
one for that.
yeah, but still it is a nice servant. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel like B is fine. Right, moving on. 2 more 3 stars to go. So, another very interesting case. Gonna talk about William Tell. There he is. Old bad fetish is real. So single target arts DPS, 7.3k attack, not bad at all. Double buster, double art stick, I think is perfect for him because he has both, MP spam potential and crit potential. So hey, I think this deck is basically on the mark for an arts servant. First skill 6-turn cooldown is on a 100% base chance on max strength to skill seal 1 enemy for 1 turn, and a 30-star bomb. Like Billy could never, but yeah, he can, luckily. So there you go, that's the big ass star bomb. It's an interesting skill. I would like an MP seal more for the most part. Sometimes a skill seal might be better, but of the seals I prefer the MP one more. But it's fine, and a lot of people use him as esports with this as well, I've noticed. Which makes sense, there's a lot of stars. Now, second skill, okay. Yeah, it was buffed last year. I think this was also after the tier list, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's such a doozy. I will... Okay, so yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown, first of all, he gets 30% arts up for 3 turns. So that's already very good, by the way. Like, if anything, this is the best part about it, the cooldown going down. I like that. That's cool. It's a lot of arts up. It's basically Uriel, but then he gets all this other stuff as well, which is cool. But he also gets 3 turns of debuff and build for 3 turns. So then let's try and debunk this down, because I honestly don't even remember exactly how this works. So let's see here. So all enemies get a marking debuff for 3 turns that have evade up. then they get this special debuff, okay? Right? So, I remember now. So it's basically extending evades on enemies but they don't, it's not an evade, so he gets more MP damage. Right, that's how it works. Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically like a quality of life buff almost, because like
Yeah, because most evades are only up on the enemy for one turn. Let's be real. It's very rare to see it more than one turn.
Yeah, it like greatly increases the window of his like special
sadly,
which is important.
It still means they have to get an evade, but yeah. But let's continue reading here. So then he does a evasion trap debuff on enemies for 1 time 5 turns that don't have evade. So first of all, you get the extension for the MP damage if they do have it, but if they don't have it, they get this. And then at the end of every turn, they have a big chance to get marking on them for 3 turns. But again, they have to have evasion. So it still doesn't give it for free, okay? You can't apply it out of nothing. But it's basically like a check for 3 turns. If they happen to get evade, then you get the extension again, as if they would already have evade when you use the skill in the first place. So yeah, it's a doozy. It's an extension in either case. Like it's a preemptive extension or it's an immediate extension for the sake of the MP damage. So yeah, it's a weird skill, but it kind of makes sense, I suppose. So if anything, I like the cooldown reduction, so he has the big arch buff up for most of the time. Anyway, third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 1k absorb and 100% crit damage for 1 turn each. So, you know, again, a very bursty skill, but it pairs very nicely with the first skill too. So on the first and third skill, obviously there is some downtime, but at least the second skill has a very nice uptime on 2 actually very solid effects with the debuff immune for 3 turns as well. So overall, his kit is good among 3 stars, I think. It's not amazing, but for 3 stars, it's better than most, I would say. Now, 12.5% debuff rest on the first passive, pretty cool, but could be higher. 10% crit damage, very welcome on him, having some crit focus. Anti-assassin, maybe mixed value, you know, unless they're like super dodge heavy. Some of them are, I guess. Right, the MP then. So before damage, sure hit for 1 turn, you know. This is like the 3rd one already, but yeah, there you go, another one. Still cool to have, of course. And then his damage niche, overcharge 200% to 250 on that anti-evasion damage. But also now with the marking as well, it's the same as evasion, which just doesn't give them the dodges. So his MP, again, you guessed it, it hits really freaking hard if the enemy has marking or evasion, of course. But if they don't have it, it's not impressive. It's not bad, but it's not impressive. Like, it's more than double the damage on this sheet already for the DPS calculation. And he's literally at the top of the whole list too for single target damage, actually, funnily enough. With the trait in mind, that is. So, yeah. Interesting. I mean, again, he also has some crit potential too. Also, his face cards are not bad for gains. Better than most 3 stars as well.
Yeah.
His crits are not amazing though. They're decent. They're mostly for gains, I feel like, but yeah, can do some damage too. And his MP doesn't refund much at all either, being a one-hitter. But you know, art still helps. Right. What do you think about him? I think he's good. I think he's very good. I don't think he's amazing, but I think he's very solid. Kind of hard to make the way work sometimes.
Yeah, it's like he's honestly pretty solid just as a servant. Like, without his niche, yeah, he's a 3-star with his issue, but like without his niche, he's like a decent arts single target thief. Like he's not horrible without his niche, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But like at the same time, you know, without his niche, it's kind of hard.
Also,
kind of
yeah, I didn't mention it just now, but Chad is also talking about it. It's very much worth mentioning. His MP damage mod doesn't work against unremovable evade, which is absolutely stupid. It is so ridiculous that it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
so it makes it so much harder to actually land that MP damage niche. Then
they do like
I'm back.
Come back.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you don't mind me cutting in here, I think he's like pretty mid. Like, he exists in a world where Robin is, and Robin has good damage potential.
And Uriel.
And yeah, like, and as far as like utility goes, I can see a lot of people preferring an evade over the debuff immune. Although I really like the 3-turn debuff immune instead of
Yeah, it's really good
time based.
uptime.
But my
I feel like
opinion is
I like the
best.
debuff immune more than an evade because he's an art servant. Because you can just get
Yeah, I
your
guess that makes
special invul
sense.
stacks
Yeah,
instead. If he was anything else,
yeah,
then maybe an evade would be better.
yeah. I wouldn't put him in the same tier as David. I'd put him below him
Yeah.
because David had. I would say David is a little more general use than him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
And he does
he's
have
easier
upgraded
to
MP.
work with, yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
has upgraded
He has
MP. You know,
Tell
he
has
has
better skills, but David is more has more usability.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like for these low stars, I feel like either you get really good MP damage or you get really good utility. So I think Tell unfortunately excels in a part where it doesn't scale as well with low stars.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, sometimes he'll be amazing, but sadly not very often. All right, are we ready to talk about the last 3-star and also the first new servant of this year of the tier lists? Wow. It's the second latest archer in the game. So we got a very interesting case. Another kind of gimmicky one, but yeah, Sugi Tani. Single target, I have to say Buster, right? It's Buster. Yeah, it's Buster. Single target Buster DPS, who also has both like MP and crit focus. 7.3k attack, pretty high. Not too bad. Again, still solid. First skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% Buster up for 3 turns, very nice, and then 50% Buster crit damage for 3 turns. Makes me want to wish she was triple Buster, I'm not gonna lie, but it's not a bad skill, especially for a 3-star. Pretty good. In fact, this is definitely better than Tolta's first skill, as a direct comparison. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, full debuff cleanse on self. Then she gets a regen buff for 5 turns. And then every turn that regen buffs gives her a 50% crit damage buff for 1 time, 5 turns. And also she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. So yeah, what this means is that you can basically cash, immediately on these crit buffs. I mean, sometimes you do it on accident anyway. But, it's still a good chunk, even if you only have one of them. But sometimes you might end up stacking them over turns if you either miss crits or something else happens, and then you can get a bigger crit going. But again, what that means, like even if you have multiple of these, if you crit once, it consumes all of them into that one crit because it is 1 time 5 turns per buff, and they can stack like that to 1 card. So it's cool because it also ties into her sniper lore, I guess. It's not a bad skill actually. It's interesting. I wish the stars per turn was 15 though on a 6-turn cooldown. Oh well. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Also 500% Buster Absorb for 3 turns. Combos nicely with the first skill. And then another regen buff for 3 turns this time. And that means she gets at the end of every turn, she gets 15% debuff or buff success rate up for 5 turns. And yeah, so that means after 3 turns, she can have, plus 45% buff success rate up. There you go. Which is pretty relevant for her MP, you'll see soon. But overall, the kit, it makes sense. Also, the 3-hit, 3-turn evade is very nice for Sustadeds, of course. And she even has a debuff cleanse. Honestly, the kit, I like the skills. I mean, some of the numbers could be better. Like, I would have liked to see 15 stars per turn, but... yeah, it feels like a fairly modern, low-star kit, I have to say. Mostly pleased with it. Now, 12.5% debuff res is okay, but could be higher. And then, wow, 12% crit damage on that independent action EX. Now, that is lovely, though. Very nice. Anti-archer on the append. Would not really dabble with too much. Also, I didn't mention, but she is permanent, by the way. So, we will be calcing her an MP5. Now, the MP. So... before damage, 85% chance to get sure hit for 1 turn before damage. Then 55% chance to get 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. And this can activate twice, individual calculations. And then 500% chance to remove all buff success rate buffs from self. and then overcharge 70% chance to get 20% arts and buster for 1 turn before damage each, again respective individual calculations. So in case it wasn't obvious, if you stack the 3rd skill 3 turns, you get that 45% buff success rate up. Everything will be guaranteed, because the hardest thing to land are the MP damages at 55. So you had 45, hey, that's 100. So, but yeah, even in 1 turn, you already get the sure hit guaranteed. 2 turns, you get the overcharge buffs guaranteed. And then again, 3 turns, you get the MP buffs as well, MP damage. So it's an interesting MP. I feel like even on base without the 3rd skill, is pretty packed, and everything still has a decent chance anyway. So most likely you're gonna at least get, like, how many buffs are there? There's 5 different calculations. You're gonna get 3 out of 5 usually at least anyway. Now, obviously, they might not always be the same buffs, but, you know, on average, you're still gonna get a lot of buffs from the MP anyway. And the line link command code, I suppose, can also help accelerate the process, because the 3rd skill is kind of slow, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. She's a very fun servant, though, huh? Pretty fun. But she is a generalist still at the end of the day, despite having, you know, gimmicky kit. She is still a generalist, so yeah. Remains like that still kind of limits her usability, sadly. What do you guys think about her? Have you labbed her much?
No, actually. I've tried her a little bit since she came out. I think the MP obviously is really strong. If it lands every effect, like, yeah, it's insane, right? But like, the playstyle is more towards like, I mean, it's a really cool flavor. It's like, you know, she's a sniper. She's waiting for the best opportunity to strike. So you want to, like, you know, sort of
like, you can do it with
load
both the
up.
crits and the MP is the fun part.
Yeah.
Although with crits it's
So-
harder, because, you know, you can't dodge her face cards forever, and you might accidentally
Yeah.
crit. Not that
Yeah,
it really
so
matters, because it's still fine, but yeah, it's for the lore, I guess.
Yeah, she's cool. And she has pretty nice survival, you know, 3 turn evade. But like, I don't know. I don't know if I'll use her over other low, like some of the top tier low star archers. Cause like, once again, you know, like they are very straightforward. They just have a really strong MP, upgraded, strong niche. They don't, like, yeah, Sugitani definitely has way better skills than most of them, for sure. But like,
But they're not enough for like a generalist 3-star, I feel like. Like, her main problem is that she's not a gold servant. She should be an SSR, basically, to make this more viable, to be a generalist.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, she's fun, but the reality is that she's sadly not going to be all that amazing. Because especially when competition is considered.
I do like her more defensive aspect, because she has like the 3x3 turn evade is
and the
always
full
gonna be
debuff
really
cleanse.
solid. Yeah, and the debuff cleanse. I do like those. Also, for what it's worth, I would like to add that if you're having issues with her, if you think you might be having a lot of issues with her, like critting when you don't want her to,
I mean,
she
it
does
doesn't
have
really matter.
cards
You kind of want to crit
absorb.
always anyway. It's just a meme for the lore. You don't have to
it's just
stack
like,
them. It
maybe
doesn't like
one
make it
extra
hit harder
100.
overall. It's still the same when you calc it up.
I guess.
Yeah. If you want to roleplay a sniper better, then you kind of want to avoid critting and then do one big huge crit instead. But yeah, I don't know. I think she's better than Billy, but I think that's the biggest praise I can give her.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I think I use her with Billy.
I think she's C+
like,
or B, personally.
I wouldn't
Plus,
put her in the C+.
I feel like that's pretty low.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
put
feel
her
like
C+.
B
Yeah.
is
I think B is
alright.
fair.
Yeah, B is probably fine. Like, she's okay as a
lot of Bs
generalist,
here.
but again, competition and then the 3-star numbers hold her back without having any niche as a DPS. So there you go. Sugitani, first new addition to the list. Alright, then we're done with the 3 stars. Yay! How about that? All low stars tackled for the archers. And then, let's get on with the 4 stars, the SRs, if you will. Let's go back to day 1. We're gonna talk about Le Chef, Mr. Ebia himself, the boat of his sword. So what do we got? We got an interesting case. AoE, art slash buster, DPS slash farmer. But honestly, I feel like people will definitely be mad at this. I feel like I've kind of overvalued him maybe in the past a little bit. I feel like every year I look more down at him. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't think he's bad or anything. But let's see what we're working with here anyway, of course. Gotta give the fair rundowns. So among archers, his attack at 9.3k is sadly below average. Not a whole lot, but a bit below average among 4-star archers. He has the interesting triple arch deck, which honestly I think is a bad thing for him. He should have double buster for sure. Because he likes crits. Sure. This deck is kind of weird for his. I don't... They're like, he's like half mage or something. They're like, oh, let's make him get a caster deck. But I don't... In practice, I don't really like it that much.
Yeah, old FGO logic.
Yeah.
Hurting.
Anyway, first skill 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion, and 3 turns of 18% defense up. You know, it's a basic, still standard defensive skill. It works. It's not amazing, but it works. Second skill, man, it's good that they buffed it because it was dog water. I mean, at least his MP was okay with it. But yeah, now 100% star gen for 3 turns and 100% crit damage for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Most notably the second line. I mean, the first one helps. Even on the arts MP, of course, you can still get a good amount of stars because he hits so many times. But really, it's all about that crit damage. Although, I guess, you know, generating stars obviously makes crits better because, you know, more consistent. But yeah, this skill is definitely the best part about him, I feel like. Yeah. I mean, it's nice that you can swap the MP as well for more, you know, spams, but this is where the damage comes in from if you're DPSing with him. Third skill has been buffed twice. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% rainbow for 1 turn, and then you can choose whether you want an Arts MP or a Buster MP for 1 turn. I guess it always amused me that you can choose Buster. I guess it's if you happen to get enough cooldown reduction in 1 turn that you change your mind. It sounds so funny though. Like, hey, like you pick Arts for the first time and they're like, oh shit, I didn't want that. Let me double Koyan, freaking like, you know, Atlas.
We fix it.
Yeah, and now we're back to Buster again. I don't know why you can choose Buster. It just feels funny, but yeah, I guess, you know, might as well. So there you go. Well, I guess it's if you want to keep it Buster. Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, keep it Buster. Yeah.
But I guess you can toggle it back and forth in 1 turn as well. Anyway, so yeah, it's fine. It's better than obviously Mana Burst, which doesn't really say too much, but yeah. Overall, his skills, they're okay, but not great this day and age. We have so much more modern 4-stars with way better looking skills. Second skill I like though. Good.
Hot take.
Yeah.
They need to buff his 3rd skill again.
Honestly, on a 5-turn cooldown, it doesn't really do that much. It's nice for burst, like, but yeah, it's still kind of like whatever. Yeah.
I hate the 1-turn aspect of it. I'm okay with the NP change being 1 turn, but I feel like it does.
I mean, they can't make the 50% buffs be more than 1 turn, but they could add something else though.
Like, honestly, I think this buff, like, barely did anything for him, as funny as it sounds, because it was so flashy.
I thought it at first, because this was released with Castoria's release, and it was pretty crazy, the stuff you could do. But when you realize it really wasn't that crazy of a deal, honestly.
Yeah, like I think this skill, the second skill upgrade barely did anything for him. Is hilarious.
Oh, you mean the second upgrade to the 3rd skill? I thought you meant the buff to the 2nd skill. I was like, what? This is a huge upgrade, though.
No, the second upgrade.
I had to do a double take there. Okay.
It barely did anything.
Anyway, let's continue here. So 12.5% debuff res. You know, it's a small chunk, but it's there. 8% crit damage is cool. Anti-caster on that append. And then, yeah, the MP. So, you know, they're basically, FX-wise, the Buster and the Arts version are completely the same. Obviously, the modifier just changes to accommodate, you know, card type damage. So there's that. But yeah, ignores defense on the damage. Pretty cool to have as a utility. And then the OC is a base 10% AoE attack down for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%. It's just okay. FX-wise, just okay. It's not great. It's not bad. It does have 10 hits though, so on Buster especially, you get a lot of stars from it when the second skill is up. Even Arts is decent, but yeah. But obviously the big thing is that, as you can see right here, no one else will be even close on the refund. Like, he probably has the best refunding Arts AoE MP in the whole game, because, 10 hits AoE is pretty stupid. So it's always like if you have any decent supports, it's always a guaranteed loop. 3 targets already refunds like a minimum of 176%, so pretty stupid, crazy stuffs. But yeah, let's talk about the big problem, of course. I mean, he has a farming comp here as well, which illustrates it, I believe. Yeah, so the problem is his damage will be terrible in comps because his MP changes card types. So you can't all in on like one support type to help him out. Like, it's just, the numbers are not good because of that. It's just, like, look, it's a Black Grail setup. And look how bad the numbers are. He doesn't even hit 100k on any wave. How crazy is that? On a Black Grail setup. A level 100 Black Grail setup. Like, if that doesn't say much, then I don't know what does. Like, it's a problem. It's obviously cool that he can refund the MP like that in a unique way. But in theory, at least for farming, is not good. Now, obviously, that's just talking about farming. I still feel like as a DPS, he's not bad. I don't think he's amazing, but he's not bad. He has a spot as DPSing.
Obviously the highlight here.
Yeah, like he wants to crit, which again makes me sad. He has a triple arch deck too, and
yeah,
not like double
that is
bust
a big
release.
problem. Like, his deck is actually a huge detriment in my opinion for his crit damage. It's just, oh god,
Dude, if they released him this day, he would be EX tier. They would do him justice. Like, he's a fan favorite. They would like go crazy on him. But this is like, he was released day one, and then they, as the game developed with years, they tried to kind of fix him as well. But it's just a mix of like design choices, which doesn't mesh too well together.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm just okay with, like, once again.
Yeah, he's still not bad. I mean, this is obviously nitpicking and bashing a lot here, but yeah. And also, yeah, funnily enough, a feedback, someone said like we're complaining a bit too much, but yeah, it's easier to focus on like the negative things. Like, even if we complain a lot about the servants, it doesn't mean like they're necessarily like bad. It's just, easier to make arguments when you talk about stuff that are objectively, not good sides of them. But like, he's still not a bad DPS. He has decent crits, even if the deck is not, optimal for it. Nor does he have like a reliable way of getting those stars either, even if the MP generates a bit.
Also, pretty funny that that of all the servants that have a damaging MP with attack down on it, one of the only ones is Caster Gil that has 20% instead of 10%. So, like,
are you talking AoE strictly?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's on single target. It's a bit more common, but yeah, Gil fans keep winning. That's what we keep telling ourselves.
I think he's either B or B plus. Maybe B. Is that too harsh? Ooh.
I don't think so. I don't like him that much.
He's definitely come down in my rankings over the years. I used to overvalue him a little bit more, probably because of rose tinted glasses. Because I obviously had a lot of good memories of him and using him too. Yeah.
And then next we have a servant that plays the same way, but not as good.
Ooh. I mean, we'll maybe adjust later, but yeah. Sure. He's not bad though. Okay. So yeah, next up, another day one servant. We got the Nyanta next, OG. AoE quick farmer, I guess. I would not bring her as a DPS, and even farming, sadly, not looking too hot these days. But yeah, 8.6k attack. Also not very nice. Could be way higher. She's got a double arch, double quick deck, which honestly is fine. Again, maybe double buster would be better because she actually has a little bit of crit synergy. Not much, a little bit. But yeah, mostly irrelevant for her main purpose, which is farming, I guess. First skill, what a buff, dude. What a freaking buff. It went from a 36% AoE quick to 50%, and that's it. That's the only difference. Still a 5-turn cooldown and 1-turn uptime, so it's an AoE mana burst. What a terrible buff, dude. They added 14%. If this was 3 turns, I'd be so much happier. But man, it's so bad. It's not even good for her farming because it's mostly used for damage anyway. I mean, I guess in some cases you might even have to use it for refund, which is sad. Oh no. Anyway, second skill. There's the crit synergy. So on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets a 1k absorb for 1 turn. Not as bad of a downtime as it could be, but it does something. And with a 1k absorb, an archer will definitely hog stars.
Oh, just to correct someone in chat, dude, there's no way that is the worst buff ever, dude.
Oh
have you
yeah,
seen
maybe not the worst
Frankenstein's-
ever. It's
have you
bad
seen-
though.
Have you seen the buff on Frankenstein's stun? It's a single target, 60% chance to stun, and it went from 20% defense for 1 turn to 30% defense for 1 turn. There's like 100. There's like 3 different ways that they could have fixed that skill and made it so much better, and they took the worst route. I'm sorry,
there's a
that's
lot
a
of good
tangent.
examples for bad
irrelevant.
buffs though, yeah. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 1-turn evasion, and then the only thing that makes it possible for her to farm is her unique version of the skill, which gives her 50% MP gain for 3 turns. So if this wasn't a thing, yeah, she would be useless, as brutal as that sounds. She would never see use. So this is the only thing that kind of gives her any relevancy. Okay, so skills overall, pretty trash. Just trash. Alright, 12.5% debuff res. Again, doesn't really matter for her. Maybe not. 10% crit damage can be a bit cool though, if you actually are going to use her as a DPS, which probably not recommended. Anti-Berserker on the append. Can she even loop Berserkers? I don't know. I'm guessing maybe not. Yeah, it says... yeah, okay, no, that's the comment. But yeah, I don't know actually. Maybe with triple Scotty, it's doable.
I don't know, because like the thing with triple Scotty is usually you want to take advantage of the append 2 being maxed.
Yeah, true.
And she doesn't have a battery, so her append 2 is basically
so it doesn't
useless.
help with Scotty setups anyway.
So her refund is actually pretty good. It's on the upper end, I would say.
It is? Really? No?
Yeah, it's 15% at base, and then
But
she has a 50% NP gain buff for 3 turns. Of course, if you're looking for quick looping,
Well, I
you
guess she is
usually
the
wanna
highest of the
have-
quick archers too.
You usually want to
try
have
it
some
right now.
sort of battery with it, but if you're
Yeah.
going with like a 50% CE and triple Scotty, you're
Oh,
you're
yeah.
going-
She can probably 50% Berserkers then.
Oh,
yeah.
for sure. I mean, she's one of the OG quick loopers, so yeah,
Mhm,
50%, yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's like, yeah, quick looping, but like, okay,
Yeah.
like, this is another
You kind of
reason
need
why,
the
like,
black rail setups, honestly.
like here's the thing with like quick looping, like I don't know, like when people look at quick servants, like people care so much about their refund, when I feel like, like even if the servant has good quick refund, you're not gonna loop with them anyways. You know what I mean? Like and I think Atalante
Yeah.
is
Unless you have
kind
like
of
a really
good
great
testament.
copy.
Yeah, and
That
she's
can
kind of a testament
alleviate
to
a little
that.
bit, yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
then
I don't know.
NP1. Yikes.
Anyway, the
Yeah.
MP, let's talk about it. So yeah, it's a 10-hitter quick AoE. So yeah, with the third skill, definitely refunds the best of the archers, it seems. Overcharge 15 star bomb on base 35 max, and it has been buffed for it as a damage upgrade, but no other normal effects. Yeah, I guess we don't have a 50% looping comp listed here, which she should be able to do, but the numbers probably won't be too pretty anyway. Man, time has not treated her too well. Sadly, yeah. I mean, yeah, the MP, it's that is true, actually. It's true. Like, the MP having a star bomb is pretty stupid when it usually generates a crazy amount of stars anyway. A lot of the times you
It's
just
like-
waste the stars regardless.
It's like having 2 star bombs.
Yeah, even a dot might be more useful, actually. Like, even Diwali said he might take OC curses, like this over curses instead. But I don't know. Maybe a curse would still be better.
Depends on the curse.
Yeah,
number.
depends on the how many enemies as well, of course. But yeah. What do you guys think? I don't know. I feel like she won't be super high on the list, but she's workable. It's like I see her as like Berserker Lancelot, Has not aged well, but still doesn't like do bad numbers, I guess. But
I think Berserker Lancelot has a lot better damage though.
Yeah,
He's a triple
he does
buster deck.
though,
Like you
and
want to
he's more
push it.
versatile
Yeah.
for farming too.
And
I
he's a
guess.
berserker. Like
Yeah.
he's a good class, you know. So I'm not the biggest fan of Atalante.
I'm thinking
So
one of
I
the
don't know.
C's, maybe a C plus.
Yeah, personally, I'm.
Dude, she's so forgettable. You were about to say Atalanta Altar, weren't you?
I was gonna say Atalante Altar. Yeah,
Exposed.
Yikes.
Atalante
Hot
Altar
take
was
at
hard.
Inianta Altar also kind of forgettable. But at least she has
I mean,
decent DPS potential for crits and stuff.
yeah, I think
Well, we
she's a
can
lot.
get
I think
to that
she's
in
more
like
relevant than
a month
Archer
and a half.
though.
She's a lot more.
Let's go
relevant
with
than
C
Archer, in my
plus.
opinion, but yeah.
Okay.
Really?
I feel like that's.
I'd put her C. I'd be a
Alright,
little bit
C.
meaner.
Yeah,
but
sure,
C
sure.
plus.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm okay
that's
with
fair.
C.
It's either or, right? Like
C plus. All right. Next. First, welfare. Let's go. Let's go. We got
And it shows.
Nobu. Here we go. So we saw the brother earlier. Now we got the big sister. So AoE Buster DPS, also not a farmer. 9.4k attack is, let's see, where's my numbers again? I keep losing everything. For archers, that is just below average, but basically around that number. In fact, it's like 2 digits away from it. So yeah, pretty okay, I guess. Double Buster, double art stick is totally fine for OG Nobu, I feel like. Oh yeah, this buff didn't exist on last year's tier list, I'm pretty sure. I like this buff. This is a nice buff. So the first skill now on a 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% buster up for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. That's lovely. 3 very nice effects on AoE. And they're up half the time. It's actually a good skill. Very nice. Second skill.
I feel like they could have gone a little bit harder with that because.
Yeah,
like,
they could have because
like
Lancer, she didn't have a lot of
'cause-
uses to begin with. But
well,
I still like this
Lancer-
skill now.
Lancer Vlad had basically the same thing added, the 3-turn NP damage and buster, but he also got the gimmick buff with the defense down per attack
True.
taken. Yeah,
Yeah, but it's still
I
a
don't
good
know.
skill.
I don't.
Though.
I've grown to not expect much out of welfare buffs at this point.
Very. In fact, this is a great buff for welfare standards, if anything.
Oh yeah, especially after that Santa Ultra one.
Yeah. Anyway, second skill, 100% anti-divine damage mod for 1 turn, 5-turn cooldown. When it works, and sometimes it's a dead skill. Third skill, it's basically, this is the same as like self-suggestion, but a different name. So on a 5-turn cooldown, 600% absorb for 3 turns and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. It still works. Good uptime, decent numbers. She's an archer. It works. It's not amazing, but you know, still a passable crit skill for sure. Overall, with the first skill being buffed, the kit is okay, skill-wise. It's okay. It's not amazing. It's alright. 17.5% debuff res, pretty cool. 8% crit damage, also pretty cool. There depends against riders, which honestly, looking at the MP, it could be usable actually. So hey, interesting. So the MP that free MP 5, no buffs, no normal effects, just damage, but the overcharge is 150 to 200% anti-riding power mod. So yeah, obviously there the rider part comes in, because not all of them necessarily, but most of them have riding as a trait. And also worth noting, a lot of sabers do as well, which is very nice for her in particular. And some sabers even have, like, was it Altera? Divine and riding, right? So she's like the anti-Altera servant.
There's a solid amount that have that overlap. There's also like Caesar. I can't think of any others at the moment, but I can tell you.
Oh yeah,
that
also
there
it's
are
a
more.
10-hit AoE, so it generates some stars too.
Oh yeah, Dioscuri.
Yeah, there you go. What do you think of Nobu now after the buff to the skill? I don't know. I'm probably still not really sold on her, sadly. I like the buff, but yeah, I'm not sold either.
Yeah, I still don't think she's particularly good, but I do like her first skill in like setups where you have more than 1 DPS. Although most people are not going to be running teams like that.
Yeah, they will just bring a full support instead, probably. Unless
Yeah.
it's a saber that's anti or a divine and right, then maybe you would bring her as well as the DPS.
Yeah. Maybe you just want like 1 NP or 2 NPs or 3 NPs or 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. So last year I think I had her very low. Yeah, I had her at D plus, but that was before the first skill buff. I think I can see her, probably.
Yeah, I definitely don't think she's nearly as bad as she used to be.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, C or C plus.
Is the free MP5
Yeah,
worth the
C.
C
I feel
plus?
like she's worse
free
than.
MP5.
I feel like she's worse than Atalanta because she's not.
Yeah.
She doesn't
Yeah.
have like a farming focus, and Atalanta is like okay at farming at best. And then Nobu is like she doesn't have dedicated farming focus, and she's not that great in challenge quests either.
If I could, I'd keep her at level 1. If you see what I'm saying.
Oh yeah,
Like level 1
actually, yeah, the
S1.
esports on the first skill now. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, but I can't because I didn't own her, so I needed to FA her for the skill.
I think I have like 10 copies of her without even buying the shop.
Oh yeah, because she already
Esports,
has the
if you
refund.
played the game for
She was my
7
first
or 8
welfare
years,
when I started JP, actually, from the rerun.
Wow. That's
Very
nice.
cool. We'll leave her there for now. We'll see.
Ooh, this is an interesting
Yeah,
one.
I like the next one. All right, we're gonna talk about the first night of the round table, right? I think. I hope. I didn't forget anyone. Anyway, Turisten. Single target, quick DPS. 9.7k attack. Definitely above average for a 4-star archer. Pretty good. His deck is double arch, double quick, which I kind of wish it was maybe double buster, double quick. But it's fine. I don't really hate it though. I feel like it's still okay. First skill, wow, this buff though. Oh, I like 6-turn cooldown, 30% quick up for self for 3 turns. Full party debuff cleanse, not even just like mental anymore. It's a full debuff cleanse. 1 hit evade for 1 attack for the full party, no duration, and then a 1k heal. Yeah, this is a great skill, huh? Especially when it solves the problem of the second skill. Very, very cool. Speaking of which, on a 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery, but then a 1-turn MP seal for himself. But yeah, if you use this first and then the first skill, wow, no more MP seal. And wouldn't you know, they happen to share the cooldown. How cool. Now, obviously, you might want to save the first skill sometimes for the evade, but I feel like because it also has his main damage buff, you're probably just going to pop it turn 1 anyway. So, you know, it's just a bonus. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, full buff strip from 1 enemy, and then also minus 20% crit chance down on them for 3 turns. Pretty cool. Not bad, actually. Decent. So while his kit is, you know, there's not the most effects out there, I kind of like all he does. So, you know, there's a lot of nice things here. 17.5% debuff res on that first passive, very nice, and 8% crit damage, same. Very cool. Anti-caster passive, I don't think I would really bring him against casters as much as I like him, so eh. The MP, sure hit for 1 turn before damage, also ignores defense, very nice bonus, and then the overcharge is a 3-turn. Debuff res down for 30% on base, scaling up to 70%. For him, it doesn't really help too much besides his third skill, which is 100% on base anyway. But, you know, for some of your other allies, it could do something. But most importantly, it has been buffed, so it actually does pretty decent damage. Yeah.
So, in my opinion, he is one of the best, if not the best, 4 stars.
I mean, I always rate him highly. I think he's very solid.
And it kind of goes back to you might be getting tired of me saying this, but talking about the win conditions, like he has so many of them, like team wide debuff cleanse, he has team wide evade, he has buff removal, which is a very valuable one. He has sure hit, defense pierce. Like he's got so many things. It's disproportionately high for a 4-star,
and he's like kind of self-reliable too. Like self-sufficient, rather. He does a lot for himself too.
Which is pretty important with
quick
servant.
Ooh, strongest MP of all is single target archers MP1 without niche, and he's 4 stars. You consider MP2, yeah. True. I guess a lot of people have been saying we should maybe start doing like, you know, considerations for damage on MP2, but I'm not sure if I agree, especially on a story log. We'll see though. But yeah, it's not. I mean, you could do some arguments for MP2 as well, but I feel like, you know, it's fine the way we do it though.
I mean, I don't know. I don't use Tristan enough.
You use the other one.
Yeah, for sure. And I do like the other one more.
Oh,
but I will
you like
say,
wow, okay. So you're on
Whoa,
Camp
Yeah.
Sith.
what a shock!
I always
It's
value.
almost as if
I
it's
think
profile
OG Tristan is
pictures,
the
right?
slightly better one, but I can maybe see. I always rate them similarly anyway.
oh yeah, I think they're similar. I just like her playstyle more. I
Yeah.
think they're probably the same tier. But like
Okay,
I don't use
okay.
Tristan enough to say for sure. But
I mean, honestly, I
Yeah.
had him on A+ last year, and I think I want to do the same again. I think he's really good. He's very, very nice.
Next thing you're gonna tell me,
Man.
you 120 to her summer version.
I mean, okay, the summer version is different. The summer version's playstyle is different. But yeah, A plus.
Yeah,
Wait, he was A plus last year.
I think so. Let me check. I think so. He was, yeah.
Damn.
Dare I say EX?
No.
As much as I love
Oh.
him, I probably wouldn't put him
No.
in EX, but I think he's very solid though.
Oh, this is very split. I
Like,
would have
as-
put her in
as-
A, so I guess in balancing is it.
Oh,
it
there
is
you
A
go.
plus.
Well, we got an average. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy with it because it's the same ranking I used last year as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go.
there you go. I mean, we like Tristan, whether it be the
Damn, if
dude
we
or
go
the girl,
by-
I guess.
If we go by averages, then I can fuck up some rankings for sure.
Oh, no,
you think
don't get weird
EX
ideas.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It just happened to
E-rank,
work
let's go
there,
to C+.
okay? It's not gonna be used for criteria or placement,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, that's game press tactics
Alright.
there.
Anyway, let's move on here. First limited, I think, of the 4 stars. First summer servant as well, right? I think. Hopefully. I forget everything. Anyway, Summer and Mary Archer. Single target buster DPS. 9.4k attack, which you get just around the average or so for the 4-star archers. Double buster, double arch deck is totally fine. I'm okay with that. First skill 5 turn cooldown. Party wide, basically 20% attack up for 3 turns, and then male allies get 41% star gen for 3 turns. Kind of meh, because you know they're supposed to be like the selfish DPS, right? So why the frick would you want to buff your male allies with star gen as well? And they only get 20% attack from this themselves, and that's it. I mean, it's a decent uptime, but man, it's not really a skill you want to see for like a selfish DPS. Anyway,
So
yeah.
to be fair, I actually have gotten a bit of use out of this skill in particular. Like
have? What did you
yeah,
do?
there was this one quest that I used her on, like to display Toda's skill buff. And it was
Yep.
that one. It was like one of those advanced quests, like with the group of Oni on the second wave. I used this skill with Chen Gong's NP, and he made like 20+ stars. Granted, that was 5 enemies.
Yeah, I feel like
so
this probably didn't add too much to the equation, and again, it's a bit misleading because it's like usually it's not that many
I mean,
enemies.
Arts NP do stars. So.
Yeah, okay.
Like
fair.
it still depends on like what types of supports you use. If you're using someone
Yeah.
like Vitch, it does nothing.
Alright,
Although
fair.
attack buffs are nice with Vitch.
Sure. Now they did buff the second skill, and now it's not that bad. It's not amazing, but it's not that bad. So 1 turn of 600% absorb for self, 30% battery for self, and 15 star bomb. Pretty cool combo there of nice effects. Offensive, yeah, it works. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Downtime is real though. Third skill, 5 turn cooldown. They get 25.5% attack for 3 turns. They get a permanent guts for 1 time with 1 HP revive, and then minus 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. So it's one of those permanent gutses that there's only like still like a handful of them in the game, like 5 at most or something. So yeah, what this means is that unless it's removed like via buff removal, it will always be up until you get guts by damage. So, you know, it's pretty cool. That way it's not awkward. Also, it's pretty interesting that it's still a 5 turn cooldown, which is obviously a good thing. I'm surprised it's not higher with that. And then the attack buff because of that has a pretty good uptime. So if anything, this skill might be the best one, even after the buff to the second skill. But yeah, they're full of offense basically. Not much for defense besides the small guts. 12.5% debuff res, could be higher. 10% crit damage, very nice. Anti-rider on the append, would not really go for that. The MP, overcharge, 10% defense down for 3 turns on single target enemy after damage, scaling up to 30. Kind of weak numbers, if it's after damage especially. And then, of course, much like their rider counterparts, they do more damage based on missing HP. So yeah, it's a bit one of those gimmicky ones. At least they have that guts, but still, it's a bit annoying to work with, honestly. It's a 9 hitter though, so it does some stars too on single targets.
I mean, I don't hate them. I genuinely think their kit is pretty well balanced, just as a single target buster.
It's very like tunnel vision, but yeah, you know what you're gonna get.
So the way I've always looked at low HP gimmicks, it's less so like you absolutely have to go down low.
But
it's just
sometimes it's still pretty bad on max age. Like look at their number, they're pretty bad on max HP though.
I do like how their attack buffs interact with double Vitch though, because it's a low cooldown. It's 5 turn cooldowns for both of them. They sync up, and that means you double stack, you got 90%.
So yeah, you can do like really high bursts with them at least, I guess.
Yeah,
but the downtime won't be pretty, so you gotta finish fast.
Oh, I don't know about. I don't know if I'd say that, because like if you're staggering it, you can actually have really good uptime on them. Because you could just have.
But I guess you still have to go fast because they are lacking on defense.
I don't know if I'd say that. I mean, they do have like a permaguts. And since it's a 5 turn cooldown, it does have good uptime with like.
He's also 1 HP guts, so like a Black Grail will kill you, a Dot will kill you, anything will kill you.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, usually when I use the like Buster servants in general, I'm using servants that like taunt, so it's generally not too big of a problem because like there's Leonidas and Nobukatsu, but I know that's not how everyone plays.
They should. Every servant that has a missing HP damage mod on the MP, every servant like that should have a buffed MP, because that helps with the base damage. They did that with Hijikata, and he does decent base damage now. They should do it with Summer and Mary as well.
Wait, they buffed his... Oh, yeah, they buffed his MP.
Yeah, it's been done ages ago.
I mean, Hijikata is, like, damage ceiling right now. For like Minturn stuff. Yeah.
I mean, even if they did it for Summer and Mary, they wouldn't be higher anyway. So might as well at this point, you know.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
if they already
I think
did
he's
it.
like the only servant that one of the only. Isn't he the only servant that did that one advanced quest that has like 5 million damage cut?
Probably.
You mean Hijikata? Like yeah. Hijikata. If you check Twitter, like if you're interested, I guess there's a lot of level 3 Hijikata runs with Minturns because you can also cut his HP down a lot more percentage wise with Koyan Light. With the HP drain, which is funny. It's just fun fact.
Personally, I would put them in like C+ maybe. I feel like you guys might go higher, but I don't know.
I put them B.
C+ or B.
Damn.
Because like
I had him at a C flat last year.
C flat,
which I think is too low.
Yeah, maybe it was too low. But B. Do I go with B? I guess I maybe could. I don't think I want to go B+ though.
No B+. I think B is fine.
Wait, B# is just C. Damn it.
Wow, the music theory though.
Yeah, dude, I was a band kid.
Nice.
I learned how to not be pretentious though, so I feel like that's good character development.
Yeah. All right.
I can actually admit that rap is music, unlike 99% of band kids.
There you go. The auto lore though. All right. Well, we'll move on for that. Let's talk about the next welfare servant. We got Kudo Vod Eidsbird. I will never say like I mean I can say the word Chloe, but I never call her Chloe. I always say Kudo. I like the name Kudo way more. Localization and all that, I guess. I don't mind if people say it though. Like you guys use whatever you want, but I always say Kudo. All right, single target arts DPS with 9.8k attack. That is a very solid start. Has a double arts, double quick deck. I kind of would like to see double buster, double arts, because she actually can crits too. And her MP generates a good chunk of stars too, and her cards. But, you know, I don't hate the deck either, honestly. So there's that. First skill, 6 turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion on self with 36% crit damage for 3 turns. Decent chunk. Again, it's a basic defensive skill with some offense that works. She's got the, you know, this is easily the worst part about her, the 35% rainbow for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. Talk about underwhelming. Yeah, like obviously with the mighty chain is the best value, but you're not even gonna get that every time. Then it might just be a worse mana burst, and a mana burst sucks even as is, and it's even more than that because it's 50%. Like, wow, this
Chat,
is...
please don't say Yui synergy, please.
Oh yeah,
Please.
true.
It's awkward.
But yeah,
Yeah,
this is...
one
Same thing with
turn
Normal
ones
stuff.
are a lot worse than 3-turn ones for Yui.
Yeah, like then
like
Yui just wants more uptime, not so much for like the big numbers for the like cards. The
my
uptime
God.
is better for sure.
oh, for
predicted
Yui,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
rainbow
yeah.
uptime, yeah.
Like this skill is dog water. I'm not gonna lie, it's bad. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 50% battery and 100% star gen for 3 turns. And then the meme, which is, you know,
Amazing
Ilya
buff.
allies get 30% buff success rate up for 3 turns because they crippled her with RNG buffs. And this is their way of solving it, I guess. But honestly, besides the meme effect, it's pretty good. Like, that star gen will actually make a big difference. The MP and her face cards actually do dish out a lot of stars with this active. You'd be surprised.
It's 6 hit arts.
Yeah, it's a 6-hitter, yeah.
Pretty solid.
It's pretty crazy. Like, even that card will be dishing out stars. Wow. So overall, it's a mixed bag of a skill set, but, you know, her numbers... If anything, she's one of those servants that numbers carry her really well. So even if the kid itself is not that good, you know, her numbers are. Alright, 15% debuff res, pretty cool. 8% crit damage, also not bad. So, you know, useful passives for a DPS. Anti-caster... If you have a really good copy, you could go for this, I guess. But otherwise, on base use, I wouldn't really bother too much. Alright, MP hasn't been buffed, but it's a free MP 5. And before damage, you get 1 turn of sure hit. And overcharge is 3 turns of 20% crit chance down on base, scaling up to 60. Which, you know, considering the MP is so spammable, if the enemy can be debuffed, this means they will never crit you. Which is pretty cool. Cool little thing to have. I think she's still legit. I think she's really good. Like, the numbers are just so good, right? Yeah. And her, like, she refunds so well, too. So freaking well, dude. Oh,
Yeah, I like her NP spam. I like that she can also make stars at the same time, even though the face cards having to go with it can be a little annoying. It's still pretty strong, I'd say.
Yeah.
Her NP damage is fairly lacking, I would say.
It's not really lacking. It's not amazing, but for a generalist, it's actually pretty good.
It has bad uptime, I'd say, because of her mana burst. But because, like, aside from that, she doesn't really have anything buffing it.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think a lot of servants have that problem. So
yeah, I guess you could always do a bit more damage, but I feel like whenever I use her, I feel like I'm still doing enough damage even anyway. Like, maybe not min-turn damage, you know? Maybe for that, she's maybe not that amazing, but for, like, solid fast clears regardless, you know? Because she just goes and goes and goes. What do you think, Flushy?
I mean, I certainly don't feel as good about her as I used to. But like,
I want to say maybe a little bit down as well, but I still think she's very good.
Considering the criteria with like everyone MP1, I don't think she's bad. She's like.
I assume you meant that everyone else is MP1 and she's MP5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, she's still A+.
I'm not putting her A+ for sure.
Ooh.
I have a lot of ST. Like it's the same with Tristan. It's like there's a lot of 4 stars single targets. I would rather put an A+ than them. So I do think like I don't I'm not putting her in A+. I'm actually more inclined to put her in the at most A, maybe B+.
A B+ would be too low for me, but I might be okay to settle for A though. B+ is too low for B for Kuro. Yeah. Okay. MCH, bro, you have a hate boner for Robin, dude. You've been saying drop Robin for like 10 times during the Kuro review. Bro, come on, man. I know you're the numbers guy, but you know, shit, dude. Should I really drop Robin as well to A? Really?
Nah.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. He's an exceptional
I
3-star.
do A+ for Chloe.
Yeah. Okay, I'll leave her in A for now. I might bump her to A+ later. We'll see. But I think Robin is at home at A+. Yeah. Alright, let's move on for now. Okay. We got Mr. Edgy Chef. Emiya Alter. So, another single target arts DPS. Fun enough, very comparable to Kuro, actually. They're like the most similar servants between each other, I suppose. Now, sadly, his attack isn't as high, though. It's basically 9k flat, which is, you know, worse than most 4-star archers. But, you know, it's not a terrible number still overall. He has the same deck at double arts, double quick.
Ugh.
I guess it's fun. He has less crit focus, so yeah, it works. I mean, he wants to spam his MP even more, honestly. Although his face card gains are not as nearly as good. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets a 3 attack, 5-turn, 500 damage cut. Oh no, 50% defense up, and then a 500 damage cut for 3 attacks flat. Okay. I mean, when this is up, he takes like 0 damage. Like, it's a good combo. But they're only up for 3 attacks, sadly, so... yeah, it might as well be 1 turn in a lot of cases. I mean, it's still better than 1 turn, but a lot of times it feels like it's only up like 1 turn. But you know, it does stuff. You don't get a lot of damage in when this is on you. Alright, they buffed this. Was this active last year on tier list? I don't remember. Maybe this was new.
I don't think so.
This could be new as well. I don't remember.
I hate this buff.
Yeah, 5-turn cooldown. They changed it from a 1-turn 30% rainbow to 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then he gets a 30% battery. For the record, I'm not the biggest fan of the buff either, but it's certainly better than Kuro's. Like, definitely better than hers. But, yeah. Because sometimes you end up, you know, exhausting some of the cards before you would like to, especially the arts one, I guess. I mean, the quick one is probably going to be up until it expires, or the buster one, but yeah. It's okay. At least it has the battery on a 5-turn cooldown. And it's good because, again, from his face card gains are not really that impressive. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 40% attack for 3 times 5 turns. It was so funny because when they started Epic of Remnants, obviously he was in the first one, they started really implementing these X times X turns things, and he's like the prime example because everything about him is like that. Every single
Salieriitis.
Yeah.
Salieriitis.
True. I mean, this was even before him because he was lost belts, but yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah, you'd think they'd learn, but...
Yeah. Overall, his skills they're okay. They're not good. They're not bad. They're okay. They're just exhausted way too fast for most of the time. Alright, 12.5% debuff res. Cool bonus. 10% crit damage. He doesn't really focus too much on crits, but hey, he's still an archer, so yay. Anti-archer and append, I would not really mess with too much. Now the MP is interesting. It's basic, but it has been buffed. And it has defense ignore on normal effect. And... ooh, the OC is so close to goodness! On base OC, 80% chance to drain the target by 1. Why didn't they make it 100? I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Like, holy... it's only 100 on max OC, like, you kidding me? At least make it 100 on 200% or something. That's an insult. But yeah, this MP hits hard. It definitely hits very hard. Especially when he has his buffs active. Even refunds, even like way better than Kuro as well. Because he's a 10 hitter. What do you guys think about him? I think he's decent.
Here's the thing, right? I think his timed things really hurt him. Because like for example, you want to get his MP back, right? Use his Ars cards, is gone. Like the attack up and the art stuff is gone.
Yeah, you lose your main
on the
buffs.
sheet. Like on the sheet, his damage is deceptively high because he gets all the buffs. Like, oh, you know,
Yeah, it's not
but
not
you
every MP will be like that.
Yeah, not every MP is gonna be like that, especially considering he's not a looper. Like maybe on a looper this matters less because on a looper you just need the MP to do damage for farming, especially. For example, like Mordred's 50% buster very often is a 3-turn mana burst. But like for farming, but for MA Alter for sure it's not. I like his defense. I think the attack up and the arts up, you know, being timed is not very good, and I don't actually like him that much.
You want more uptime for, or you want more value for multi-core? Is he used a lot in multi-core? I guess he has a battery now too. I don't know. Yeah, the uptime issue, like, he just exhausts his buffs way too fast, and his downtime with, again, his face cards are not super pretty. And you can rely on the tick down on the MP as well for nice utility, which is not ideal.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been a bit distracted for the last couple minutes. Yeah, I heard that Plushy talked about like the time-based arts things. If they made it 3-turn arts instead of 3-turn arts, it's all right.
That would help
It's just
a lot.
like the 3-time thing really kills him, and I know a lot of people hyper focus on how he's at the top of the list, but that's only going to come into practice if you're completely refund looping and not using cards at all.
Yeah.
It's just he's a very annoying servant to use. I do like his defense buff. It's just,
I mean, when it's up, he's loving it. He's like, you can't hurt me at all. But that's only for 3 attacks. Last year, apparently, I had him on a flat B. I'm thinking I might do the same. Even if B is already overstacked, it's fine. We don't have a limit anyway.
Is he better or worse than Anne? Probably, I don't know, probably on par.
Well, he definitely has the better MP.
Yeah, but I guess. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and Summer and MP sucks, kind of.
I don't know.
I think I would put him
Oh,
in
man.
B.
Yeah, maybe we should bring some stuff down later on.
Yeah. Did I finally sell you on lower placement for Summer and?
Yeah, but I mean, I would much rather drag down Tristan and Kuro, but there you go.
All right, we'll definitely talk about it later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for later on. Yeah.
All right, we'll plop him there for that. Okay. Oh, next one though. Oof. Speaking of Summer, we got Helena next. So Summer 2 is here. So AoE arts, DPS, and I guess a farmer if you're like crazy enough. 9.4k attack, again around average for 4-star archers. Once again, the return of the double arts, double quick deck, which honestly, again, for her, is fine. They could have done triple arts, honestly. Just do it, cowards. He has a caster version anyway. Alright, first skill, 8-turn cooldown. Can we just talk about that? 8-turn cooldown. 20% AoE battery, and then 5 stars per turn for 5 turns. Well, as much as I think it's just, it's a terrible cooldown, it's still not as bad as the caster version, though. Because it doesn't have the stars. But yeah, it's not much stars to begin. It's a good uptime, though, I guess. But it's not a whole lot of stars. And she herself won't be generating much anyway as an arch servant. Oof. Like, back then, they were like, oh, AoE battery. Nerf. Like, man. Like, compare this to like Yui's second skill, and you wanna cry. Oh my god, dude, is so sad. But yeah, it's for farming maybe it passes, but for it's way too high of a cooldown. It needs to be 6 at most with these effects. Alright, second skill. Oh god, 6-turn cooldown. I do love the guaranteed tick down. That's pretty cool. I wish it was AoE to make her more viable, but yeah, it's still a single target guaranteed tick down. And then, what the frickin' hell, dude? 2k damage increase for 5 attacks, 5 turns. Not a power mod, not like a buster up, attack up, nothing. It's divinity on a skill, dude. And it's not even 5 turns, it's 5 attacks. Okay, this is a tinfoil hat theory, but I'm thinking they themselves didn't know how flat damage works. They probably thought it's way better, because again, why restrict this to 5 attacks, 5 turns on 2k anyway? And another thing that reminds me of why they think is too good. Remember Saber Wars 1? The 5-star gacha CE was the one with Ku and Shisho on the art, and the only effect the CE had was stacking flat damage per turn on a 5-star CE, and even on max stacks it would still be dog water. They must have thought it's so fucking good. But I guess numbers back then were like, boss was like 50k HP anyway, so maybe in that sense 2k damage is big. But yeah, they must have heavily either not realized how their own game works or overestimated how good flat damage is, because it sucks. It freaking sucks, dude. But yeah, this skill, not good. It has one good effect, but it's not worth the 6-turn cooldown. Alright. Next, 5-turn cooldown. 40% art sub for 1 turn, and then debuff immune for self for 1 time, 5 turns. Wow. So yeah, it's a mana burst with sub-utility. Talk about an underwhelming kit. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but man, it's...
I mean...
Ooh, imagine if they released a 4-star summer servant nowadays with this kit.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Ouch. Alright, 15% debuff res, cool. 6% crit damage. Not really relevant for her, even with the 5 stars per turn. Anti-archer append, forget about it. She would do 0 damage against archers. Alright, the MP was buffed though, which is cool. So, it's AoE arts, 4 hits, standard numbers for the damage. Overcharge, all enemies 10% debuffers down for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30. 10% defense down for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 30%. And then a 10% party battery on base, scaling up to 20% on max OC. Yeah. I mean, it's nice that it's upgraded, but the effects are still not the best. Now, you can actually do farming with her. I guess post the MP buff and everything, but should you really? Even says looping is doable, but mostly on refund positive class. Oh man. Damn. She's good for multicore if she can kill the wave. Yeah, if she can. It's a big if. It's a very big if. What do you guys think about Summer Helena? You like her?
Horrible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It just actually
Yeah,
horrible.
they've tried to fix her, but I'm still
Even
not
Helena
buying it.
fans will agree. So
I don't think there's much redemption. Like even after the MP upgrade, it's just such a whatever unit.
Yeah.
I feel like she is redeemable, but they need to give her a really solid buff. Like I could imagine something more team oriented on like her 3rd skill, for example. Like
Yeah.
I could see that being a pretty nice thing. I still don't really see a world where I'd use her over Zenobia, other than
Oh yeah,
like
Zenobia would just
other than
absolutely shit on her in every way.
specifically other than specifically multi-core, because she can give the team 30% charge, which I
They
feel
need to
that
reduce the
is
cooldown of
worth
the
it.
first skill by 2 and add like 2 new effects that are nice and niche, like maybe some power mods for the team or something. And maybe even more. I don't even know.
I'd prefer a buff to her 3rd skill, honestly. Like I know the
Damn.
first skill having a shit cooldown is annoying, but
I mean, you should buff
but
all of the
having
skills,
a
let's be real.
yeah, having that I feel like the most impactful skill you can buff is the third skill.
Yeah. That being 3-turn arts buff would be cool though. I think I'm looking at a D plus personally. What do you guys think?
No objection.
Yeah, no objection here either.
I think she would have a bit more use than Kid Gil, so that's why I placed her above him. Okay. Unfortunate. Alright, back to some more common stuff. Gonna talk about Tomoe Gozen. We covered her Saber variant last week, so now we get the OG Archer. Also permanent, yay. So yeah, single target buster DPS, 9.9k attack. I think might be the highest so far of the 4 stars. I think someone else had a similar number, but yeah, very solid. Double buster, double arch deck, I think is perfect for her playstyle. Very cool. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 19% attack for 3 turns, and then she herself gets 28% MP damage for 3 turns. I mean, it's basic, but it's 2 mixed buffs, so can you really complain too much? Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets 600% absorb for 3 turns, and then 50% star gen. Really a misfire here. It should have been absolutely crit damage, but it is what it is. But you know what? At least it makes her kind of a crit viable DPS with the absorb. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown, a 1-time 5-turn guts for herself, revives for 2k HP on max rank, and then also 3k max HP for 5 turns. I mean, at least it's all defensive, nice and easy to use. You can both have good uptime, so you can probably pop this turn 1 in a lot of cases even. So yeah, the kit's basic, but it's not terrible. It makes sense. Could use more stuff though, I feel like. Or just higher numbers. Crit damage is the one thing I really want to see on her someday. Crit damage. Then she would be so much nicer. At least she has passives though. So 17.5% debuff rest, pretty cool. And then there's the 10% crit damage, cool. Sadly, only a 2% buster up, but you know, it's nice that she has the passive to begin with. So, you know, cool bonus, I guess. Anti-Berserker on the append, very, very cool. And the MP has been buffed, which is also nice, but effects are kind of mixed. So Overcharge is a burn amp, 100% bonus burn damage on base for 5 turns, scaling up to 300%. She does a 2k burn on normal effect for 5 turns on the target, and then also 20% crit chance down for 5 turns. The crit chance down is really nice, very good uptime as well. But the burns, I think, are definitely a meme. Even if you might say Honey Lake Synergy, but you know, CCs always exist, I guess. It is a one-hitter though, so it doesn't really generate any stars though. Even with her second skill active.
Yeah.
I think Tomo is just an all-around good DPS. She doesn't really stand out in any crazy or big way, but she's just a good DPS, right? I think it's been the same for like many years now, at least in my opinion. What do you guys think about her?
I certainly think as more single target archers get MP upgrades, her
she looks less
really
special,
drops.
yeah, because that was a big thing for her.
Yeah, that was a big thing. And but like now we have like actually previously already considered really high tier single target archers have their MP upgrades land, and then now suddenly she just is not that desirable as a DPS anymore.
She does look a little worse every year for sure with competition and MP upgrades, because she hasn't gotten anything after that MP buff, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people really consider her only after they've gotten her to like MP3 or plus, and they just don't have anything else. Sure, I'll use it.
Yeah, right? I think she's a good filler pick.
Yeah, she's a good filler pick at higher MP levels, so like it doesn't really apply to this tier list as well. I genuinely think this character has like almost no advantage at this point. Like, yeah, she is still a quintessential piece of the burn. Like if you are going for full burn, and I think burn does have the highest dot potential. I could be wrong here. Like highest dot number
burn or curse for sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's either burn or curse. But like, yeah, there are niche cases, but that is like level 1 Tomoe being better than level 80 Tomoe, you know.
Yeah,
and it's just really sad. Yeah, I need to sack him. So, I don't think she's particularly.
I think she's coming
great.
down from the last year's ranking as well.
Way down, in my opinion.
Yeah, I
put
had
her
her
in.
an A last year. I think she's gonna come way
Oh,
down.
I put her in C or C plus.
I think C
In my
plus or
opinion.
B.
Nah, I put her in C. C plus. I mean, me. This is me. I
What,
guess
do
depending
you
on
have any
auto.
thoughts on Tomoe Oto?
I like her damage potential. I think she needs a. I think she could use a buff. I think
Yeah,
she's
she needs
like
another buff for
okay.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Every year she looks
I don't
less
have.
desirable compared to others.
She's like really basic, but like having the good damage potential she does. I guess I like that. And she has like a decent bit of survival. Uh, I just want a team crit buff on her second skill.
I'm gonna
I
go
think
with
that'd be
B
pretty
after
cool.
all. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
think that's
can't
fair.
drop her 1.5 tiers though. I mean, maybe next year she's C plus if they still haven't done anything, but yeah, or maybe even lower. So, but yeah, right now she still works. I mean, it's an interesting looking list, but yeah, I mean, we're just being honest here. And luckily, there's no like max capacity for these tiers, so sometimes it'll be like that. Get it? It'll be like that. Okay. 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 I'm gonna edit that out. All right, let's move on. So, another welfare. We're going to talk about Santa Altera, another servant that probably hasn't aged really well, honestly. Sadly. But yeah, single target quick DPS, I think I already said that. But yeah, 9.7k attack. At least the attack stat is pretty good. On the higher end, above average. And again, the same deck. Double arts, double quick. We've seen a lot of this so far on the 4 stars. Interesting.
Yeah.
She should definitely be double buster though, to at least have some more DPS potential. Oh well. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, targeted 20% battery and 30% star gen for 3 turns on the target. I mean, it works, but it's just kind of weak. It does stuff, yeah. Second skill though, oof. 5-turn cooldown, targeted 30% MP damage and 30% crit damage for 1 turn each. Really? You couldn't make this 3 turns? Really? Like, are you kidding me, right? You gotta be kidding me. How is this a 1-turn effect? At least add 2 more 1-turn effects or something. This is weak sauce.
Yep.
Wow, just no good. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. This is at least cool. She has Invul Pierce for 3 turns, so hey, that's a good uptime. And then 600% absorb for 3 turns, 30% defense for 3 turns. So FX-wise, is good. But then after a 3-turn delay, she gets stunned for 1 turn.
This could have been okay if it was targetable.
True. She could actually have some.
But it isn't.
Make this targetable and make this second skill way better, and she actually would have some support applications. I'm sure of it, right? But as is, she does stuff for herself and potentially for a teammate. But I feel like for neither case is not enough. Like she doesn't herself get enough, nor does she give enough to someone else. Damn. Passives though, 15% debuff rest, very cool. 12% quick up, now that is very nice though, at least. 10% crit up, also nice. And then, divinity, whatever. Anti-foreigner on that append, nah, I would not use her on neutral. MP has never been buffed, but it's a 10-hit quick. No normal effects besides damage, even though, free MP5 though. And then, funny thing again, it's a star bomb on the overcharge, so it's 20 on base and 40 on max. And I mean, the MP itself generates a good chunk of stars anyway, even on single targets. At least it's not like a Niantahu where the stars are most likely wasted. At least in her case, if you MP, you probably will use all of the stars from the star bomb too, and then probably have close to, if not guaranteed, crits next turn. So while effects-wise, it's still gonna suck because there's only that, but it's something.
I mean, I don't like how it I never really like star bombs that skill with overcharge, like especially like 20 very much feels plenty. I would rather have anything else
just
go
make
with
that
it,
a flat normal effect and add another overcharge. Like some servants do that and it's way better.
Yeah. I don't like her at all.
I think she has aged really badly.
Yeah, she has aged really badly, especially compared to other welfares. Yeah, and no, this character is really awkward to use, very old.
Yeah.
Outdated. I don't like him.
She's definitely coming down. I
Be
remember what I
honest,
had her, but I think she was B plus. She's going down, coming down.
I'm gonna
I
be
think
honest.
she's like
I kind of prefer Billy over her.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far though. I think she's better than
Just
Billy.
like,
I
I'm never gonna use her as a support. Like, there's
I think as a
nothing
DPS,
there
she's
for a
still way
support.
better than Billy.
Is she? It's
yeah.
like
I mean, her MP
it's
damage
like
is better.
20. It's 20. It's a 1 turn buff
I mean, Billy is
for
a
starters.
one-turn crit guy as well.
Yeah, but
I
that's not his NP.
I think she's
Uh,
Billy tier. I think she's like
Damn.
basically Billy tier.
so
No.
I want to
like
place her above
he's
Billy though.
okay. 20% battery versus 50% battery. It's a pretty big difference.
But her face cards are
He's
way
got an
better too.
evade.
It's not just about a
Are
one-time
they?
battery for this skill. I mean, they're not amazing, but they're
Really?
dude. Have you Billy's cards are literally the worst. They're dog water, dude.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, Are you talking about NP gain?
Yeah, like
Like
everything to do with
his
face
quick
cards,
cards
all
are
the
worse.
gains and damage and whatnot. I mean, well, he has bigger crit burst, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, and then yeah, I'd hard disagree with that. Like his quick cards are notably worse than hers, but like her skills, like she has terrible uptime on her skills. Like I know that he also has a bit of uptime issues because of that one skill, but he still has like 3 turns of I think 50%. It's like she just
He
has
only
so
has
many.
3 turns of a little bit of crit damage, and that's it. That's the only thing. Altera also
Yeah,
has
but
invul
that's better
pierce.
than 1 turn of meh. like,
Mm,
like,
but he's not a
like they
consistent
have.
critter either. Most of the time, it's a wasted buff. Like if you don't crit, it's useless.
Would you?
I think she's definitely better than Billy. I would not sleep tonight if she was on the same tier as Billy. I'm sorry.
No,
She is Billy.
no. This is.
I can't.
This is
I have
wrong.
to disagree with my
You're wrong for
co-host and
that.
put her in C plus. I can't put her in C. I can't do it, dude. I can't. She's definitely better than Billy. I mean, it's not a
Jesus.
big difference. It's half of a tier of a difference, but I still can't place them on the same tier. Okay.
Yeah. Still gonna disagree on that.
Yeah. Billy as a 4-star, slightly better. Yeah, that's exactly what I think, honestly. Yeah. True. And I think the added utility is that Billy has none of, by the way, is still something that might, entice you a little bit at least.
Wait, what utility does she have other than Pierce Inborn? Like he has sure hit. Like it's not too big of a difference, I'd say.
Stargen is not nothing. I mean, I hate Stargen. He's not a great buff, but she's still a quick based, and that will actually make a big difference for the MP too, right?
Isn't it just like 30%? Like
Yeah, but the MP
she
is a
has
10 hitter, and look at the cards; they're all 3 minimum. Like your Brave
We're
Chain, look how
going
many
to
hits
be-
that is.
We're going to be using a like Summer Scotty with them, right? Because if we're using that, Stargen isn't going to be that big of a problem.
It
And
is
their
for
Absorbus
Billy
is-
though. He doesn't generate anything.
Look, in this day and age, we don't use face cards to make stars. I know people love to say that shit, but no.
But he's in.
Like
Okay. Here's the main
problem with
comparison. I
face
agree with
cards-
Chatty here. Like it's probably they're similar, but the problem is Altera might not have like amazing stuffs, but she's consistent. Billy is not. Billy wants to crit, and he probably doesn't do it a lot of the times anyway. His cards are so bad.
My take is they are like Altera because of the 4-star stats. Like if you're comparing 4-star to 3-star, I do like the 4-star a little bit more. But like honestly,
I mean, if you had the choice of picking one as your main DPS, why would you pick Billy over her? Why would you do that? You wouldn't.
50% battery, his NP damage.
That's just min-turn brain rot, bro.
No,
it's not
it
always
isn't.
applicable.
Dude, I fucking hate min-turns. I don't do min-turn shit, alright? That is not me. Just because I'm a friend of Blushy does not mean, like, we're opposites in that regard. I always use low stars to support
also the
my
50
shit. That is
battery does not
min-turn.
help min-turn at all. By the way, the 50 battery does not help min-turn because you quick servants are supports that have 50 battery, and you can easily refund with cards. So 50 battery on a quick servant doesn't really make them good at min-turning. But I mean, I don't think they're one tier apart. I do think Altera. I would take Altera. I'm not disagreeing. I would take Altera More
It's not even
than
1 tier apart. It's
really.
half of a tier. Remember, half of a tier. 0.5, not 1.
I
Half
don't
a
think
tier.
they're half a tier apart. Okay, fine. I don't know. I mean, half tier difference.
You know you want to say, you know you want to agree with the half of a tier plus. You know you want to.
Really?
I could hear you. You kind of you were debating it. You were going for
I mean,
it.
compared to Nobu though, I think they're like the same. Like it's sure Billy whatever. Compared, I don't know. I really don't like Santalter. I think this character is like
No,
borderline
if anything,
unusable.
Perchat, it's good that we're arguing. I mean, there's no point in having two different. I mean, obviously, Plushie and Otto can make their own list too. But if anything, it's good to have arguments because I'm always willing to be swayed as well. In fact, a lot of my placements have been swayed by the arguments of my co-hosts. It's just that I'm not always gonna agree with them, you know. So sometimes we're gonna argue and leave on different opinions, and that's fine. That's fine. But it's good to have the arguments to get all the different perspectives and feelings of the servant. So if it doesn't work for you, it is what it is. But I think it makes sense for it to be like this.
So I feel like it's something still kind of worth hitting on, like as far as Stargen on cards go. I know people talk about. I think people extremely overhype card Stargen a lot because one of the problems with card Stargen is you use the cards to make the stars, then you don't have the cards to use the stars. That is a constant problem with all sorts of servants, which is why we use 2030. It's why we use Star Bombs. It's why we use Summer Scotty, who makes 15 stars per turn and 15 on her battery. We're always using other sources of stars because it's so unreliable to do that otherwise. But
well, let's just
if you disagree, it's
let's just agree to disagree for now. I'm not saying we don't revisit this later, but yeah. For now, let's just jump ahead a little bit. All right, next one is a fun one. Okay, so we got Fujino next. Single target buster, a DPS, and man, so far she is leading on the stats because 10.3k basically attack. Very nice. That is solid for a 4-star, especially among the archers. Double buster, double arch stick. I like a lot for her use case. Very nice. Matches her playstyle, that is. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. 35% buster after 3 turns. Cool little bonus number. 30% MP gain for 3 turns and then ignores defense for 3 turns. Very stellar skill. That is still a very nice skill to this day. You could slap this in an SSR and they would also be very happy, honestly. Very, very good. Definitely her best skill. Well, arguably the third, but depends on how you look at it. Alright, second skill. 5-turn cooldown, sure hit for 3 turns, and then a 15-star bomb. Kind of like whatever, sometimes the sure hit isn't even needed, so then it's just a 15-star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown, which is like not good. So it depends. But if you get use of the sure hit, then yeah, it's cool. But yeah, definitely pales in comparison to the first skill. Yeah, they should add crit damage here for sure, absolutely. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. There is a kind of a demerit where she reduces her max HP by 2k for 3 turns, but then the upsides, you get a 2k damage cut for 3 turns. Wow, no hit limit by the way, and then a 1-time 3-turn evade guts with 1 HP revive. And that's a good uptime for the guts too, and a small cooldown. So you can definitely get the guts up more than once usually if you time it correctly. And usually with this, if you're fighting sabers, you can easily take 0 damage with that high of a damage cut active. Unless they like crit really hard. That is, it's a very solid defensive skill. I think it's easily worth the the downside, which is the demerit of the HP. Especially on teams, it doesn't really matter. You can always heal that back later after it expires, so it's not really that bad of a demerit. She has some solo presence too, where it can be a bit more annoying maybe. But even in solo, you still definitely use this skill. It's so much worth it. Like it's so good. Overall, the kit, pretty good. It's not amazing. Pretty good overall. Alright, first skill, 12.5% debuff res. Pretty good. 11% crit damage for, always. Very good though. This is the thing that she's kind of lacking. They should again add it to the second skill or something. 8% arts, actually good. She has 2 3-hitter arts, not bad. and anti-assassin on the append is like, whatever. The MP has also been buffed, which is nice because it used to be like her weakest side. But now, what do we get? So, first of all, a buff block for 1 time 3 turns on the target. Very cool, actually. Buff block on enemy is always nice. They get 10% attack down for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 30%. And then a power mod has been added, 150 to 200% range to standard against super large enemies. So unlike David, who's giant, she does the super giant stuff. So there you go. It's a 3-hitter, so doesn't really generate stars, really. But if you're not fighting super large enemy, it still does okay damage. Not very amazing damage though, but yeah, at least the buff helps with that because the MP used to be kind of a sponge, not gonna lie. But yeah, with her first skill active, she has really good face card gain. So despite being a Buster Servant, she actually spams her MP fairly well. What do you guys think about her? I think the main drawback is the MP still though, not doing the most damage. Like she's literally at the bottom.
An upgrade.
Yeah, like, even with the MP upgrade, she's still at the bottom of the ST list with MP1.
I mean, she's not a looping servant, you know. Like she can, but wait. What's the setup for her again?
She doesn't have a battery, so I don't know how that would work.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why it's low. That's why it's low because it's scope, right? On this.
No. This
isn't looping. This is
double Koyan, a black grill. This is damage, so it's always like max damage.
So
with 2 supports.
This doesn't consider double stacking steroids because it's 1 turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
I mean, I think they have them in tier 2 later on. You get there's more rows, but you know.
Okay. Yeah. So for example, like the damage is a little bit misleading because she has really short cooldowns on all of her skills. Like it's all 5 turns. She has the best damage cut in the entire game, 2,000 forever, 3 turns. Like even in neutral, in some cases, she can take near to zero. Oh,
it is considered double stacking 3 turns, not 1 turn.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, yeah, it still makes sense for her to be at the bottom with MP1 and no super large active, even with the upgrade.
I guess, yeah. She only has 1 steroid, which is the 35% buster up, and nothing else. But like as a CQ servant, I think she's really solid. Like extremely solid.
I agree.
Great survival, short cooldown, high uptime on all of her stuff. Both ignore evasion and ignore defense are high uptime and apply to cards. Doesn't tie to her MP, and the MP is upgraded, and it does have a niche, even though like the niche is like
it's not common, but yeah.
It's usually against non-servants, but like against non-servants, there are quite a bit of them. But I mean, it really depends on the boss. But I think Fujino is a top tier single target archer, just like overall, like very very strong.
Yeah,
she's one of the servants that why I said I wanted some of the A+ to be down because she is definitely A+ for me.
I was about to suggest A+ as well because last year I had her in EX, but I think because her MP damage is kind of lacking, I can't really place her in EX sadly.
Yeah,
but I like everything about her otherwise, really.
Yeah, I don't want to bloat EX tier as someone said. So like I do think she's for sure A+. And once again, yeah, that's why I don't want all of them in A+, but we can go with that later. But like just there's really not much to complain about this servant, unfortunately.
Besides the MP damage, but yeah, even then, it's not bad. You know, it's still workable, and considering how spammable it is as well. And you also get the debuffs, which can be nice and helpful too.
Also, breaking news, by the way. Sorry, this is just interesting thing because that's why we've been distracted because it was about William Tell.
Wait, what?
William Tell's MP anti-trait. It specifies doesn't work on unremovable evades, right?
Yeah.
It actually does on NA only.
Oh, did you actually check for bugs?
Yes. So he is a stronger unit in NA than on JP.
Bro.
So English speaking William Tell is a slightly better servant than a Japanese speaking William Tell.
But if you're Nihongo Jozu, then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Sadly. But yeah, good to know. I guess I'm not gonna change the rating, but that is very funny though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
Bro,
it's hilarious.
bro, NA keeps making these weird bugs that are buffs in
Yeah, they're always
ways.
gonna be
Like,
positives.
like,
It's funny.
like Death
Yeah,
Resist works on Arash and Chendong
they were
and
fixed. There's
such.
still
Which
unfixed stuff for NA, by the way. Like
so weird.
Wandering Tales of Shana O. I don't know if you guys remember that
Yeah,
CE
it's
where
the
like
one
it's
that
on
gives you
death,
quick
wake
up on
up.
death to the party.
Yes, so for JP, it's 1 turn.
Yeah.
So the turn
It's only
counts
active on the
as, you
turn
know,
you die.
yes, but on NA it's actually 2.
Is it on the
It
following
lasts.
turn as well after the
Yes,
death?
it is. It
Really? I
is.
never
It
noticed
is.
that.
NA
Really?
only. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a
Yeah,
big
it's really
difference
Weird.
dumb.
actually.
It's huge because like
Wow.
I only used that CE on NA before, so I wanted to put it as a recommended combo
Oh,
with
that's
Yui
funny.
Shosetsu to get the quick up, but I tried it on JP. I'm like, it didn't work
Yeah.
because it's
Oh,
different.
that is a
I don't
cool
understand
combo
why.
with Yui actually, because that's a card type. Yeah, that's cool actually. Yeah, but sadly on
Yeah,
JP it doesn't work.
on JP it don't work. It's hilarious.
Well,
But yeah,
anyway, that's cool news, I guess.
funny fact. Anyway, yeah.
All right, let's
Next servant.
talk about the next servant. We got Mr. Kairon on the chopping block next.
Hey,
Or if you
nice.
want to be fancy, you can say Sharon. But yeah, Kairon is how I always say it.
Sharon.
I love that name. It just rolls off the tongue really well. Anyway, single target arts, DPS, and a support. He's an interesting case. 9.2k attack is above or below average for 4-star archers, but you know, it's not bad. Especially if you bring him as a support, you probably don't care too much. Double arts, double quick deck, I think is fine. Not too bad, especially because his MP is quite nice. It's nice to be able to spam it more. First skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn evasion, and a 20% defense up for 3 turns. High rank on that, Mind's Eye True. Again, it's basic, but it works as a defensive skill. Why not? Second skill, party-wide, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and a 15 star bomb, and then he does 1 instance of Black Rel to himself, but he can't die to it, so it's a bit better, I guess. And on a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty good. Still works. It helps himself too if you want to DPS with him, of course, and that's totally fine and viable. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted 30% rainbow for 3 turns. So, yeah.
Thank you, Emiya.
Yeah, he died for Kairon's sins. He really did.
Actually.
Because this is so much better. Not only is it not 3 hits, 3 turns, it's 3 turns. It's also targeted, so there's way more application. So yeah, because of this and the second skill, he obviously has some presence as like, you know, either a support that comes in and then, you know, leaves by dying, or just someone who can just stick around. And maybe you can, again, you can definitely use himself as a DPS too. You don't always have to give this away. He's also a good support, at least in my experience, of someone who comes in from the back line, with especially like you give him like a star bomb CE, then you have the star bomb from the second skill, and then the crit damage of the rainbow. You just get a nice boost when he enters the field for your main DPS. It's such a nice combo.
I would so much prefer him as a DPS, though, honestly, because there's
I mean,
we got
after the
so many
MP buff, he's
support
legit as a
options these
DPS
days.
too.
Yeah, it is the
Why?
MP buff really pushing it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The MP buff really made him more desirable as a main man himself as a DPS.
All right, 17.5% debuff rest on the first passive, very nice. 10% crit damage, also nice. Divinity, not so nice. Third skill against, or third append against riders, whatever. Unless she's a DPS, then maybe a bit of a bonus, but eh. And then the buffed MP, which is actually really nice. So overcharge, 20% crit chance down on the target for 3 turns on base, up to 60%. So even on 200% alone, that basically eliminates base crits on every class. That's kind of cool. Before damage, removes defensive buffs from enemy on the normal effect. Very strong. Very, very nice. And then with the buff, they also added a 150% anti-earth power mod. It's not the big number. It's the base number on overcharge, but it's still good. And it's a very common attribute. Wow. 4-hitter. So it refunds a little bit too. Yeah, Kairon is good. He's good. Yeah, he refunds pretty well on the MP. Not amazing, but, you know, among archers is pretty good. I've always liked him, and I still do. He's just solid. He doesn't really stand out, like, in any one way, like, above everyone else. He's just solid all around, right?
I mean, Upgraded MP helps a lot though,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. And like yeah, but buff removal before full buff purge before damage. Wait, is it full? No, it's defensive buff purge. Sorry, right?
He's the only archer at MP1
Yeah.
that outdamages MP1 Summer Musashi when considered niche.
Oh
It's
yeah,
funny.
that is pretty
Bro.
funny.
Wow.
I'm surprised she hasn't been mentioned until now.
I mean, yeah, I get, you know what? We'll after we place all the servants, we'll do like a whole talk about her at the end as well, I guess, because it's kind of relevant now. But I'll even make like a timestamp about it, and then so people can, if they want to hear us talk about it. But yeah, let's just leave that for later, I guess.
So my hot take is actually he's one of the best single target 4-star archers.
I don't think it's
like,
honestly
in the
that hot.
entire
Maybe
game.
it's hot in the sense that people don't maybe realize it. I think it's not because people think he's bad. I think it's mostly that people don't realize how good he is because they probably don't
Yeah.
use him much. But I kind of
like-
agree. He is top tier on
think
single
of-
target.
I think a big part of that is just a lot of people still have him as a support stuck in their brain, so they don't
Yeah,
think of him
true.
as DPS.
He's so much more than
Like,
that
I
after
mean-
the MP buff.
They buffed his NP. Like obviously,
I have
he's
2
not
rankings
supposed to
for
be a
him.
support at this point.
If you can't tell yet, I think Yui is a very strong support, and it is kind of meta shifting. So
Yeah, the
if we do
rainbow is
consider
nice.
her, I really want to push him to EX, but I think that is
Mm.
gonna piss a lot of people off. So I think A+ is fine for him, but I think for
I
sure.
I
this
think I had him on
character-
EX last year. I know I didn't. No, I did. I did actually. I did.
Oh
That was before Yui was released too.
yeah.
Ooh, I'm tempted. I'm not gonna lie. I am tempted. It's tough. It's A+ for sure, minimum. A+ minimum.
Yeah, A+ minimum for sure.
Yeah, A+ minimum for sure.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. We'll revisit some of the top
Yeah.
rankings, especially later. But yeah, he might go to EX later. We'll see, or maybe we'll do like an S tier again or something. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, he's good. Bottom line, he's good. Very good. All right, next up, a servant that probably doesn't get talked about too much. Well, maybe for a reason, I guess. But yeah, we got Hot Wheels, Mr. Aswathaman. Again, I can't pronounce his name, apologies, but yeah, I just always call him Hot Wheels because it's funny and it's easy to say. Anyway,
It was Ashvataman.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
there you go. An attempt was made
I
at least.
am a white ass American hillbilly guy.
Yeah, dude, I'm the
Yes.
whitest guy. I literally camo in snow, so yeah, that's my
Bro,
northern
I
blood
got
right there. So I
freckles.
wouldn't know.
I guess it averages out to me being tan if you count
Yeah,
freckles.
true. You at least have maybe a little bit of a resemblance.
Yeah, I got more melanin than most white people. So
Wow, look at that. Anyway, single target buster DPS, much like Fujinon, very nice and high attack at 10.2k. Good on 4-star archers especially. He has a double buster, double quick deck, which, yeah, makes sense, especially when you see the skills. I'm okay with the deck, it's fine. First skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn invul on himself, and then a 30% battery. Sometimes a bit awkward, because, you probably want the battery very fast usually, but you probably don't want the invul immediately, so, depends. Sometimes a bit awkward. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% buster up for 3 turns, and then when he attacks with buster cards for the next 3 attacks 5 turns, he inflicts a 20% defense down on the enemy for 3 turns. Pretty good, actually. I mean, it's a basic skill, but man, that is a lot of potential damage in there, actually. Yeah, very nice. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% quick as well, and then the same thing with quick, but instead of getting defense down on the enemy, when he attacks with quick cards for the next 3 attacks, 5 turns, he gets 30% crit damage. And this is universal crit damage. Now, as far as I know, it is after damage though, sadly. So if your quicks crit, they will not immediately benefit from this. So, there's that. But overall, he's got a decent mix of offense and some defense in his kit. Not too bad. Alright, passives, we got 20% magic resistance, very nice. 12% crit damage, also very nice. And then his nice third unique passive, 5% buster up, 10% buster crit damage, and mental debuff immunity. All of that on like one passive? Like, hello? This is still one of the best passives in the game, probably on a 4-star. It's just wow. It's such a good passive though. Plays to his DPS
Like,
I
I remember seeing Kama's like charm immune. I was like, damn, that's wild. And never mind.
Yeah, I mean he has
this is kind of crazy.
I will say that Panic Cut is a better passive than this. It's what Ruler Moriarty has because it's basically all the major mental debuffs and then skill seal immune as well.
Just like Benny Emma, but
the
better.
trade-off. Yeah, but the trade-off is he has no magic resist, which is unheard of for rulers.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Divinity though the only like whatever passive, but everything else is really good. So on a 4-star, he's like amazing on passives. He beats most of the 5-stars too. Let's be real, very good. All right, anti-archer append. MP sadly hasn't been buffed, but what do we got? So his overcharge is based on missing HP damage mod again. So, you know, sometimes you'll get hit hard, sometimes you won't hit so hard. And then after damage sadly removes enemy's defensive buff. So again, he died for Kairon's sins because he got that nice MP upgrade. But I guess his MP also did before damage anyway, now that I realize it actually. And I think he was he released before? I think he was, yeah, because we did covered him before, so I guess never mind. They just wanted to make him worse with the effect anyway. But yeah, it is a nice effect though, granted. It just would be nice if it was before damage. It's a 5-hitter. A few stars there as well. So he's like a ramp-up guy, basically. That's what he is. But his MP is pretty weak though, I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty weak.
I mean, he's a big critter guy.
Yeah.
I really like his gimmick. It's a lot of fun, and it does scale even higher with Double Vitch because not only does he get the lower HP from her first skill, you also get to double up on it, which means you're getting 60% more crit per quick card and 40% defense down per buster card. So
I'm surprised he hasn't been buffed yet, actually. Very surprised.
I'm not sure if he needs a buff, because honestly, like...
I mean, obviously, if we're talking like all servants, there's way more buff-needing servants out there, but I still think they should buff him. Like, maybe like a Guts as well, to go with the MP, like the damage mod thingy, and then add like another effect, like a Star Bomb or something.
See, I don't want that, because he's in direct competition with Anne, and... The one advantage that Anne has over him is she synergizes, like she does better with the gimmick that they both have.
Yeah.
Because he has invuln, which prevents you from going down to low HP as opposed to staying safe at low HP. So
normally he's not really impressive, but if everything goes really well and amazingly, then he has like a really high ceiling, right, for damage. But
yeah,
I feel like it's a lot of work though.
He is certainly a unit that gets, you know, his performance pushed a lot at like higher investment, because, you know, at higher MP levels, MP upgrades versus non-MP upgrades, the difference is not as big. And like obviously his MP, you know, your ability to set it up for like low HP stuff, his damage ceiling is really high, as you said, like easily beating out people with MP
minus
upgrades
60% defense. You can stack the crit buff too.
Yeah, the defense is actually huge in my opinion.
Yeah,
like it's a very, very big
and the
increase,
MP applies it too, right? It doesn't say normal busters, it's buster. The MP applies. I mean, it is after damage, but still it helps apply it more, you know, faster.
It does, because like another thing is like in buster comps, generally you don't have as much defense down / attack up buffs, because like with double Koyan you're not getting any. So like those are a little bit more valuable, at least in my opinion, in buster units for their own buffs. So I think he's another like A+ to me. But
A+.
I think he's one of the best single target archers again.
I think he's good, but interesting.
For example, if you want me to put like the 3 best single target 4-star archers in the game, I would say it's Ashe, Fujino, and Chiron. But I mean,
what about Summer Ana?
I think she is a little bit.
She's not top 3 to you?
I
I don't think
I'm gonna
she's
be
top
honest.
3.
Wow.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like she is a bit overhyped. I still think she's really good. Don't get me
Oh
wrong.
wow.
It's just especially at NP1, she struggles a lot
Yeah,
because
I
her
can kind of
damage
see
is
Yeah.
that.
really
Yeah,
low.
true.
Yeah, Summer Anna's more about like, being consistent with the like all of her stuff is, very high up time. She's really consistent and whatnot. But like, with good put I feel like, if you're trying to push a servant's, performance, I would say Kairon,
I
Ashwatthama
think
and
I'm
Fujino are
kind
the
of
best.
vibing A for now for Hot Wheels.
I
I'm
mean,
down for A+ with them.
yeah,
Hmm.
for me it is A plus, but it once again, it's a half a tier difference.
I
It
guess
is
yeah. There
definitely
is the Fujino
acceptable depending on
comparison.
yeah. Nah, plushie, you're just wrong. Summer Anna is busted. I think you're wrong, but sure. Like, I mean,
Yeah, get owned, chat
no,
member. You're wrong.
that's just how opinions are. Like,
Yeah.
you think I'm wrong, I think I'm wrong.
I mean,
That's
to be
literally
honest, I have
called
a kind of
opinions.
biased view of Samrana because I have a level 100 MP5 2K41, and she absolutely destroys everything. Like she's better than like every SSR in the game for me.
Hmm.
She's absolutely
I,
broken
I
when you have some numbers on her because her actual normal numbers are so good that every upgrade complements her so insanely well.
yeah. So I am on my alt. I have
Fuck
her
it.
NP1, and I get a pretty good comparison between NP1 and NP490, and I've just never like she's still pretty useful. Like she was pretty good in the big dog fight because her niches were perfect in
Yeah.
that fight.
I guess we should probably
So
leave that topic for her
yeah,
anyway. But yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah. We're way
we're
ahead
there
of
sooner than
ourselves
later
here.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, we could
I
revisit
did
that
move
later.
him to A plus for that, but I might revisit that later for Hot Wheels. That is, by
Yeah.
the way. Anyway, next up on the chopping block, another summer servant. We got Hime Summer, or Sakabe Hime, that is. Damn. The summer archers usually, well, like half the time they get the short stick, and this is one of those cases. Anyway, we got Buster, AoE, Archer, DPS, and kind of a support, but not really. She's still pretty selfish after all. 8.8k attack, also not a very high number. In fact, it's one of the lowest we've seen so far of all 4-star archers, sadly. She has the caster deck, triple arts. Don't like that either, because she also has crit focus, so oof. So already up here, things are not looking as good as they probably should be. Alright, first skill 5 turn cooldown, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then an evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn. I don't know why it couldn't have been 1 attack, 3 turns, for instance, but yeah, definitely makes the skill way more awkward to time and use. And why is it 3 attacks, 3 turns? If it's 50%, I don't get it. We have self-suggestion, which is a base skill that gives you like 600% absorb and 50% crit damage for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. This is worse. Like, so much worse. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. And she's not even close to being year 1. She's like year 4, right? I think it's summer 4. So what the
Yeah,
hell,
she is
dude?
summer
This
4,
is
yeah.
crazy. How did they print this? Anyway.
Oh, Sakabe Ime supposed to be a little bit
Oh my god.
a little bit bad at something, I guess.
Yeah. Alright, skill 2. On a 5-turn cooldown, she taunts the enemy of your choosing for 3 turns, and is treated as a debuff. And then the full party gets a 20% attack up for 3 turns. And also sure hit for 3 turns. I like the attack and the sure hit, of course, with good uptime and decent numbers, but the taunt can sometimes be a problem. I mean, you can play around it, and she herself is AoE, for instance, but sometimes it actually will become a problem. 3 turns can be a lot on enemies. It can be a lot. So it's maybe not the smallest. I mean, sometimes it's not a merit at all. Sometimes it will be a problem. So, not a huge fan. Alright, third skill 5-turn cooldown. She gets her main card types, Buster and Arts up 30%. Well, I guess... Well, it's still main because it's the MP type, but yeah, she has 3 Arts cards on her normal deck. I mean, it's a decent... At least this one is passable. This one is fine. Good uptime. Even if it's basic. You know, it works. Her skill is not good, though. Overall, Not as bad as some of the other ones, but 17.5% debuff risk, cool. 10% crit damage, cool. Divinity, yikes. But hey, 8% arts up and 200 damage cut. Now that is a nice passive though. Especially with the triple arts deck, I guess making it a little bit better. Alright, anti-assassin on the append, whatever. And the MP, never been buffed or anything. No normal effects besides damage. It's a 4-hitter on the AoE. So, a few stars here and there. And then the overcharge, 20% buster up for the full party for 3 turns on base, and 30% crit damage for the party for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 40 and 50 respectively. So it's a support MP that does damage. Why? I don't get it. Why isn't she a full support? I don't understand.
I mean, yeah, it can work, but with her numbers, it doesn't. Like, you know, having support MPs that also does damage, it could potentially work, but yeah, this is... Her skills are not it. Like, her only big support number is on her MP. It's not even that big, by the way.
Yeah, it has some ramp-up potential, but yeah, even then, it's like, eh.
Yeah. Like for example, someone like Kazgil, right? Kazgil has a damaging MP, but, you know, his MP has a little bit of support, but his skills are good enough. So, like,
I'd say it has a lot of bit of support, honestly.
Yeah. It has a crit up as well. Yeah. Crit up. Oh yeah, it has defense. So I didn't count defense up. Yeah, it has defense up, crit up, and like defense down. So
honestly, yeah. I feel like all she needs, like, put some sort of like 30% battery on her and make one of her skills like team wide.
Buff the first skill, so the crit damage is flat out 3 turns, the evade is 1 time 3 turns, and add like a 30% battery. Then we're talking. Then it's better.
See, like, I want them to double down on the semi-support thing, because, like, if she can NP easier and give the team like 20% buster, 30% crit, I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, make skill 3 team wide, and then add a 30 AoE battery. There you go, fixed.
30. I mean,
that's
a
huge buff though.
Wait, third skill, isn't that the taunt?
No, it's the color buff. The cards.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, just taunt the entire enemy team. Like, what's the point?
I do think she needs a buff at that size to feel relevant. Like otherwise, the only use she has, like, sure hit, yes, but like she isn't even the best one for that job on this tier list to give someone sure hit. Like, and like the only niche use she has is she can taunt the enemy, and sometimes it works in weird ways, because like you can have 2 people taunted at the same time and they will randomly switch targets. So a brave chain can allow them to kill 2. Like, yeah, it's so niche. Like, it's not
basically not worth considering too much.
No, it is for very weird TAs that she will become like the top pick, but dude, no way. it's
very specifically when the enemies don't already have a target focus, but they get one on a bar break.
Yeah.
Because then you're able to target the others at the same time.
I'm between D+ really and C flat.
Yeah. Probably,
she was D+ last year, actually.
Just be natural.
I don't think she's as bad as Helena.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I think she's better than Helena.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's kind of
sure. All right, fine. All right, moving on. Next up, another limited servant. We got Calamity Jane, single target, quick DPS, and an interesting, like, you know, support application haver. I don't know how to word that better, but yeah. Basically 9k attack on base. Again, below average, but you know, it's okay. Double arts, double quick deck. Would probably like to see double buster, double quick again. But oh well. First skill is a mix of, or a variant of Robin's first skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, we get 10% attack down for 3 turns on all enemies, and then 19% crit chance down on 3 turns. Pretty okay, actually. You know, it cripples the enemy's damage potential, and it's a full AoE on a good uptime. So, hey, it's actually not bad. Yeah. I don't hate it. It's not amazing, but it's not bad either. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. AoE tick down. That's nice. And then she herself gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then 80% chance to give your other allies 20% attack for 3 turns, and then the full party gets a 10% battery. Why isn't it just a flat out charisma? Why do they have to RNG the attack buff for the allies? I never
Because they
understood
wanted
that.
to combo with skill 3.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
so
wanted to
no,
have
it's
her.
supposed
So
to
like,
be
if you used it on herself, they wanted to have some kind of a use for the buff success rate up.
Yeah,
But it's not
dude.
even a good use, because you're probably gonna use at that point. If you're gonna target with herself, she's gonna be your main DPS anyway. So why would you care about the attack for your allies? It makes no sense.
They want you to
Yeah, they want
to force you to use her supportive skill to make her
Yeah.
supportive in a weaker way.
I mean, regardless,
No,
this
like-
skill is still good. Like, it's a great skill, though.
Yeah. The only reason this exists is when I'm doing a run and I will accidentally use skill 2 into skill 3. I'm gonna hate myself for it.
Yeah, it's
That's
gonna make you
literally
like a
it.
bit, tilted.
It's like, oh, I misclicked. Like, that's literally why it exists. It's
Yeah.
stupid.
Anyway, let's talk about the third skill then. So, on a 5-turn cooldown, first of all, one ally gets 40% buff success rate up for 3 turns. That will always happen, okay? That's the base effect. And then, if you have 10 or more stars, they get 40% crit damage for 3 turns. 20 or more stars, they get 1500% absorb for 3 turns. 30 or more stars, they get evasion for 1 turn. 40 or more stars, they get invul pierce for 3 turns. And 50 or more stars, they get 20% battery. Interesting. Obviously, with max value, this skill on a 5-turn cooldown is nuts. That's an insane amount of really good stuff, like, actually. But it's not the easiest thing necessarily, because she herself doesn't have, like, the easiest way to get here.
Yeah, but there's a lot of CEs and supports to patch it up, but yeah.
I mean, you can even do, like, if it's like turn 1 stuff, there's even, like, Star Bomb Cs and whatnot, so...
Yeah, Starbomb CE,
Yeah, there are
Koyan
ways
Light,
to make it work.
Summer Scotty, they all have star bombs, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Overall, I think it's a pretty good skill. Sometimes it's hard to use, but overall it's good. Like, I think her kit itself, like, is good. Like, these are good skills overall. I don't mind.
Yeah.
All right, 15% debuff rest, pretty cool. 10% quick up, very nice. 10% star gen, hey, nice bonus actually for her in particular. And 11% crit damage. So after Hot Wheels, she has like the best passive so far. Actually a very nice set. Anti-Foreigner on the anti-append. The MP hasn't been buffed for what we got. So before damage, you get sure hit for 1 turn, yay. And then also before damage, both overcharge effects. The enemy gets 10% defense and quick res down for 2 turns, not 3, but 2. Scaling up to 30%, but at least it's before damage, so it's not that bad that it's 2 turns.
Maybe that
is
is why it's 2 turns.
Yeah, maybe because they made everything before damage here. Interesting. It's a 5-hitter MP, so it's actually not a bad MP. I like it's not the biggest ramp up ever, but it is a bit there, of course, and the numbers could be higher, but it works.
Oh, fuck, no wonder I'm sleepy. I thought body armor was an energy drink. It's a sports drink. Fuck this.
Okay.
I don't need more electrolytes. I'm doing nothing right now.
Oh no.
Sorry.
And it's caffeine, bro.
Debating electrolytes.
Share MP damage is actually, it's for non-niche stuff, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah. And Calamity Jane is really good. I mean...
If anything, she's kind of undervalued too, right? Or am I just talking out of my ass?
I'm not sure. It kind of depends on by who. Because in general use, I think she's a bit weaker. Like, maybe if you're using her as a DPS, she's actually decent. But
yeah, I
a
wouldn't
lot of
really
the
bring
time,
her for,
she's
like,
more so-
supporting purposes, really.
Yeah, she's more so useful in TA.
If anything, it's like K-Ron. They can be used as supports, but I think as DPS, they're at their best.
All right. I'll defend myself a little bit because this TA brain rot thing is really smearing my image. Like there's easy ways to trigger it still. Like, I guess depends on the card type. So you can always put a star bomb on herself, and like if you need the invul pierce later, you can have her come in and then do it.
Yeah.
And like obviously the most easy way to use her is to use it on turn 1 against certain gimmicks that needs invul pierce. She does provide a lot of damage boosts, 40% crit up, 20% attack up on top of the anti-gimmick, which is like what I feel like it's important for these like anti-gimmick supports. They have to give you enough value on top of the anti-gimmick in order for them to be like actual good supports, and she does, in my opinion. And getting 50 stars isn't even that hard nowadays. Like once again, as I mentioned, Summer
Yeah.
Scotty.
And
If you're
also,
Buster,
very much worth mentioning, the new quick chain helps a lot. You get 20 stars instead of 10. That's a big difference. Big difference.
Yeah, that is a big difference. It's easy to trigger it now if you do plan it. Like if you're planning on getting her in next turn, maybe you can go for a quick chain. That is a lot of extra stars to trigger. Like I obviously, she is known for giving the Invul Pierce. I think that is what.
Yeah, because I guess she's the only one that has it on a skill that's targeted, right?
Yeah. So sorry.
I feel like I've done a decent job, like giving Plushie a bit more outside of TA perspective. So
yeah,
I'll take credit for the the development people don't see in chat.
like this character is I don't know. I think she's just good. Like I don't think she's EX or anything.
no,
like obviously
no,
her
no.
importance to people, because like Invul Pierce is not something that is completely not workaroundable.
I think she's A tier.
Like there are good CEs, but I think she's really good still. Yeah, I think A tier is a fair placement.
Yeah.
Like good utility tool when you need it. Obviously, depends on
when are you using as a DPS? Whenever you need solid single target archer DPS. What do you mean? What do you use her? She's just a generic DPS, then it works.
Yeah, and especially as you mentioned again with the new quick chain, as a quick servant, if you know she wants to use that skill 3 next turn, you can try to fish for a quick chain and you will probably trigger most of its effect, and that's a really good skill. 5-turn cooldown with 40% crit, like and a bunch of other stuff. It's really solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Jane is solid. All right, let's talk about the next welfare, another Santa, if you will. We got Santa Nightingale, who definitely is a bit more memorable than Santa Altair, I'll tell you that much. AoE, quick, basically DPS, but honestly, she's not really a DPS nor a farmer. She's mostly used for, the second skill. But, at least she's interesting. So 9.8k attack, if you were to use her as DPS, is still fine. It's pretty good among the 4-star archers. She's got double arch, double quick. Should have been double buster, double quick, because, she has some crit potential too, but oh well. First skill is on a 5-turn cooldown. She removes 1 buff from each enemy, which is obviously the latest buff that can be removed. Then she removes 1 latest debuff from the party of your own side, and then your party gets 3k healing. Pretty interesting.
BRB, I'm gonna go grab a coffee out of my fridge because that'll actually keep me fucking awake.
Definitely do that. Anyway, it's obviously a very situational skill for the most part, besides the last effect. But even that, I guess that can be situational too if you're max HP, of course. But it's all right. I mean, hardly ever you get max value. Like everyone gets healed by 3k that are missing at least that much HP, and remove the buff and remove debuffs. But it's okay. It's okay. Now the second skill though. This is good. 7-turn cooldown, targeted guts, 1 time 3 turns, revives you 1k HP, 100% buff removal resistance for the target for 3 turns, and also 30% MP damage for 3 turns. This is really what keeps her relevant, this skill. It is so nice, especially if you have an esports copy. Like, the buff removal resistance is the big one, of course, but the other two are nice, very nice to have as well, needless to say.
Yeah.
Such a good skill, though. So good.
Yeah, like she is, in my opinion, the premium guts giver if you need guts. Right now
this
I
keeps
might
your guts
take
safe
Summer
too.
Yeah. But obviously if you need a buff and resist, this is second to none. It's the most accessible option. Obviously she can't protect the entire team someone like Murasaki, but this is still very good. Obviously, I mean, people use this all the time.
Sometimes you want your other team to die as well, so it depends.
Yeah, yeah, it depends on the situation. Yeah, this is people like this. People do use this all the time. I think they do know.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a great skill. A lot of different applications. All right, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. It's basically a crit charisma. You add 1 turn, but I think it's worth it for the mixed buffs. Pretty cool.
Yeah, decent buffs.
Yeah, not a bad skill at all. This also gives her more value with the second skill in case she dies, afterwards. She also gives you more damage via this skill. If anything, it would have been cool if her first skill also, did something like a buff for the team or targeted as well. She would be so amazing. I mean, she's already very
Yeah,
solid,
shit.
but yeah.
Yep.
All right, 15% debuff for us, cool. 11% crit damage, also cool. A 12% buster
Sorry, I
up,
just
yeah.
breathed into the
Sadly,
mic.
not very
Damn.
useful. It's carried from her Berserker rank because she only has one buster card, but you know, it's there, I guess.
Sad deck again.
Yeah. That's especially why she should have double buster. Anyway, anti-Avenger on the append is like, yeah, no thanks.
I'll be honest, I actually don't mind the deck because like
Really now.
with like a Buster Servant, it's more you're more likely to get Mighty Chains.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Because like I'm not gonna
I
I don't
guess.
want to do damage with her. Like
I
I'm gonna
mean,
use someone else
but
for
if
damage.
she did have double buster, maybe you would like to do damage with her too. She could actually have some
Yeah,
crit
I guess
presence
that's
as
fair.
well. So
Yeah,
that was my
Madness
argument.
Enhancement EX.
You know,
I completely forgot about Madness Enhancement EX. I do think that legitimately pushes the narrative for that as well.
Okay.
yeah, and then she has this
Okay,
crit
I
damage
can
here too,
get
and she's
that,
an
though.
archer with good absorb. So yeah, I'm just saying she could, if she had a double buster, double quick, there could be some actual legit DPS cases too.
For sure.
Anyway, the MP then. So it's an AoE quick 6 hitter. Three funds like dog water from what I remember. I don't think you can even farm with her properly. Anyway, overcharge 10% defense down for 3 turns on all enemies after damage, sadly, which doesn't help, of course, with the damage. She does remove all offensive buffs from enemies. That's always nice. Very cool. That doesn't really matter that it's after damage, really. Then also removes dots from enemies, which is the merit. So don't use her if you want to do dot stacking. Oh no, anyway.
So okay, so to be fair,
Or
she has
Vango.
had more positive uses in the last couple years than negative uses because there's that one challenge quest during Morganfest with Ash.
Ashwataman, yeah.
Yeah, and on the last bar, he gets a bunch of guts depending on how many burns he has, and she can just completely
Wait, couldn't you
demolish
take?
that guy.
Oh, I was thinking maybe you could use this against Fluffy as well, but he has unremovable curse, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god,
that would have been
be
so good,
broken.
though. That would have been so good.
Oh, that would be so broken.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm not really gonna place her as a DPS or a farmer. I'm just gonna place her based on the use case, but mostly revolving around the second skill. But yeah, it still gives her a nice spot in the game, of course. So, you know, not much to complain, I guess. Where would you guys place her? Last year I had her an A+, but is that too high or is that fine?
Like obviously it depends on what you value. If you value the uniqueness of that utility, then A+ is definitely a consideration. And it's not like there's a lot of good replacements. Like for example, for Invo Pierce, you can technically run CEs. There's a lot of good Invo Pierce CEs. There's no buff removal resist. There is, but like there's basically no buff removal resist CEs. Like there's no way around it. So I think A+ is fair just because of that. But like
I might go with A, honestly, a little bit down, because it's not always needed, of course. But when it's needed, you know, there's a great option. You know.
I feel like she's more useful than Calamity Jane, though.
But Jane is placed on basically as a DPS, which she's pretty good at, right?
I guess I can understand that. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah,
I do think
As far as farming goes, if she had like a 30% battery, she could barely go against.
Yeah, that says a lot. Oh no.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she should have been single target.
Yeah, I'm just replying someone in chat. Like the reason why we're considering higher is because like it's harder to work around, as I've said. You know, Invol you can work around Invol. There's so many good Invol Pierce CEs, free ones as well. But this, you can't work around that.
Less replaceable.
Yeah.
Well,
all right,
we'll eventually get into that when we're ranking foreigners.
True,
Can't wait for
very
that.
true.
Can't wait for that in 2 months.
All right, we'll move on for now. Next up, another summer servant, of course. We got Ilya Archer. AoE quick DPS / farmer, but as far as I know for farming is not very pretty. But yeah, 10k attack. Pretty good on that side at least. Now, it's a real shame she's double arts, double quick. She should absolutely be double buster, double quick, because she does have some good crit focus too. So that is a shame. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, 20% quick up for self for 3 turns, 500% quick absorb for 1 turn, and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's a mixed skill, but at least the main card type is on a good uptime, so there's that. Not too bad, I guess. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a invul for 1 attack, 3 turns. She gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and then attack up for all child allies for 20%, or child servant allies for 20% 3 turns. And I believe she herself counts for this too, of course. Yes, so she gets that attack too. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a 30% battery, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then a 70% chance to get 500 healing every turn for 5 turns. So, you know, you gotta have the Ilya RNG, of course, I guess. But honestly, it's still a good skill, even if you miss the healing, because it's the, you know, least important part anyway. So yeah, really it would be cool if she had double buster, honestly. With all the crit damage in her kit too. 20% debuff rest, cool. 8% crit damage, not bad. And then the Prilia passive, 3% MP gauge per turn. Also very cool. Pretty good passives. Anti-archer, MP, another sure hit for 1 turn before damage. We're talking about archers after all, I guess. And then she gets a rainbow for 1 turn before damage on overcharge from 10% to 50%. So add a 10% per level. 5 hitter. So how were the numbers again? Ooh, I mean, this is just a super scope setup, so it's not very pretty anyway. And apparently looping refund is quite tight.
Yeah, I just calculated it. It's like 35% if you don't have any refund. Like if you don't have any overkill at all. So it's like,
ooh, yeah, that's not very good.
It's better than like the lowest, but
Damn, she's really high on the crit
she
potential though.
So I wouldn't be surprised if she could like run a 50%.
She can probably do a 50% area.
Because she has a 30% battery.
Yeah.
Can she Black Grail with triple Scotty? I don't know about that. That's yeah. If Atalanta can't Black Grail, I don't think she can. Then again, she has a 30% battery, so maybe that makes the difference.
I feel like she should have been single target. I feel like it's wasted potential. She would be such a really great crit DPS, honestly. Now her MP, if you're gonna use her as a crit DPS, which you still can, it's just the MP is gonna be such lackluster in comparison, right?
So this might be a bit of a hot take because I know a lot of you guys might disagree with this. Like, so it might not be as applicable here because she isn't as amazing with crits, but I kind of like if a servant has big crit focus, I kind of prefer them being AoE because that means they're more flexible. It means you can
I guess I can
use
kind of
them
see
for a
where you're
single
coming
target.
from.
Yeah, like with I know you guys hate hearing it. With Ibuki, she is a really good example because she has really good crits, but she can also AoE. And then also with quick servants in particular, they can make a bunch of crit stars with their NP. So if they're able to loop with that, they make a bunch of stars and then they crit and then yeah, I just feel like if you do single target with a lot of crit focus, you're kind of overflowing on damage for no reason.
Yeah. What do you make of her though?
She's like, like I don't know. She doesn't have like
pretty good potential,
much to
but
set her apart. Like she wants to crit on her quick cards, but I know people are hating hearing it all the time, but I'd prefer to crit with buster cards in this day and age. And her gain is pretty good. So maybe in a challenge quest she can.
I think I would place her. I think she should be above Nianta though, because she's definitely the better DPS, and farming is probably very similar, if anything.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think she might be a bit more flexible than
Yeah,
Nianta.
she should be above Nianta.
I might have just contradicted myself.
All right, B just got more bloated. And so be it. All right, we'll move on again. All right, we're at the other Tristan, I suppose. So we got Sith here, Fey Knight Tristan, etc. Single target quick DPS, 9.4k attack, around average for 4-star archers. Deck is double quick, double arts. Sure. It's probably fine, right? She doesn't have the crazy crit focus, right? I think it's probably fine. Alright, first skill, 6 turn cooldown, 40% quick for self for 3 turns. That is very nice. Invul for 1 turn for self, cool. Party evasion for 1 attack, cool. And then she gets black grilled without killing the party. I guess, yeah, it's the full party that does it. I mean, yeah, it's a good skill. There's a lot of quick up. It's a high amount. And then you protect yourself. Probably a bit awkward to use sometimes with the timing though, because it's a 1 turn invul. Although the party evasion is much like David, for instance. It's 1 attack flat, so it doesn't even have a duration. So that you can carry that over potentially. Interesting. Second skill, 6 turn cooldown, AoE MP seal for 1 turn, and AoE skill seal for 1 turn, and then she gets a 30% battery. Pretty good, like, you know, utility to have. I like the MP seal in particular. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown. She absorbs enemy from HP. She gets 3,000. So the damage is like a meme. 3,000 damage is, you know, it's not much at all. But hey, a 3k heal for your side, meanwhile, is something. That's not bad. And then on max rank, luckily, they fixed the RNG. So it's a 100% chance to drain the target by 1. Very cool. Or, you know, tick down. And then another 30% battery for herself. So yeah, she likes them batteries. I mean, I think the skill set is good. I like it. I still like it. She does a lot of different stuffs. She's got damage, she's got defense, she's got utility, batteries. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. It's an actually good vampirism skill, yeah. How about that? Alright, Magic Res EX, 25% debuff res, very nice. 10% quick up and arts up on the passives as well, also very nice. So yeah, these are some real nice passives too. Anti-appendage against Alter Ego, which on a Knight class is actually pretty legit, because, you know, they still take a reduced damage, so it's always a viable option as an anti-Alter Ego class. The MP ignores evasion, sure hit for 1 turn before damage. Then the other effects are like eh. So an overcharge, 200% curse amplifier for 5 turns, scaling up to 400%. And then on base does a 1k curse on for 5 turns on them. The MP is probably the most like let down part of her, if anything. Yeah. But everything else, like her numbers, her skills, her passives, yeah, it's good. It is good. Alright, does Plushy wanna start?
Okay. So as a DPS, I think she is a better unit than Tristan. I mean, I guess the Tristan comparison shouldn't immediately come in. As a main DPS, she has really good survival, for sure. That first skill is really good. Basically, it's 1 turn full invul, and then she can preserve the evade for the following turn. It's really good for herself. She has
True.
a lot of quick ups, actually. 40% quick up from the skill, another 10% from her passive, so she gets 50% crit up. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like a high quick up. It's not crit up, sorry. High quick up number. Just as main steroids. The split 30 battery is really interesting for like some farming. Her damage is an issue for sure for farming, but like the split 30 battery is a very nice like number for more flexible compositions in terms of just MP charging in general. It doesn't really have to be farming. Having 2 30 batteries is just more flexible than having 1 big one if you plan on not using it immediately. And like good utility as well, you know, like double seal, skill seal, MP seal, skill seal especially not horrible if you use it with the skill 1, because like, you know, she gets the info anyways, so like enemy having more actions is fine. And then like the heal is pretty okay on the 3rd skill with the drain. I don't know, I just feel like she's a better DPS, and as you said, for sure, the MP, that's just the problem with most like MPs, right? With dot damage, it's just like so many of its effects are wasted on something that if you don't commit to, it's just completely useless.
Yeah.
So yeah, the MP for sure is the weak point in my opinion. But there's one thing that she naturally already works well with Domon because she's chaotic evil, and Domon is also a curse servant. So like if you do combo them together as DPSs, the dot can ramp up a little bit. But yeah, overall, like definitely MP and MP damage is her weakness, but I think her skills are really
I still
good.
think the
skill
like
efficient.
even if you can sometimes ramp up dots, I still think the one of the big problems is also that dots can't break bars. Is so unfortunate.
I mean,
I don't know
They
why.
can still do
but, yeah.
damage to the next bar.
You can,
Like, you can
but
get
you
started
probably prefer it
it's
as a
like the
finisher
Bazzer.
instead. But it just
I mean, you can chip damage. Like it depends on how much dot really. Because like there's also bosses. There are also like certain bosses that are exceptionally weak to dot, like the Beast 4L. So like I mean that's a rare case, of course, but it like depends on how much you spam. It can be chip damage. Like I only think it can be significant when you pair her up with Dolman in particular. Otherwise,
yeah.
I don't really think it's gonna be too significant. So I think she's a better DPS. Obviously, worse utility, unupgraded MP compared to Tristan. I think they're in the same tier, but just
Honestly,
different
I might
approaches.
be willing to put them in the same tier this year. I think I had like Tristan a plus above, but I think I this year I might be willing to place them on the same tier.
Yeah, so so for me it's always just like a comparison between her and Tristan because
Yeah, it really
like
is.
that's basically what people always run to. It's either one is better other or other better one. um I think they're fairly evenly balanced against each other, as a matter of fact, because I feel like Tristan has more of a general focus where he has like a bunch of really valuable things, whereas Bob is a lot. Yeah, and Bob is what I call her because Bob
Yeah, I know, I
Osu.
know. It's a common
Uh,
nickname.
yeah, so Bob has like a lot more pointed of a focus, where she has a lot more defensive instead of offensive focus,
Mm.
and like when it's that versus like team debuff removal, and you're also looking at buff removal, which I think is like fantastic. That is never going to be a bad thing for me.
Yeah.
Um, it it's I think they're just like apples to oranges. It kind of depends on whether you prefer apples or oranges,
Yeah.
but they're both good. They're
Yeah.
both
I mean, I
juicy.
agree. I agree to that.
They both make good juice.
Yes, indeed.
Oh,
All
here's
right.
a favorite of yours.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we were already kind of talking about her earlier, but let's do a full coverage now. So we're going to talk about Summer Anastasia next. Single target arts DPS, 9.5k attack, so just on the cusp of being above the average for 4-star archers. She's got a double arts, double quick deck, which I think is, totally fine. Maybe double buster would have been cool with the arts because she does have some crit focus, but, also being able to spam the MP more isn't the end of the world, and her quicks are still okay. Anyway, first skill, 7-turn cooldown, but what does she get? 50% battery and then 30% art stuff for 3 turns. It is quite awkward that is high cooldown because, the main card type, kind of suffers from it because you prefer it to be up at least half the time, if not more. But, it's still, it's a big boost to the start. She just goes fast immediately. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn, so already, hey, that's pretty good. Usually 1-turn invuls are on a 6-turn cooldown. This is a 5-1. She also has 100% buff removal resistance, so, you're safe with that invul unless they have invul pierce. And then also gets a 20-star bomb. Very good, actually. It's a very good skill. Third skill, 4-turn cooldown. She gets a sure hit for 3 turns. 500% arts absorb for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Another very good skill. Like, wow, all of those effects are nice, and they have a really good uptime. Like, way better than usual. So, yeah, interesting. The cooldowns don't really match. They're like 7, 5, and 4, but, the skills are still good effects-wise. You got basically everything you could need for, DPS to get staying alive. And she's, of course, an arch servant, so, staying alive usually is not a problem anyway. Alright, unique passives. 10% crit damage and star gen. Hey, better version of the archer passive, yay. 9.5% debuff res and debuff success rate. Also very cool. Better version of, debuff res. Although I guess it's a small number, though, compared to usual debuff res. But the debuff success rate up does help with the MP because you do want to land the debuff from it because it's a big thing. Alright, anti-caster on the append is like, whatever. The MP does a skill seal for 1 turn on the enemy. After damage, not that it really matters. And then before damage, you get on base overcharge, 20% overcharge, or 20% arts resistance down on the target for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. Yeah, you definitely want to land that because it increases your damage and refund by quite a bit, especially if you have a nice Brave Chain following this MP. 3-hitter. I mean, she's just really good.
Like, honestly, because it feels like shit using her quick cards. Her Buster card isn't very useful either. I just want to use her arts cards when I'm using her.
You do.
Yeah, so like yeah. Those cards feel worse because she has art specific absorb. So like if she has 20 stars, they're all going to the arts cards. They're not going to any other cards, which means they're doing literally 1/6.
Also, speaking of which, her face card, like those arts cards are crazy for refund as well. You can literally, if you have a good setup, you can go with 1 arts card, you can go from 0 to 100. It's pretty nuts.
Maybe with like double Castoria.
I mean, we're always assuming double supports here, right? Usually, anyway. At least that's how the MP calcs are as well.
That's the nature of this list, I guess. Yeah, it's I like her. It's just like MP1 is always going to feel like.
Yeah, the main problem is that like MP1 is the problem. Otherwise, she's like really good. Like if you have my copy, she's like EX plus.
Yeah, it's just like her versus like Tristan, for example. I feel like it's just the card type that she has an advantage on. He has so many like very strong niches, and like she has like sure hit. She has a good invuln skill. I guess they both have the battery. It's I don't know.
I think they should be in the same tier. Really,
like at the same tier. But I'm all right with them being the same tier.
Here's the thing, right? Like once again, I don't think Tristan or Bao is an A+. So I can't.
So your opinion doesn't matter here, all right?
So I think Anastasia is once again like a tier below like someone like Kadon, or because of that lack of MP upgrade. I think if she got an MP upgrade, she'd be up there. It's just that one little thing she's lacking.
I think she's otherwise way better. Besides the worse MP than Kadon, I think I like her way more. Well, not taking into account the UE argument, though, I suppose. But otherwise, I think her DPSing feels way better, though.
Yeah, for sure. It really is the MP upgrade. And of course, like I do think, like even though we are not taking this into consideration, I do think her being a limited servant, like it doesn't affect the tier list because of our criteria, but like that's why maybe some people would feel like she's not as good, because like Kadon being at MP3 is very reasonable for people who spend like a moderate amount of money, but like some like unless you specifically rolled for Anastasia, she might not be. We'll maybe shuffle some of these ranks again later. Yeah, for sure. We'll go with that for now. Okay, here we go. Another permanent one this time. So we got Zenobia next. AoE, arts, DPS, and a farmer. She kind of does it all.
Chat.
Alright, I'll put on the FA. I know chat wants to see it anyway. Alright, 9.8k attack. Pretty good. Not the highest we've seen, but certainly decent. She's got double arts, double quick, which is fine. Maybe double buster again, much like Ana would have been cool to see. But, double art certainly very, very nice. First skill, 7-turn cooldown. 30% arts up for 3 turns, 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Yeah, I mean, effects-wise is really good. The uptime is not the best, of course, but those are some very nice effects to have. Needless to say. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns. 500% absorb for 3 turns, and then a 20-star bomb. Yeah, pretty cool. It works as well. And then third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. That is very nice. It's 30%. It's the magic number. So yeah, even assassins without crit buffs cannot crit the party at all. Wow. Imagine giving your full party just crit immunity. You know, unless the enemy buffs their own crit chance, but yeah. Well. Yeah, much like Anastasia, it's a pretty good skill set, I would say. It's good. Especially for like 3 turning. Then the cooldown on the first skill doesn't even feel that bad. Wow. Alright, 12.5% debuff res, very okay, but could be higher. 8% crit damage, that is nice though. Also could be higher, but nice with the skills. 8% quick up. You know, I guess it's nice that she has those 2 quicks, but yeah, it's a bit of a bonus for this. Anti-Berserker on the append, very nice. And in the MP, 10% attack up for 1 turn before damage. 50% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%. Whoa. And then 150% anti-king power mod on the MP itself. Flat 4 hit on the AoE. Yeah.
She's a lot of fun. It's fun actually having an arts looper that can do decent crits, because a lot of them,
Yeah.
like, you crit for refund. Like, looping, not refund.
She does
Um,
loop the crit buff a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her MP is
Yeah,
so
'cause, like,
spammable, and the crit buff can stack like really high.
Yep.
Wow.
her quick cards aren't really that great, but her arts cards are really solid. They're almost 2% at base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't used her much since she came out, but she is a lot of fun. I assure you of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
she
once
is really
again,
good.
you know, she even has star per turn, honestly. Like, it's fine as well. It is a longer cooldown, but
Yeah, that's like my one gripe with her. Her first skill has a really shit
Yeah.
cooldown.
Yeah,
Everything
but
else is solid.
I think she's really nice. And people really like her, of course. Once again, I feel like a big reason is because of how accessible she is.
I feel like the
but
biggest
still.
reason why people like her is the way she looks. But fair enough.
That is, yeah. I mean, yeah, but like Zenobia has been kind of known as the budget arts looping archer, you know, for a lot of people, because she is permanent, and as time goes
Yeah.
on, people might accidentally get spooked by her and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, she's really solid, for sure.
Holy shit! Was there really that long of a gap
Yeah, I guess there
between?
was for 4-star
Wow.
archers. Yeah, I
Wow,
think I'm
I didn't expect
gonna
that.
place another A plus.
I mean, I can vibe with that completely. I think
I know
that's
the
fine.
list looks funny, but yeah, I would just
I mean, we can move things down.
Yeah,
from
yeah,
A
we can
plus
always
later.
like
Yeah, for
shuffle a
sure.
bit later, but yeah.
David is
Yeah.
just the absolute Chad in his B plus here. Too cool for everyone else to be on par.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
my-
see. We shall see. All right, 2 more 4-stars, and the next 2 will both be brand new. Oh my god! Starting with another Summer Servant, of course. We got Summer Bargus next. So she's interesting, I guess. She's like both AoE and single target, right? And she's arts, right? Arts, I have to check. Yes, arts, okay. So, 8.8k attack. Could be higher for sure, but I guess even Saber Bargus was a bit lower on the attack, I suppose.
I gotta say, it really hurts her, like, a lot.
Yeah.
I like her a lot. I like Barghest a lot. It doesn't hurt the Saber Barghest that much, because she has a Buster deck and a shit ton of crit steroids, not crit
Buster off.
steroids, but things that complement that. But when you have the -5% mod, and then you also just have like a quick arts deck, yeah, it just hurts.
Yeah, so speaking of which, she has the double arts, double quick deck, which may be not the most ideal thing, but, you know, eh. Alright, let's take a look at the skills. 6 turn cooldown on first skill, 30% attack for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then she gets the weakling protection on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she normal attacks, she heals the party by 500, and if there happens to be 3, 2, 1, or 3 style allies in the battlefield, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I mean, good thing is there are 2 servants that immediately pops out that I feel like can be combo with her reasonably, which is Mayor Anning and Shufu. I think
Vango.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
She
I-
only gets it once, right? Even if you have 2 of them on the battlefield, right? She only gets this once, right?
yeah.
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 It doesn't
Yeah,
trigger
she-
twice.
Yeah, she gets both of them.
I mean, yeah, both of the effects, but not like 2 times.
No.
Like 40% attack and 20 star. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
No. Yeah.
But yeah, Shufu
Oh, yeah.
and
Oh, yeah,
Mary
yeah.
Anning, of course, would be decent candidates to trigger this. And it kind of looks tempting to trigger. It's not bad, those effects.
Yeah, on one hand, yeah, there is that, but like you could also be running something that does more buffage. Because like it's 20%
Yeah.
attack and stars per turn. Imagine like you can just use like Proto Merlin instead. She's gonna give you more than 20%.
Yeah, it's always the
attack and
argument
more
of
than
like
30%.
whenever like people say about, oh, but you can bring this servant to buff this servant in like their niche or whatever. But no,
Yeah.
I would just bring a good support instead and get so much more out of it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
always like, is it worth it? Maybe not. But at
I mean,
least
it's
you know
more
it's
so,
it's an
like-
option, you know. So there's that.
Jufu
You can
is
stack
pretty
them
reasonable.
even.
Yeah,
still.
Shufu is still legit even as a low star. Yeah, she wouldn't be. You wouldn't feel bad to bring her even just for this, you know. Regardless.
Yeah.
But then also on the other side of things, she makes a ton of stars, and then you just got overflow on stars, so it's just 20% attack.
Yeah.
So then you
Anyway,
might
I
be
mean,
better off
honestly,
just
even if you
switching
don't
that
get
side.
those 2 last lines, it's not a bad skill at all. That's a lot of attack and
Yeah.
crit damage on a decent uptime, and the
Yeah.
healing is cool as a bonus. So it's not a
Okay.
bad skill anyway. It's still fine.
Yeah, and I gotta emphasize again, even though like the crit buffs look great, like the crit
Yeah.
damage still doesn't
Well,
look
yeah.
great.
Anyway,
I mean, yeah, it is 30% attack up as
Oh,
well.
dude,
That's
I love
Mhm.
the skill. Yeah,
yeah,
I love the
on a
skill
7
lot.
turn cooldown, the second skill, she gets a 30% battery. She gives the teammates a 1 turn invul. She, heals the other teammates again, 3,000, and then the others get cooldown reduction as well. So she only gets the battery, and everyone else gets the other stuff. Very interesting. So
I mean-
again, it's not really like.
I think this skill combos well with Castoria though, because
Yeah,
like,
true. It really does
because like
combo well with her.
you
yeah.
put the invul on her anyways with Castoria, and then she can protect the Castorias, and she can of course.
Because let's be
also
real, you're gonna
make
bring
their
Barghest
uptime
against
better.
Sabers, so she's gonna be fine against the attacks anyway. You're not gonna bring like Castoria might take some hits because it's neutral damage, so they would get more out of the invul anyway.
Yeah, giving
So-
them more uptime is good as well. Oh, sorry, you go.
So the use case that I like, I don't like using her as much as a main DPS as much as like a cycle DPS. Like I have her come in later, and she can give invul to the team, and she might get a little healing on them from her first skill, and then she also cooldown reduce, and then okay, yeah, I already said the heal, and then she can pop her own NP, and she's got a nice effect on her NP. We'll go into.
Yeah. So
then she
it's
could
an
also go
interesting skill for
AoE.
sure. She in particular is like kind of crazy as a 4-star. Like maybe not in the most game breaking way, but in a design way. Anyway, 5th or 3rd skill
few ways.
on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then you can toggle the MP to be single target for 3 turns, and then she herself gets super large trait for 3 turns, which is funny. Well, yeah, definitely gives her that flexibility, I guess, being able to toggle between AoE and single target. Not always, of course, but this lasts for 3 turns, so you commit.
It's still
at a
waiting
time.
for the synergy to come when that super large trade actually does something.
Yeah,
but,
true.
As of now, it doesn't do anything.
Surely they will do something with it at some point, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the skill obviously points to like, AoE single target or AoE single target, like 3-turn farming stuff. But like her refund isn't the best. I guess we can go over that a little bit later. But yeah,
Alright,
Just don't use her against Fujino, I guess. I mean, she's gonna
Yeah,
die anyways
true.
because it's a single target NP.
Yeah. Alright, 15% debuff res, cool. 6% buster up. Sadly not the best thing ever, but it's there. She gets 4% crit damage against man attribute enemies.
Damn.
Cool. At least that's kind of useful because man attribute is the most common one.
Yeah, but then it's there instead of independent.
Yeah,
action,
true. I
which
guess
is
it is.
usually
Yeah,
more.
that is kind of bad though. Yeah, it replaces that. Anyway, she gets 5% MP per turn on burning fields, and then on burning fields she has immunes to burn and burn amplifier. Okay. Anti-ruler append. Yeah, no thanks. Okay. Alright, then the MP. The effects are always the same, right? Yeah, it's just it changes the from AoE to single target. So she gets 20% art stuff for 1 turn before damage. Cool, on OC base, scaling up to 40%. Removes enemy offensive buffs. Always a nice effect. And also removes their burns and burn amps as a demerit. So, again, anti-honey lake, I guess. And then again, the same on single target, but you know, they're both 4 hits as well, for what it's worth. I like that the MP rank also changes. AoE is B+, and single target is A. Huh. I'll be the first to admit, I don't really have the best opinion about her. I think, to me, she's like mid, honestly.
Yeah, because the thing is, I mean, maybe we're not using her correctly, because obviously she is relatively new compared to other units, but like the first thing that screams to me obviously is that third skill. You want to make the best of that third skill. She is supposed to be this flexible DPS who, you know, if you're farming, for example, the node slowly becomes one target, and then you can increase your damage. Because like the third skill technically is like one of the biggest damage boosts in the game, because you're literally turning her into a single target DPS. So like on paper, it's extremely flexible. Like if we have this on a like a really good AoE art looper, this effect, I feel like it'd be insane. But like Barghest, outside
she was
of,
probably held back because of that flexibility. I feel like
probably
they were,
because like
they were very cautious with it. Clearly,
if you gave this effect to like, I don't know, like just a random AoE arts here, you gave this effect to like Durga, like damn, like she'd be farming a lot of, you know, big damage stuff on this third wave, for example, right? So like I do think that makes sense that they're making her a more defensive unit, then they can give her this. And her refund isn't the best. Like once again, I've tried to do like arts looping with her into the single target thing, and it's not the easiest thing in the world, even though she does have a battery.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, better servant on paper than in practice, in my opinion. She still has a
she
lot
looks
of
good on
utility.
paper, like, but in practice, not doesn't live up to the impression.
Yeah. Like when this first came out, I think it's insane. Like at least the third skill is short cooldown. So like if you're doing like a slower team, you can kind of almost make her most of the time single target. You know, they can kind of use it just as a single target. But yeah,
I'm thinking one of the B tiers maybe for her. What do you think?
I think she's B plus.
Okay, we can get a friend for David.
Yeah,
how about you?
I like the fact that she's able to do multiple things. Like she can be an okay single target or an okay AoE. So like as a role target, like if you get her to a high NP level, that's pretty nice. But this is NP1 assumed. I like the flexibility.
Yeah, these servants do, like flexible servants that can serve multiple roles, do increase in value the more you invest in them, I feel. But like her overall damage is lower, so the transformation into single target doesn't make her extremely explosive still. So that is a bit unfortunate, but I think it's a servant that has a potential to like become better as time goes on. Depends on, I don't know what comes out later. So.
Yeah. Well, who knows? All right, let's cover the final 4-star next, who is also the latest archer of the whole game as of recording this video. We're going to talk about Saika Magoichi. Single target quick DPS. Honestly, on my first impression, I feel like I underestimated her. But let's give her a proper rundown here, of course. So she's basically got 9k attack. Just 4 under, I guess. But yeah, it's below average for 4-star archers, of course. But I feel like the rest of her makes up for it a little bit. All right, double buster, double quick. Very cool. I do like the deck at least. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets sure hit for 3 turns. Full party gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. And then a 30 star bomb. Not bad, actually. That is some nice synergy there. I kind of wish it was self-only for the crit damage. And maybe 50%. That would be really nice. But, you know, it's not a bad skill by any means.
She already has big crits though. when
Yeah,
you
true.
combine
I mean, yeah, the second skill helps, of course. Speaking of which, 6-turn cooldown, she gets her main card types of Buster and Quick Up, 30% for 3 turns, and then also same with the crit damage. So with these two, she gets 60% crit damage. Very nice. And then the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn evasion for self, also a 1-turn taunt for self, and then 50% MP gain on damage taken for 1 turn, and then a 20% battery. So this definitely, especially if the enemy has multi-hitters, this will help you, get a lot more MP gauge. Honestly, it's a good skill set. Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah.
You can even soak
She has
a
a 3-hit
single target
arts, right?
MP easily. With just this skill alone, nothing else needed, unless they have sure hit or Invul Pierce.
Okay.
Mm.
For some reason, I remembered the NP charge attack, but not the hit counts. I know she's got a 5-hit quick.
Yeah, it's 5 on quick, 3 on arts, 3 on buster, 5 on extra.
3.75%. That's pretty good. She's got almost a 5% quick card with her first skill active, which is
Damn.
which is very high.
Yeah.
That's up in Jack and Okita
Yeah.
territory.
It's really
She
nice.
has her MP as well for that. If you want to look at Quick Up.
Anyway, let's cover passives next. 12.5% on the debuffers, cool. 10% crit damage, very nice. 5% arts up, and then 10% arts crit damage. Sadly, she only has one of the arts cards, but cool bonus, I guess. She's got an anti-berserker append, love to see it. And the MP, so first of all, 20% crit chance down on the enemy for 3 turns. Very nice. And then before damage, 20% buster and quick up for 1 turn, scaling up to 40% on overcharge. And it's a free MP5, and it's also a 10 hitter, so you can get some stars out of it too. So yeah, I definitely underestimated her in my first impression. I think she's actually really good, huh? Yeah.
Yep.
She's really nice.
Yep. And she's also part of why I really want a bad rating for Altera.
Yeah, I guess, Altera in comparison looks so much worse.
Yeah, Altera got added to the shop, and for some reason, she was one of the ones they didn't buff.
Yeah, that's weird.
I felt kind of bad about Shooting not getting a buff.
She even has a
added to the
decent
shop,
refund on quick.
It's even worse.
Yeah, it's 10 hits.
Yeah.
10 hits on 0.75.
Wow.
So she's a server with really good internals. Like her skills are also actually really solid, 60% crit up for 3 turns. And like the internals is just good. Her damage is really good. Like I think for welfare damage. For welfare damage,
I mean,
these
her
days,
MP hits hard and her crits are legit, so yeah.
Yeah. If you look at someone like Kuro, her MP damage is gonna be like at MP5 would be on about the same level as MP2 to MP3, like 4 stars. But Saika's MP level does kind of match level level for level. Like MP5 Saika would do about as much damage as an MP5 actual 4-star you have to pay for. So that is a good sort of that does really push the welfare advantage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow, I sure do love when a welfare makes my 4-star servant that I paid for look bad.
True. It's not as bad as Iori though. Let's be real, but still, yeah.
Yeah, she's still.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna place another A+.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Especially with the criteria, A+ is really fair.
Lower than Tristan and Baltimore? No, not on free MP5. No, definitely not.
Dude, chat prediction: more A+ or B by the end of the list.
Yeah, look at it. It's such a weird looking list, but yeah, we'll probably adjust a little bit at the end. But I mean, mostly it's probably gonna stay like this though, which is funny. But sometimes it'll be like that. I did the same joke, but yeah. All right. I guess with that, yeah, we just finished the 4 stars. Wow, how about that? Yay. That took a while, but hey.
Yeah, we're only 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, we have 15 SSRs left, but I'm guessing this won't be very fast anyway. So
I think that's less than 2 hours. So
yeah,
I think we'll be fine.
All right, let's go back to near day one, not day one, but close. He was the first limited SSR ever released in the game, and he is a big Dave, of course. We're gonna talk about the Gilgamesh, AUO, all the fun titles. There he is, Mr. Golden, or one of them, because this game has multiple Mr. Goldens, because, you know, XD. All right, we got AoE, Buster, DPS, and a Farmer Man. Now let me get my stats up again. First of all, among 5-star archers, 12.3k is good. It is above average, for sure. They all tend to have pretty high attacks, for the record. But yeah, he is above average regardless. Voice crack, nice. He's got a double Buster, double Architect, which I think is perfect for his gameplay style, with very nice hit counts as well. Can you believe these hit counts on basically like a near launch servant? That's kind of crazy. Just absolute
Dude, it's
insanity.
so weird because
Yeah,
like
it's better than modern
hits
servants too.
Yeah, the minimum hits he has on a Brave Chain is 17.
Yeah.
And the
Oh my
maximum
God.
for a Saber, for example, is 5.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's like 8, actually.
All right,
It's still,
first skill.
like, damn.
This is a new buff, I believe. I don't think this was in last year's tier list, I want to say.
No, this is a new one.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think this was like New Year's.
It was New Year's last year. So
Oh,
yeah,
true.
It should
It should be.
Oh, then
actually.
it was.
Yes,
Okay,
New
okay.
Year's
remember
with
everyone- I remember
with the
everyone
strange
was
fake
going
one.
crazy about his NP damage on the
All right, fair
farming
enough.
chart.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's with the strange fake thing, right?
yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. I remember that now. True. All right. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 21% attack for 3 turns. All allies that are Sky attribute get 20% MP damage for 3 turns. He himself, is that right? Yeah, he's Sky. Okay, that makes sense. And then 20-star bomb. I mean, it's really good now. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you have a very solid offensive skill now. Cool, they fixed it.
Yep.
Second skill, though. I mean, obviously, 50% MP gain for 3 turns on him is really good, looking at his deck. Like, this makes a big difference. Like, he gets insane gains. But that's it on a 6-turn cooldown, so you would kind of want to see more anyway, honestly. So maybe, hopefully, they buff this at some point, too. I can't believe I'm saying that, but yeah. I think they could buff this, yes.
No,
They could. I mean, I'm not saying he needs a buff. I'm saying they could do it, but okay. Anyway, so yeah. I mean, obviously, it makes his ridiculous cards go burr. All right.
Yeah, just give him any random effect, like absolutely any buff in the game.
Yeah.
Random.
True. All right. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 600% absorb for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. Yeah. Now he can kind of loop now. Yay. Well, this buff is like super old anyway, but yeah. His skills are fine now. They're not amazing, but they're fine. I mean, again, mostly complemented by his amazing numbers, let's be real. So they definitely help. For someone else, this kid could be way worse. 11% crit damage on the passive, which is one thing I would really like to see. I want him more crit damage, because he has really good absorb, but yeah. 10% debuff is cool, and then Divinity be whatever. Anti-Rider may or may not be relevant, depending on how nice of a copy you have. And the buffed MP. So before damage, 30% MP damage for 1 turn. And then also the anti-servant damage mod, 150 to 200%. And some servants do have the anti-air, trait. And there's actually a good chunk of them. Obviously, like, I want to say 95% of the servants in the game don't have it. So, pretty good amount of targets regardless. But yes, some do have it, I guess. So the MP itself obviously is very good for damage. Very, very hard hitting against servants. For normal mobs, maybe not the hardest hitting ever, but, still pretty good. Now, speaking of which, his looping numbers, I mean, he picks real hard on, wave 3, assuming... Actually, this doesn't even count as... anti-servant mod, so yeah. I mean, he's one of the hardest hitting Buster Farmers or Wave 3 if he hits the anti-servant one, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is
He has
true.
a lot of MP damage ups.
Yeah.
So, I go first, I guess. I think the king is still the king.
Pablo, what are you talking about?
he's
What
EX.
MP buff? I talked about the buffed MP. If you didn't know, fandom now defaults to the upgraded versions on the first tab. So if that's what you're thinking, because he didn't even have this effect before. Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the king remains to be the king, even though like his skills might not be as insane as some other SSRs.
Yeah.
His internals are good enough to carry it. his skill buffs made him back to what up to
Yeah.
standards. And his MP, of course, one of the strongest AoE MPs in the entire game. I wouldn't really, and it's an upgraded MP, and the upgrade effect is 30% MP damage up before damage. I would not put him anything lower than EX,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I mean, I think I have been dodging it for many years now in a row. In fact, people always get mad at me. Even last year, I placed him in A++, which would be the S tier equivalent now. But
yeah,
yeah,
I mean, I was on the I like being a contrarian.
Yeah,
I
of
was on the
course.
whole like Gil's not that good. Like there's
Yeah.
no way
For,
he's
for,
that
for
good.
the
Well,
record,
there is a
actually,
way.
you were not on the Archer tier list last year. I think it was the only
Oh,
one where I
true.
did solo because you were like unavailable. I think it was my only solo of the last year. So you probably would have said EX back then anyway. I don't know if you were contrary or not back then, but yeah. I'm gonna do it now. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, I think the king is back.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
How about
I
you,
mean,
Otto?
I don't know. You just sounded so sure.
Oh, dude, he's about to get like so much hate if he's gonna open this can of worms.
But no, I'm not putting him down. Like,
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah, just like from the farming perspective, just like
I mean,
with
he's
the
good
Rash,
on DPSing
just so
too.
good. Yeah, I'd
He
say
could use
he's
more
pretty good at
defense though, of
DPS.
course. I mean, there's always room for improvement. Like hardly any servant is perfect besides Castoria, but it's good. He's really amazing. So yeah.
I'd just like some sort of utility on him because like it's just numbers that carry him, honestly.
Yeah.
But then again, like all his competition is pure utility. Like
Yeah.
everyone he's competing with has Pierce Emblem, basically.
True. Anyway, let's
Except for
move on for now. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna talk about Artemis next. Okay, here we go. So single target arts DPS. Interesting case. 11.1k attack. That is definitely not a great start. That is definitely below average among 5-star archers, sadly. And the deck, how do we go from Gilgamesh to this? Look at the deck. It's so bad.
I mean, the gain on quick is pretty nice.
Yeah, only if you like overkill on like crit.
3% quick. Yeah.
It's so sad, dude. It's so sad. I hate this deck so much.
Jeez, Chad is gonna hate me. I'm not gonna say anything till the end.
Okay, let's just move on for that. Okay, so first skill, 5-turn cooldown, 50% defense up for 1 turn. Hey, pretty good. It's like David, but kind of better. 20% attack up for 3 turns, and then 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. Honestly, this skill is fine still. I think this skill is pretty good. It's not amazing, but it does a lot.
5-turn cooldown as well.
Yeah,
it's like nice.
It's just 3 solid effects. They're not all 3 turns, of course, but still not bad. This skill is fine. This is not. This skill sucks. It's 100% anti-mail damage boost for 1 turn and 5-turn cooldown. This needs a buff. There cannot be a situation where an SSR has a dead skill. I'm sorry. It's just, that's stupid. There should not be a situation like that. I hate it so much.
Maybe if she has a better crit deck, like you can 1 turn smack a guy with your crits with the 100% PMod, maybe. I don't know, but
I mean, yeah, the power market when it's active, it's fine for even if the downtime is big. I'm just saying I don't like the fact that there can be a situation where an SSR servant has a dead skill. I don't like that. It feels stupid. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, no one should have dead skills, of course, but especially not an SSR. Is cruel.
I actually think it's kind of okay. I guess never mind. I mean,
they should add something to it for sure. That always works.
Yeah.
Star bomb, crit damage, both.
Honestly,
stuff like that.
Like I want some sort of like battery or arts buff.
I mean, battery could be nice too because
battery.
the face cards are doo-doo. So yeah, and the MP is actually really good. It's the best part about Artemis. So yeah. All right. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion, 34% crit damage for 3 turns. So there you go. The kit is not good overall. Is like 2024. It doesn't look very good.
Oh, you know what? You know what's a good idea?
Yeah.
30% battery on one of her skills and like sure hit. That'd be great.
Yeah, why not?
wait.
Why not? Well, yeah, sure.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Yeah,
Wait a
that was
second.
Archuria's buff. I think
Yeah.
she
Oh
definitely should
yeah.
have
What
gotten
the
it
hell? I
over
forgot
Archuria.
about that. I guess we're gonna cover that sooner than later. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, 12.5% debuff res could be higher, but hey, 11% crit damage is nice.
It combos with her first skill, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. It
debuff
adds. So
res,
it's
yeah.
62.5% on when this is active. Anyway,
Yeah.
anti-archer, even against male archers, unless you're the biggest Artemis fan, I don't like it. All right, the buffed MP though, this is what I like. This is good. Okay, so first of all, on the target, 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on OC base, scaling up to 60%, guaranteed tick down, and also 20% attack down for 3 turns. That's a great MP. That's really good. FX wise, I really like this MP. It's 5 hitters as well, and so 5 hits means that it refunds decently well too. Let's see what the numbers are. Here we go. Yeah, she's third highest here after Emmy Alter and Archuria on the refund for single targets.
I love comparing her NP buff to Emmy Alters. Because like
it makes me sad he doesn't have the guaranteed
comparison.
tick down, but yeah.
Yeah, and then he doesn't have much any other effects.
Here's my take. I think I have a similar criticism for Yagyu. It's just that, defensive skills in arts are just not gonna matter that much.
I guess it is a bit
Castor is
diminished
stupid
value, you're
character.
right.
Yeah, like for sure. Before Castoria, I think all of her MP's effects are strong. It keeps your
I
team
still
alive.
think that at least the
it keeps
tick
your team
down is
getting
good,
crit.
even on Castoria. A tick down is still
Yeah.
good. Maybe not the attack down or crit chance down. Well, it's still
Yeah.
good, of course, but it's not maybe not as valuable. But I think
Yeah.
tick down, even on Castoria stuff, is very good.
Yeah, especially if like the enemy has a buff removing MP. I guess I don't know because MPs can still be scary. It is considerably less scary than what it used to be. But I just think it's unfortunate that Castoria's design is this like game breaking. It just like invalidates one entire aspect of a certain card type. Like it's not completely, but I'd say like a majority of it, and it just makes defensive art servant, which is what they kind of used to want to theme them around. Art servant,
because it's
themed around
it-
sustain and defense, and like they just completely released a character that just invalidates that. So now what you want in an art servant is hyper offense. I can use my MP every single turn because I don't need to care about my defense at all. Castora will take care of it. So like I don't know, it's kind of dumb, but that's just how it is.
I still would like to maybe place her in like a C plus.
Yeah, I don't think she's like fucking E tier or something.
It's an upgraded MP. She's not unusable.
It's an upgraded MP SSR. Like the damage is gonna. There is damage there. 20% attack up. Like it's not like no steroids.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's kind of unfair. Like when you compare that to Quick and Buster, because like none of the premier supports, like as far as not sustained supports, offer once again win conditions, and then you got Castoria that's debuff clear and hard survival, and also hard survival.
Yeah,
poor Artemis.
But personally, like with Artemis, yeah, because I ended up almost saying nothing about it. So with Artemis, one of the things that I like about her, like for the ticket that you can get her on, I like her versus Fluffy because I feel like she's one of the best picks on that ticket for that fight. I know there's Enkidu who is better for it, but like her debuff resist, her multiple sources of survival. No mail, but she synergizes better with Castoria. She can drain and reduce attack, which can help deal with all the chip damage because you're going to be taking damage on that.
I wouldn't really pick at SSR just for one boss fight that you can cube through as well and get like with like shitty units, but fair enough.
Yeah, but at that point, like we can start just ignoring like 90% of challenge quest servants because like we sort of just have to force ourselves to use this logic that doesn't really matter that much. So just for the sake of discussion.
Can I look at C tier again? Everyone in C tier is better use case than Artemis. Let me see. Sorry.
I don't think so. I think she's more usable than the C tier. Way more usable.
Oh no,
I ain't using
no.
Billy the Kid. You ain't catching me touching Billy.
No,
Okay,
no, dude. I am not using Nobu instead of Artemis.
Yeah, I
also-
would use Artemis
also-
more than those.
I feel like her gain isn't really as bad as people act because she does have the absorb of an archer, so she's able to crit a decent amount. Like that is if you're bringing stars, I guess. Like
You
Oh yeah,
use
for
Billy
someone saying
over-
Artemis is better than Tomoe, we're not directly comparing rarities unless it's like applicable. Like let's say you have a 3-star permanent and a welfare, then it's maybe okay. But I'm not gonna compare a permanent 4 and a 5-star.
yeah.
I'm using Billy. Why would you? Okay, here's the thing, right? Even though Artemis gets docked points to hell because of Castoria, she still has the art servant advantage, which is you can turn your brain off by
Man,
even
I
using
hate it so much that's just an advantage some servants have. Like there's
Yeah, it's
dog
free
shit
points.
art servants.
I mean,
Uh,
that's why you should get into TAs because like arts is considered not the like actually one of the worst card types for TAs.
Man,
You should get into TAs.
like I got a lot of art servants. I like I
Okay.
do.
All right,
Okay,
let's
so
let's
yeah.
just move on for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so next we're gonna talk about Mr. Zeus, the playable Zeus, Raiden, Mr. Nikola Tesla, genius among geniuses. We got AoE, Buster, DPS, and a Farmer. His attack is, if anything, is like the worst part about him. It's just under average for SSR archers, but still not a bad number. He has a double Buster, double Arch deck. The numbers obviously are not great, but you know, the rest of the numbers are still pretty good, besides the card hit counts. And the deck obviously matches his playstyle really well. First skill has been buffed twice, because you know, that's cool. On a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns. He gets 40% debuff success rate up for 1 turn. His allies get 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and then his allies get 20% buff success rate up. Or everyone gets it for 3 turns, 20%. Yeah, this kind of fixes his other issues as well, which is the fun part. Yeah, that on a 5-turn cooldown, that's pretty interesting. Very interesting stuff.
So I
Golden
think
rule
something-
who?
So I think the reason they made it AoE is because, you know, they fucking love doing the whole Helena simp thing, and she's
Yeah, I
got the
guess.
RNG skill.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, that's why.
All
That's
right,
dumb.
second skill though, after the buff, on a 5-turn cooldown, 80% chance to get 30% defense for 3 turns, and MP damage for 3 turns, and then 20% attack guaranteed for 3 turns, and then a 1-time 3-turn guts 3k revive. Now, honestly, even before the first skill buff, this was still good. Like, you're probably gonna land at least one of those big buffs anyway. But yeah, now with the first skill, obviously with the 20% buff success rate up, means that, you know, if you pop this first and then this second, and hey, they share a cooldown too, because you don't make it perfect, he guarantees both of those nice buffs. So wow, these 2 skills as a package, wow, on a 5-turn cooldown, you kidding me? You kidding me? It's a lot of stuff, man. All right, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 50% battery, 3 turns of Invul Pierce, and then a 10-star bomb. Yeah, this is a pretty good skill set, huh?
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh my god, he gets everything.
It's so ridiculous.
And now it's also guaranteed, so hey, that's cool. Wow.
He has almost all of the win conditions. He just doesn't have debuffs.
This is a nice skill set.
Control.
All right, 15% debuff rest, cool. 8% crit damage, cool. If anything, his passives are pretty tame too, but you know, they're nice bonuses. Anti-caster on the append, And then the MP has been buffed as well, so 40% base chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. He black rails himself 1 time on every use. And then his anti-earth or sky servant. Both work. 150% to 200% range. Pretty interesting. And now obviously with the first skill, his stun chance goes from a 40% chance to 80% chance on base. I mean, it can obviously still whiff, but you know, at that point you're probably going to stun 1 or 2 targets at least. Granted, they're not immune to stuns or debuffs in general. And yeah, he has pretty decent numbers too for farming. Again, this is not even factoring the anti-servant power mod. Yeah, he's a beast, huh? Still.
My take is literally just he only loses to Gil in his MP, probably. I mean, maybe damage without traits, but like,
Yeah, that's
generally,
pretty much it. But he has
he
so
only
much better skills though. Like it's crazy.
yeah, he is, in my opinion, one of the most firm EXs as well on this list.
Yeah,
Just
I
so
would not go
strong,
below EX still. I would still keep
so
him there.
strong. Literally everything has been buffed. Pioneer of the
Sometimes
Stars,
twice.
Pioneer of the Stars, one of the best like year one skills.
Yeah, it's
like
one of the
launch
better
skills.
50% battery skills.
Yeah,
For
Invoke
DPS.
Pierce 3 turns, Star Bomb.
Yeah.
It's so good. The MP, of course, having 2 wide anti-trade coverage. It's only servants, but like, come on, you really expect this servant to do it against just anti-earth in general, dude? That's too much.
Yeah.
So like, even against servants, especially against challenge quests, this is hitting so many servants. Absolutely insane character, just good survival, good whatever. I don't think you can miss with this character. I think he's insane.
I have nothing to add to this conversation because he's EX and like,
Yeah.
like I'm
It's
not.
clear.
What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, there's like this one tiny little thing that.
Yeah, you can always nitpick,
yeah, it'll
of
knock him
course,
down to
but
A++.
yeah. I mean, I think
alright.
we're pretty unanimous here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is just like,
he's so
yeah,
good.
he's EX. Yeah, what else is there to say?
All right, let's move on. Maybe a bit more of a tame servant next again. We're like alternating here. But yeah, we're going to talk about Arjuna next. One of the OG Bollywood boys. With Karna, of course. AoE Buster DPS. Certainly not a farmer. But okay. Hey, at least he has high attack. 12.3k. I think that's the highest so far. So hey, doing pretty well there. That's a nice number. But then, hey, we have another caster deck. Because why not? Triple arts. He can't even do a full Buster Brave Shade. Oh no. Alright, first skill, 6 turn cooldown. He gets 50% star gen for 3 turns and self debuff immune for 5 turns. I like the debuff immune. It's really cool. It's like up so often. But man, that's the star gen buff on a 1-hit AoE MP. This is so sad, dude. And this is after a buff. This is a buffed skill on an SSR.
5-hit extra, I guess.
Yeah, true. It's not the worst for his normal deck, but when you remember the MP is AoE 1-hit. Oh my god, it's so sad. They should do a Tesla and buff this again and make it like crazy cracked. Oh my god.
Maybe.
Nah, I want the mana burst buffed.
Yeah, true. Oh yeah, they should do that too. But do both. Anyway, second skill, 8 turn cooldown. He gets a 25% battery because, yeah, of course. He gets 2k healing every turn for 5 turns, 8 stars per turn for 5 turns, and then 10% MP per turn for 5 turns. Yeah, he still has the 25%er. Yeah, can you believe it? Wow.
I mean, hey, even if he got 30, he wouldn't be able to loop anyways.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, because it's an 8 turn cooldown.
Yeah.
So it's a no anyway. But yeah, and I like that this is also a reduced cooldown after the buff anyway. It used to be a 10 turn cooldown. Man, they really were scared back then. Oh my god. Gilgamesh must have scarred them or something.
I mean, yeah, this is really good sustain.
Yeah. I mean, true, yeah. It's not a terrible skill, but it's so funny, like how it changes. Alright, the third skill then, yeah, his mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, get 30% buster up and 20% MP up. For the record, for the most part, you know, I feel like it's better than a 50% buster up. But is it still a good skill? No, it sucks. It's a bad skill. It's not good. So yeah. Overall, we go from Tesla to this, huh? Yeah, you hate to see it. It definitely doesn't scream like an SSR in 2024. Yeah, they should add like a battery to the mana burst as well. Why not? Sure.
Yeah, dude, 5% battery. Yeah.
15% debuff risk, cool. 10% crit damage, cool. Divinity, yikes. Anti-Berserker on the append, though, that's nice. MPOs has also been buffed, but man, it's a terrible buff. First of all, 20% AoE defense down for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 40%. And then the other normal effects, 50% chance to instant kill enemies, and then a further 80% chance to instant kill divine enemies. And I think, are these different calculations? Yeah, it is. Okay, so it is calculated twice.
It's like Nidochris Alter.
Yeah, fair.
is weird.
Wow, that is a
Look.
terrible MP though. It's so bad. It's so bad. Only thing decent about it is the OC, and even then it's after damage too.
It's
I mean,
basically
so
Altera's
bad.
NP.
One hit. Why is
I
it so
mean,
bad?
you're not
Everyone's
gonna
exactly the same.
you're not gonna rate. You're not gonna use him for farming anyways. I do
Yeah,
think
you
after
wouldn't.
damage is
He
slightly
would only be
salvage.
used as a DPS, and even then, I feel like he's mid
So
at best.
we talked about this I'd say at a pretty good length on the podcast episode, because that was one of the things that I wanted to bring up. I wanted to argue in his favor.
Mm-hmm.
And so it kind of goes back to what I was saying about Barghest. I find that servants that are Buster, like the ones that are more self-sufficient with their survival, I do find those very desirable, because he's got 2k heal per turn. He's got like stars per turn, even though it doesn't look like much.
So you're
It's
saying because the
usually enough
card
to get
type,
him to
his
crit.
kit isn't as bad as it seems.
Yeah, because like he doesn't get to be carried like other servants do with arts. So
I feel like a healing
the
argument is still not the best for Buster because of Merlin existing.
I mean, I do
I
like having healing stack up though, because like Merlin's heal isn't the biggest thing in the world, you know. Like
Nah.
especially if you don't have him at high MP.
yeah,
Yeah.
and also on top of that, the best thing about him is the debuff immune. Like I think a lot of people would agree in that regard.
Yeah.
It's just like such a rare thing to have that high of a level of debuff immune. Like they always pussy out with it, and they do let's just do like 1 time 3 turn, or
Yeah.
or 3
Like I love
turns
how
is
early
lucky.
game design is either they overtune something or heavily undertune something. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
mostly safe as choices for designs.
Yeah, his clairvoyance skill, it was severely undertuned, and
Yeah.
then like they added an effect that was severely overtuned.
Yeah.
Because like he's almost got 100% uptime on his.
I'm
on
honestly
his debuff
thinking
immune.
like a C on him.
I want to say like C plus.
Really?
Yeah, I actually like him more than Artemis.
You like him more than Artemis?
Yeah, a little bit more. It's kind of weird. I don't.
ABC. Okay, I can maybe I wouldn't put him above Artemis though. I think I would have more uses for Artemis.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I just think Artemis has. I guess. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. I don't use
It's
either
like
of
the
them that
low
much.
maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunate. Again, if they released Arjuna, like we already know how good Berserker is, but if they released OG Arjuna again, he would be so much better. He would be like 3 times better. I can guarantee you. So much better now. Oh well. Next up is a fun one though. Oh boy. So yeah, let's talk about Arturia, aka Arturia Summer, aka Archer Arturia, you name it. Single target arts DPS. Now, the one thing that's, probably her worst thing is her low attack. It's not really low, but compared to the average of SSR archers, is definitely on the lower side. But yeah, if anything, like that's one of the worst things about her, which says a lot, I suppose. All right, double arts, double quick deck is fine because it's all about the MP spam anyway. Although honestly, you know what would be funny? You think she would be better if she was triple Buster because the MP refunds so much anyway. That would be funny.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
not.
she doesn't do card damage.
Yeah,
anyway.
it would
Very
be
odd
funny though.
question to ask.
She could have been
She would be
triple
like-
Buster.
She would be like if Draco was using a inflated balloon as a sword.
Yeah, true.
I mean, she wouldn't do a lot of damage, but like,
Well, I guess the
Not bad.
deck doesn't, I guess, really even matter on her case that much because face cards are, they're a means to an end. Anyway, let's talk about the skills then. So first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, 30% battery. That's needed. Sure hit for 3 turns, and then 20% party defense for 3 turns. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know why they buffed it. I think this was her best skill even before the buff anyway. But yeah, they buffed it, so there you go.
the only like justification is it solves her heal where it drains for like people who only has MP1.
Yeah, true. It combats the self drain. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't actually see
Yeah,
a
the
reason
battery,
why
like,
they.
it's the most misplaced battery besides the heal combat thingy of in the game because she has
Yeah,
the highest refund in the game. Like, there couldn't be a
yeah,
servant that needs this less.
yep.
I mean, it's a great skill though now, so hey, there you go. All right,
Sure
second
hit is
skill.
also really
Speaking of
nice. Yeah.
which, on a 4-turn cooldown, she heals up to 5k and then drains 10% of her battery. So yeah, with the first
Wait,
skill
did
now
they-
you can combat that.
I can't remember. Did they reduce the cooldown on that skill? They didn't.
They didn't.
they?
No. It's always a 6-turn
No.
cooldown.
Okay.
If this was a 5-turn cooldown, it would be insane. But 6-turn, even it's really
Yeah.
good on 6 as well. But yeah, 5-turn would be absolutely broken. All right, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Speaking of which, party gets 18% attack for 3 turns, and then male allies get 38% star gen for 3 turns. Again, is back. Probably even more irrelevant for her than a Summer Anne, if I had to guess, because your supports are by girls anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a kit that works. It's basic, but it works. She's all about living and dying by that MP anyway. Black rail it up. All right, 20% debuff res, cool. 10% crit damage, cool, but maybe not the most useful one of all the archers. And 10% arts up, yeah, because she needed that too, of course, cool. Anti-rider on the append, whatever. I wouldn't probably use her against neutral. All right, MP. FX-wise, it's kind of doo-doo. I hate the 70% chance to take down. I always hate chance-based takedown, especially, I like all chance-based effects, but especially takedowns. And then she refunds 20% on OC base up to 40% too. And it's a 10-hitter. And she has a really good MP gain. So, needless to say, you're looking at the highest refunding MP in the entire game, and not just among archers. She averages at 101% refund with double Castoria Black Rail. That's the average.
Hilarious.
The maximum is 118% with, like, I assume max overkill. So, there you go. Pretty chill refund, I would say.
Yeah, refund's better than AoEs. Just a normal day.
Yeah,
I guess.
like if there ever was a servant designed for Black Rail in mind, then there's one of them.
So one thing to I think is worth noting, and it's not as much of a problem now that she has the battery. Since we're looking at NP1, the heal can be a little awkward. I don't think it's as awkward.
Yeah, because you
as,
can't go above
Summer
100%,
Strand,
of
for
course,
example.
with the drain, and then you get a free drain.
Because you might want you might not want to use the heal on the NP turn, so it might not be a problem.
You
but
probably
again,
don't,
with,
at
like,
least not the first MP.
yeah, at least with Summer Fran, it's a lot more of a problem because she'll probably want to use the NP game buff when she NPs, just so she can loop. She's top tier, as in like one of the top 2 tiers.
Yeah,
So I guess
I'm between
technically
A
that's
plus
not
at EX as well.
I don't think she's EX. I'm
Her
gonna say
damage is kind of lacking, I guess. I'm not,
Like,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Like, if
Like-
anything, you would maybe want to trade some of the refund for more damage. It's like overkill
For
for the
sure.
refund.
For sure, because of arts. Like,
It's
you
like the Rider
definitely.
Mordred problem, but not near as bad.
Yeah, she also has like defense focused stuff as well. It's like you could have traded all that.
Yeah,
for
just
offense.
more offense. With this kind of refund, you would hope for everything in her kit to be full offense.
Yeah. So like, I really think she's not like EX, but A plus is probably
I
still
mean, A
fair.
plus is fair for sure.
Yeah, it's so easy because like it's not even like you need double Castoria, you just single Castoria or like I don't know.
I mean, there's so many options because her numbers are so good. On the refund,
and she is pretty bulky. If you like to like do like I don't know solo or like non Castoria comps, maybe I don't know. I don't know. She's weird.
Yo,
She would
A
need
plus
him-
gang is winning now.
I do think though the most dangerous buff they could give her is an MP upgrade because like that is the most free thing she can use.
Dude, that would
like,
be
she
so
will use it
insane.
every
Like,
fucking
even if they
turn.
don't give her any new effect with the buff, just the buff alone would be so huge with that kind of MP.
Yeah, because using it every turn for sure.
I
my
wouldn't
God.
be too shocked if they buffed her again before they buffed Artemis.
Yeah,
it's Sartoria.
they would. Hopefully not, but
wrong
we'll
art
see.
Servant. Wrong art servant.
Yeah.
Hopefully not, yeah.
All right, moving on. Let's talk about.
like- Dude, it's like they took that buff and they went in the archer list and they were like, search by art, and they're like, yeah, it's this one.
Such a weird buff.
It
Yeah.
went to Artoria instead.
All right, time to talk about kind of fan favorite. We're gonna talk about Ishtar next. Rin faces, yay. I mean, I'm a big Ishtar fan as well, or a Rin face enjoyer as well.
I don't know why.
You know, okay, I see. Totally. All right. Anyway, Buster, AOE, DPS, and a farmer servant. 12.2k attack, pretty good. Oh, above average for Archer, 5 stars. She's got a double Buster, double Arch deck, which I think is very good. And her cards also are very solid too, for the most part. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Everyone gets 20% attack and 20% crit damage for 3 turns. You know, is very basic, but it works. I think that this skill could be buffed though. Like the Gilgamesh Charisma looks way better after the buff. But, it's not a bad skill because, she still likes both of these buffs too.
How about that Summer Ibuki first skill though? Like basically the same cooldown, more crit, and then also NP gain in a niche.
Yeah.
Fair and balanced character, by the way.
Also, speaking of skills that could be buffed, the second one, 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery, and then 80% chance to get Invul Pierce for 1 turn, and 80% chance to get Invul for 1 turn. So yeah, obviously there's a lot of topic about this. Maybe should be getting buffed because they buffed Ereshkigal's first skill, which had a very similar theme to it. Obviously, it's still a bit different, but they eliminated the RNG at least. So who knows if they're gonna do the same here at some point too. But it's awkward. I don't like this skill, of course, because, you kind of... Sometimes it really matters if you land the Invul or not for DPSing, right? The Invul Pierce is only 1 turn, so that for the most part, it's hard to get use out of that, of course, with the 6-turn cooldown. But the Invul is important, for sure.
I think there's a code you can use with it, right? I don't know if you ever want to, but...
Like a reset thingy?
Code. No. There's a command code that's a buff chance.
Oh, yeah, the Alarming Mask. Yeah, true. That one.
I don't know if it's 20. Is it 20? I don't remember.
I think it's like 20 or 15 or something. I forgot.
Oh, no, you got 5 for that's even more tilting.
Yeah, I think it is 20%, actually. Yeah.
I don't remember.
I remember people use it with Hans, and I think that guarantees it.
Yeah, like, it's not... I don't know. It's still annoying.
Hey,
anyway, awkward skill for sure.
Always having 70%.
Yeah.
All right, the third skill though is interesting. So it's a 3-turn cooldown. She gets a delayed buff for 1 turn, which cannot be stacked, and then after that 1 turn, she gets 50% attack for 1 turn. So it's like her, rapid fire mana burst, I guess. Obviously, it's a bit of a shame you can't stack it because Koyan would be very cool with this skill as well. It would increase her burst potential, but sadly, does not work like that.
I mean, Otto did tell me when I was trying to argue that though, because like you can space it out very nicely, because of like you're using her battery first usually, and then you use one Koyan's battery, so the next turn you get to use this again.
Yeah, true. I guess the cooldown still works really well with that.
Yeah, and then you get to use it again, so it's like you kind of can use it again.
See, the one problem with that though is you're better off with like a 3-turn buff, and then you can double stack that. So
yeah,
I mean it is 50.
Yeah, it is a higher number of attack though. So
yeah, but you're still not going to be seeing the use until next turn. So if you have like a 20 for 3-turn, then you can
for
use
turn
that
1
on
it sucks
turn
for sure at
20%,
least. Yeah.
And next turn you got 40% for the rest of them. It's very comparable, I'd say.
Anyway, overall, I hate to say it, but I think her skill set has not aged very well. I think is pretty bad, honestly. Her numbers up here in the deck, they're all great. Like here, everything's nice. This is great stuff. But man, the skills are pretty lackluster, honestly. You got some good stuff there, but could you definitely use more or some fixes too? Anyway, passage.
Because she had a weird extra attack like that. It's 7 hit.
Yeah. I mean, she has to kind of fight Gilgamesh in some ways, even if she can't fully batch it.
Yeah, it's still 1 less.
All right, 20% debuff rest, very nice. 10% crit damage, very nice. And 22.5% more debuff rest, very nice. So a very high innate chance to resist debuffs. That's nice. Anti-ruler append. Luvia absolutely shafting her gameplay potential. You love to see it. All right, and then the MP has been buffed, which is nice. So she gets a 20 star bomb, and before damage, 20% of buster up for 1 turn, scaling up to 60% on overcharge. So it hits pretty hard, but there's no power mods or anything, so it's never gonna be like crazy high against anything.
I mean, like I specifically
Still-
looked at the numbers because like I'm like, man, Ishtar looks like on paper she looks like she really fell off, but like
Like the
I think
numbers are
against
still good.
yeah, like she is still I think one of the highest damage. If we don't consider any trait.
Yeah,
Um,
like generic damage. Yeah.
Yeah, generic damage, she's still one of the highest, and especially like for like buster crits, because of that MP giving the extra 20% buster up, that actually works with the face card as well. So like she has really good burst damage.
Yeah.
But definitely I feel like her skill set could use a buff
Yeah,
compared to
for
some other
sure.
stuff.
I'm actually
'Cause a
surprised
big
that none of them
problem
have been touched yet.
Yeah, a big problem with these AoE buster archers is that, MP upgrade used to be like a big thing, but like they all have MP upgrades. Literally
Yeah.
all of them have MP upgrades.
Except one.
poor
and
Tamet
that's
he's
the
new.
big problem.
Yeah, but he's new. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think Ishtar, she just has like neutral damage left, when not hitting trait.
Mm,
And there is another character I would put higher than her.
yeah.
I think she should still belong in A plus, but like I think there's a
I mean, she
character
still
that's
has great numbers and hits hard generic damage for both crits and MP. But yeah, she's just missing
Yeah.
something to. She's not top tier.
Yeah, like I think considering neutral and like crit burst damage, she can still be A plus.
Yeah,
But
like she can still easily pull her weight.
like maybe a lower version of A plus. I don't know. We can discuss that.
Yeah,
later,
we'll
I
just
guess. Like,
rearrange later if needed. But yeah,
I think it's either A plus or A for
yeah,
sure.
I'm thinking that as well.
Like you can drop her to A. Maybe it depends on what we discuss later. How about you, Otto?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was half asleep there. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so with Ishtar, I don't really have any strong opinions on Ishtar. Wait, we are still on Ishtar, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
we're still in her. Yeah.
Okay. She, like, yeah, I feel like she hasn't aged that well. I think she's still like okay. It's
Yeah, thank God her numbers are
just-
still good besides the skill set.
yeah. She at least has good farming.
Yeah, she's a servant with. I mean, she has like once again good crit burst damage. Like if you're doing like just buster stuff, MP something B is gonna be a lot of damage because of that buster up before damage. But like
Gonna chug some coffee.
like I think like also somebody brought up in chat is like even if it's a like 20% attacker for example, you're stacking it for like turn 2 and turn 3. Even if it's like 5 turn cooldown, turn 2 and turn 3, it's still less than Ishtar. So like Ishtar's still got the numbers. She's definitely more of a on paper worse than in practice unit, I feel. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, here's
Oh,
hoping
boy.
her skills get touched sooner than later, since the Resh got, hers.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. We're gonna talk about Mr. Evil himself next, James Moriarty. Single target buster DPS archer. 11.7k attack. A bit on the lower side for 5-star archers, but certainly not terrible as a number. And welcome back, caster deck. Was this the last time today? I feel like it might be the... Well, if you don't count Durga's, skill thingy, but yeah. I think this is the last time for today.
Well, then that's not a caster deck. That's like 5 arts cards there.
Yeah, true. But anyway, yeah, I hate his deck. I hate it. It's especially his gains are also so trash. They're like Abigail trash almost. Like it's so bad. Anyway, I hate his deck. All right, first skill, 5 turn cooldown. He gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn, Ignore Defense for 1 turn, 600% Absorb for 1 turn, and 20 stars. I mean, honestly, it has some downtime, but it's a great burst skill, actually. Like, it enables you to bypass basically everything, while also getting some crit
It's just
action.
his MP turn, basically.
No.
You use it when the MP's, yeah.
It's just unfortunate it's only 1 turn.
And obviously the Star Bomb will be very important when we move on to his other skills. So second skill, 6-turn cooldown. If you have 10 or more stars, you get 50% battery, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then your allies get evil alignment for 3 turns. Now, this doesn't, after the buff, it doesn't consume the stars anymore, so you just need to have them, which is nice, so you can still use them afterwards. Pretty decent. Now that the first skill does the Star Bomb, this skill is actually pretty good now. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. 50 battery with a steroid and party something.
And then if you have if your allies happen to be DPSs as well, the evil thing is nice because the third skill, 5-turn cooldown, so he gets 20% attack, and then his allies that are evil get another 20% attack for 3 turns. I don't know why he himself is not included in the second effect. No pun intended, it's a crime. It's literally a crime. He should be included in this. It's stupid. So it's only a 20% attack for himself.
Yeah, only Steno has that though. It's like Liz. It's like an old trend.
Yeah,
like
this was the old charisma buff trend. Even though this is not a buffed version anyway, but you know it's still a newer charisma by then, I guess.
And it always apply like the trait is always on the servant that has it. So
other than Maeve, because she's not a man.
Oh, yeah.
Is she Fae though? Because it's
she's
male
not
or Fae.
She's not Fae.
Oh, she's not Fae either. Oh wow.
I don't think she's Fae. Yeah.
Interesting.
She has some explaining to do.
I think Jolter is dragon, right?
Jolter is dragon.
Yeah, someone asking in chat. Yeah, so that applies still. Yeah. Anyway, overall, his skill set after these 2 buffs, it's fine.
Is she not?
It's not like terrible, but you know, it's a pretty.
Oh, maybe
okay
she's not dragon.
set.
Hold on, I gotta check if she's.
No, I think she is dragon, but it's one of those where she only applies it to dragon allies, the second attack buff. So it's not. Oh, she is not dragon, so it wouldn't work anyway. Oh, really?
Interesting.
Okay, wow. Well, turns out, never mind. Anyway, more on that in like I don't know 5 weeks or something. I don't. Okay. Anyway, passives 12.5% debuff res, pretty cool, and then 11% crit damage. That's nice because he actually doesn't have any crit damage on his kit, which I think he could use. Third skill third append is anti-caster, whatever. MP hasn't been buffed sadly, but at least the overcharge is good. So it's 20% defense down for the target for 3 turns on base before damage, scaling up to 40%. I do wish it had some other effect too, but the overcharge is good. I mean, we know how good Enkidu is, and he has like a better version of this. 12 hits
this
as
actually...
well.
This helps his damage a lot, actually.
Yeah, the MP actually hits pretty hard that a lot of people don't realize. It does hit hard.
I mean, compared to a lot of like lowers, like Robin, for example, Robin has about the same amount as his NP1. Because like you see him like near the top of the chart, and it's like, it's just. Like, he should be hitting harder than a lot of them, because most of his focus is on his NP. But then, like, it's just...
Yeah, also, why is he not anti-good alignment? Like, that makes no sense.
They give that to the other one.
Yeah, the other guy has the young one.
Oh, yeah. But they should buff Archer as well.
He's old and rusty.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, MP upgrade definitely seems possible. You know, it's an MP with.
I think he would be really good with a solid MP upgrade.
Yeah, for sure.
Now he's like,
makes sense.
Mixed opinions, but I think he's overall still like a little bit underrated. I don't think he's amazing, but I think he's underrated for sure.
I think it's like A to B plus. Probably, I could push him to A even. I just don't like his deck.
Yeah, his deck is like the worst part about him.
Yeah, like I genuinely think it's not a stretch to go A to B plus. I
think it's B plus or A for sure. One of these two.
Both already aren't that good. Well, the young one is a
young one has little damage. he doesn't really have the damage, sadly.
I like that he has an arts deck. Like an arts
you
deck
like it?
DPS.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I know it's
if
weird,
his cards were better, then maybe.
I mean, with the arts buffs, it's not too bad. He's neither here nor there, though.
Yeah, but then you have to bring a support that has an arts buff, and you're missing out on his main damage. type, so it's awkward.
I was talking about the other Moria.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes way more sense because his MP is also arts. Okay, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
for like, I don't know, 5-6 weeks from now or something.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
This stuff gets stretched out real far, huh?
All right, next up, quite of a jump in release dates, I think, between the SSRs. But yeah, back to a permanent. It's Mr. Napoleon, Bara Daddy, or one of them at least. And yeah, AoE Buster, DPS. I would not really farm with him. It would not be very pretty. All right, 12k attack, pretty much standard for SSR archers. Not bad. Double Buster, double Arch deck also works fine for him too, I think. Deck first skill, 20% attack up for 3 turns, and then he himself gets 20% more attack, but only for 1 turn. So it's like it's kind of comparable to the Moriarty Charisma in a different kind of way. But yeah, it's like a burst, but also you get longevity as well, which is fine. But I still think this skill is pretty weak overall, though. I have to say.
Yeah.
But at least it's not a complete 1-turn effect. Next skill though. So 5-turn cooldown.
Yeah.
AoE 20% MP damage for 1 turn and 100% crit, a star gen for 1 turn. Wow, so bad. It's like we're back to old tactics and shit. Oh my god, it's so bad. Can we remove this skill? I don't want to look at it. I'm gonna move on.
It's tactics and not instinct. What is it called? What's the star drop one?
Clairvoyance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 2 worst things. I mean,
Yeah.
at least you put together.
Anyway,
at least
third
it's
skill though. This is
100%.
not too
It's
bad.
actually
6-turn
pretty
cooldown.
impactful.
He gets a 30% battery.
100%, I guess. What's hit is his MP? Oh, 5 hit.
Yeah, three turns of invul pierce and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. This at least it's like a mini, Pioneer of the Stars. In fact, is it just flat out worse? Oh, I guess it's stars per turn instead of 10. I still think
it's
Pioneer is better, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, Pioneer's a very good skill, though. Like,
I mean, this is still good. This is fine. Like, this is actually one decent skill. Everything else is kind of doo-doo, but this is not bad.
yeah.
Okay. All right, 50% debuff is cool. 6% crit damage, cool. Anti-rider on the append. Again, not really, nay. MP has been buffed, so he gets 1 turn of ignore defense. I think, is this like the only MP that does it? For damaging ones? Usually it's like the MP itself has it on the damage, but he gets it for 1 turn.
Ironically, the one other servant that does it is
there is another
also an AoE Buster Archer. That's Tomatomo.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Tommy.
that makes sense. Wow, that's funny. Anyway, he gets it for a full turn, so face cards work too, I guess. Then he gets a 20 star bomb like Ishtar, and then his overcharge is anti-divine, scaling from 150 to 200. I mean, it's pretty good post buff, I want to say. I like it. Good for face cards as well, stars. And the divine is obviously a fairly common trait. But if you don't hit divine, it's maybe not the most damaging MP out there.
Yeah, he needs to hit divine, basically.
He's still pretty strong, I would say. Because just
his
the
face cards feel
combo
way
of-
worse than the competitors too. Like Tesla, Ishtar, Gilgamesh all have so much better face cards too.
still like I do like that he makes like a ton of stars per turn.
I wouldn't say
it's
a
little
ton,
deceptive.
but a
I mean,
decent
it's a
chunk.
sergeant of
Well,
100.
the stars per turn is that's 10, and then his NP makes 20, so it's at least 30 when he's NPing. And also the fact that he can just like always do damage, like between his third skill and his NP. It's nice. And then divine is a good niche because there's a ton of divine bosses.
Yeah, I guess it's cool. He also has the invul pierce and ignore defense combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some ways I feel like he's a bit stronger than Ishtar.
I think
I know
overall
she's got the
Ishtar is going to
invul.
be more consistent though.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
like
I mean, she's got, like,
anti-trade
the-
versus.
versus the invul, yeah.
Yeah, like Ishtar's overall damage is better. Like obviously non-trade damage is a lot better. Cards. Napoleon has more reliable impulse pierce defense, but like it is good. It's not always gonna happen. It really is.
If Ishtar is A plus, I think he's like B plus or A.
Really, I don't think they're a full tier apart. I think they could even be in the same tier.
I don't want to put him in the same tier. I'm sorry. I'm okay with A though, but I don't want to put him in the same tier as Ishtar. Or is the audio glitched again? Oh no. But I hope it's for the music and not the microphones.
I
At least A.
guess. Yeah, at least A. There's no way he's B plus. Like at least they're like a half a tier apart, I guess.
I do think Ishtar is overall better for sure. Personally, yeah, I've used both.
Honestly, though, like just one skill upgrade from on him, and he's just gonna surpass her.
I wouldn't say surpass, but maybe match her, depending on what the
same
buff
goes
is.
for Ishtar though. Like
Yeah, she's
whoever gets
also
the
a
buff
good
first,
upgrade away from top tier.
Whoever gets the buff first.
Yeah,
really
race
is
for the
that.
buffs, dude.
Yeah, it really is up like how much you value the anti-divine. To be honest, like it really is just down to that. Yeah.
All right. Is this the first summer servant of 5 stars? Probably. Is there even anyone else? No, I guess. Okay.
Nope.
How funny how that works. They like 4-star archers instead on summer. Anyway, we're gonna talk about Summer John, the happy one, not the edgy one. AoE, arts, DPS, and farmer. She probably has the lowest attack of all the 5-star archers, right? 10.5k. That is quite a sad number, sadly. Yeah, could be way higher. Oh well. Double Buster, double arts, I think is a good deck for her though. Quite good. First skill 5 turn cooldown, she gets 30% odds for 3 turns for self, and then also 2 hits of invul for 3 turns. It's a good skill. It's basic, but it's good. It works. Nice uptime. Not awkward on the invul because it's 3 turns on the uptime. Good. 6 turn cooldown, second skill gets a 40% battery for self, and then 20% MP damage for 3 turns. And then, if there is a waterside map currently, she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Quite a big of a conditional if you're DPSing, because that is a lot of crit damage you're not getting if you're not on waterside. Oof. Yeah. Big difference. And it's especially nice because her MP will be generating so many stars. You would love to have the crit damage as well on DPSing.
Yeah.
And the 40% battery can be a bit awkward sometimes in farming, I think. Maybe not, because you're probably... Well, actually, yeah, you're probably not going to use this on turn 1, right? Most likely. So it's probably fine on farming, actually.
Wait, what do you mean? Do you mean the 40?
Yeah.
I mean, there is the thing... I mean, I don't think she needs extra refund, but
her refund is good.
The thing with arts is you can do append 2... at level 1, and then 50 battery is 60, and double Castoria skill 2, and then 30 for each turn. That is like the most safe way
that's best for refund wise. Yeah, true.
Yeah, so she can still do it. You just have to lord that second append, but it's not like she really
it's not the biggest, the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, third skill, 5 turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack, and then good alignment allies get 20%. But I believe she is not good because she's like summer alignment, right? Yeah, she's lawful summer. She would be lawful good if she wasn't summer, which is the funny part. Way to
there you go.
Cucking herself. Oh no.
Because she's not good, she is not good.
Wow, the game says she's not good. Ouch. Anyway, honestly, her skill set is fine. It's not amazing, but it's better than some of the ones we've already seen on 5 stars for sure.
Boring. I don't like her because she's boring.
I do hate that the crit damage is on water side though, because that really makes her DPS potential way worse. Because you have a lot of stars on the MP.
A huge number. It's 50%.
Yeah, 50, not even 30 or something. It's 50. That's big.
It's just gone. It's really sad.
They should add a buff to her where she gets the water side for like 3 turns or something, or even 1 turn.
She even has 2 buster cards for it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Like kind of. Yeah, just.
Yeah. Anyway, but passive 17.5% debuff is cool, 10% crit damage, and then also on water side she gets 3% gauge per turn. That one really doesn't really matter too much at all. It's the crit damage that you want. That's a cool bonus that you probably don't need anyway. Anti-Berserker on the append is very nice. She can even loop Berserkers as far as I know because her refund is nice. The MP does nothing for the normal effects besides damage, but then the overcharge is actually pretty good. So on base overcharge, you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, up to 30 on max overcharge. And again, because her MP is so spammable, you're going to be getting a lot of stars per turn effects on her with this MP spam. Yeah. So for DPSing, don't discount it. And just hope you're on water side.
Thing about her.
Yeah, the refund is good. Let's see how high is she on the AoE. I assume she's like one of the highest, if not the highest. Yes. Oh, I guess Emiya's arts is highest, but yeah, after that she is the highest on archers. Makes sense.
Aldo, you wanted to say something?
I
Okay.
don't know, like
Oh, you speak.
yeah, I'm just not thrilled about this character. I don't use her.
I mean,
I like Zenobia more.
she
I
just
like Zenobia's
doesn't do-
kit more.
She just doesn't do damage. Like, I don't think she does good damage at all. Like, she could still live off of. She's definitely not A+, by the way, because
Yeah, the attack is pretty low too.
We got 2 other AoE arts archers like this year, and she definitely, in my opinion at least, does not compete. I just think she has too little effects. Like the fact that one of her biggest crit steroids tied to the water side sucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she makes a lot of stars when she doesn't have a lot of good ways to use it. I just think she's not very, like, I don't know.
I
She's
think she should be
comparable to
like A
Squirtle.
tier. Like she's solid, but she's still like, yeah, like you said, she's missing a lot of damage.
She's comparable to Squirtle. I would rather bring Squirtle down than put her up. So I'm very firm on her being not that good.
Mm,
Like, sure, A is okay, I guess. Like,
yeah.
I don't think she's amazing at all, unfortunately.
I think they could buff her, honestly. I think they could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give her a way to get water side so she gets some crit damage at least.
Yeah, they'd probably put it on her NP if they have the
Dude,
audacity.
that would be crazy nice, honestly.
to
That
NP
would be a
buffer.
big difference.
Yeah.
Would
MP
improve
buff,
her
and that
like all
applies
her
water
damage.
side.
Yeah. All right. Next up, a very fun one. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Controversial.
that's a fun one.
Yeah, we're gonna have this talk again. All right, Super Orion, aka Giga Chad, Grand Archer himself. Yeah, single target buster. Killer. He fists you, and you're gonna take it up the ass whether you want it or not. And he has a small bow, but it's all about the
excuse
fists,
me?
really.
I'm sorry, I typed something in chat and I heard take it up the
Yeah,
what?
yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what you signed up for, didn't you know?
The best single target
okay,
archer.
to be fair, like still, this is only my second threesome. Give me a
Yeah,
some
okay,
time to
fair
warm
enough.
up.
All right, 12.5k attack. I think that is the highest so far, right? Yeah, that is a very, very nice number. Super high. He gets the full Gorilla Deck experience, of course. Gotta max out them hits. And also with this, with the Mighty Chain update, it's actually pretty cool for him. I mean, obviously with teams, it's hard to get the Mighty Chain, but, when it happens, you're gonna be very happy.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not gonna be unhappy with pressing as many busters as you can either, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
It is
like
legitimately
his whole deck just got
above.
better. Like that's what it is.
Yeah, especially with his MP as well.
Mhm.
It's legitimately a buff. Because, like, back in the day,
Yeah.
the MP not being Buster could be a little bit annoying. Now it's
Yeah,
not
true.
that annoying.
Anyway, first skill is
Yeah.
definitely the weakest part about him. On a 5-turn cooldown, get 50% buster up for 1 turn, and then Wild Beast or Demonic Trait damage for 1 turn. They're not even different mods, so whichever it is, if they have both, it's still the same number. So yeah, this is like the biggest, weakest part about him. Pretty boring, just a mana burst. It's like whatever. Second skill though, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 1-time 3-turn guts, revives with 3k HP, 20% attack for 3 turns, and a 20-star bomb. Now we're talking a bit more, yeah. Let him cook, okay, good. And then third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, and then for the next 3 attacks, 3 turns. Whenever he attacks with buster cards, he gets plus 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and it activates before damage. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, this is only because it says 3 attacks, 3 turns. It's only consumed when you actually do crit. So yeah. Well, 100% crit damage. And again, a lot of people don't realize it's flat out crit damage. It's not buster crit damage. So yes, your buster cards are the only ones that proc it, but let's say you have, like, you're on team, you have a turn where you have 2 of his busters and 1 arts, your max damage is actually BBA. You'd be surprised. Guaranteed the arts crits. This is actually the max damage, because then it has plus 200% crit damage. So that's the way that works. So a lot of people would be like, oh, I'm going to use ABB because, busters. But no, BBA would be more damage because it's a generic crit damage that you get. Funny.
Oh yeah,
funny.
no, never mind. It consumes it because it's when you attack, you get 100% crit up.
Oh yeah. I guess that's true.
Yeah, it's before damage.
Yeah.
I think Game Press has it listed wrong. They have it so it's like after damage, which it's a pretty big difference there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
That makes it sound like it's a really bad skill if you don't.
Wait,
have
if
both of them.
if it's after damage, doesn't it do nothing? Oh no, it
Yeah,
does it.
that's
in
what
the
it would be, but it's before.
Yeah. It
Wow,
only
it's
does
an
it with
effect
the
that
chain.
does nothing.
Yeah, I love
It-
this absorb buff on my archer that makes a bunch of stars.
But yeah, needless to say, this means that he will absolutely crit your faces off. So there's that.
Yeah.
And the cooldown isn't that bad either, considering the way it works. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, these days okay. I was about to say you'd expect it to be 3 times 3 turns. Oh, right, it is.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, let's see here. Passives. 12% more crit damage, because cool. His divinity is a useful one. It's a small one, but it's 175 damage cut, of course. And then a demerit passive, nothing positive. He gets 20% more poison damage on him. Good old lore. Not really relevant in most cases though, so it's there. Anti-archer, maybe relevant depending on your copy and how much you like him on the append. And then the MP. Oh, the MP. Invul Pierce for 3 turns for self. MP1, 30% attack up for 3 turns for self. 3 turns of debuff immune for self. 10 stars per turn for 3 turns for self. And then base OC, 100% crit damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 200%. Yeah, that's a buff MP right there. It's still one of the best ones in the game. This and Van Gogh are still probably the best buff MPs in the game. It's just, ooh.
Yep.
It's nuts. And again, it is an arts MP, yes, but like Plushie said, now that with Mighty Chains, it's not the end of the world, actually.
Actually, I will say this: in a lot of, I don't think Mighty Chains have benefit him that much because
MPBB.
NPBB
like, what if-
is
Yeah, in that
awkward.
case, yeah.
So like no matter how many buffs you put on yourself, like basically the biggest increase in damage you're gonna get is Buster starting bonus, and I guess like that is a little more accessible with Mighty Chains. It's just like if you're looking for maximum damage, NP quick Buster is not the way to go. It's Buster NP Buster. Although
Yeah,
I guess
fair
like
enough.
in some teams,
Dude,
it's just like
I like that.
it's weird.
I like that on the crit
I
sheet,
mean-
no one else is even close to him on the crit average DPS calculation. And that's not even considering like the peaks.
Well,
my
yeah,
God.
well, he kind of has to. He doesn't have damaging MP. He has to make up for
It's
it.
so funny.
So
Oh my
fun
god,
fact,
the BBB calcs
like,
though.
the maximum damage combo you can get. Some people will try to go for 3 NPs. The maximum damage is you NP twice in a row, and then you do a Buster chain on the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
of course.
that using the second Buster card instead of an NP, that's going to be more than using the
Yeah.
NP instead.
And you get the Buster Brave bonus as well.
Yeah, the extra.
I mean,
the
it's
extra
not
will do
really- I mean, that's-
minuscule
it's
damage
not that
compared to all
huge.
those crits, but
Yeah.
still, it's
Well,
worth mentioning.
It's
I
just
guess.
one extra Buster card worth of damage,
Yeah.
you know? Like after 2 MPs that Buster card is like an MP, so
Well,
you know.
yeah. Part of what you're doing with the NP, you're getting 100% crit on it.
Okay,
So,
people in chat are already comparing him to Van Gogh. Yeah, Van Gogh is definitely more
Van Gogh's
self-sufficient, but sure, Orion may not generate the most stars, but that's why you have supports anyway. And also, yeah, while I say Van Gogh is Van Gogh, I usually rank Van Gogh EX plus anyway, so she would still be higher, even if you want to make the comparison. So
Here's the thing,
Yeah.
like as a pure DPS, Van Gogh suffers from 1B syndrome. She has 1 Buster card. Orion has 3. That is a huge difference. Like I think we actually were talking about this in like our server, and we theory crafted like what if Van Gogh had 3 Buster cards, and it was kind of stupid. So I kind of understand why they did.
Well.
So if this was a TA like tier list, I would already put him in EX, like no question. I think obviously the issue with non-damaging MPs is that if you're not cycling out your support, you're not killing them off.
Honestly, I've
all
never
you
had.
have is
I've
3
used him in
cards.
so many teams. I've never had consistency issues. Never. Even if non-min turning,
suppose, yeah.
I always have a good time with him. Always.
Yeah, I suppose, because like, yeah, you can keep using the MP. It's not like he's gonna run out of crit buffs, you know. Like, you can just keep using the MP. So yeah, I do think you know, at the end of the day, he is closer to EX than A plus anyway. So I would, like, if you were to ask me, I would still rank him EX. I definitely think he is probably still the strongest single target archer.
Yeah.
In terms of just pure DPS right now. It's just like there's no damage that really comes close to it. But you know, I have my gripes with non-damaging MPs for sure.
Yeah,
but,
that's fair. But from my personal
like-
experience, I always am happy using him. He will always deliver. Like, just bashes everything.
He's so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I have an
like-
MP5 on NA, but my JP one is MP1, and even then he just smashes still.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, cause the crits is the crit buff of the MP. You know, it doesn't skill. It skills with overcharge, and like it's also, he also has really good like utility, because like if you played your cards right, he basically has infinite debuff immune if you want to, like,
And infinite invul pierce.
yeah, infinite invul pierce. So like really, really strong. Like the MP is too strong, and the fact that he has triple buster. To
Yeah,
really
the
make
MP
up
is
for that
over too,
missing
and for
damaging
sure.
MP.
I'm not sure why
Yeah,
they thought it was a good idea with 100% crit damage on base OC. Probably would have been enough to put 50% there, but yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they really wanted to make up for, I guess, non-damaging MP. I do think at the end of the day, it is a good choice, because like having.
I mean, obviously, I'm happy because he's one of my
differently.
favorites too. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, he works differently from other stuff, and it's really interesting to see stuff with him.
Personally, I would put him like between S and EX and S. I know chat's gonna
You
be
would
like,
put
"Haha,
another
he said
tier there.
sex."
Oh my god. So funny.
So the reason why is because it's literally just the non-damaging NP. Like I know his damage is really really good, but like there is
To me, it doesn't
like
matter.
a slight
I always have a good time. Like, even if he doesn't have a damaging MP, he's always still gonna be like
I was
good.
talking like yeah like please don't talk over me. Yeah, I don't want to be rude. It's just like this is a complaint. So like it's just like sometimes you want to like back to back NP and but like a lot of the time you're trying to go for like cycling out supports just so he's able to get cards on like the deck shuffled. It's why I'm not really saying like a tier below. I'm saying
feel like-
S plus.
No, I don't think that would be enough to move anything at all. I'm sorry. I think that's just reaching.
Yeah.
I can see
Yeah,
where you're
like,
coming from, but that would
I
not
would-
make any difference to my placement.
Yeah, I would be having to argue in favor of not only creating another tier, but
Yeah, that's
creating
not
a tier
happening.
in between
Absolutely
that and the
not.
top tier.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
It's just splitting hairs really hard.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with the X.
All right. Next servant, we're gonna talk about the Zoomer-chan, aka Seishonagon. AoE quick DPS, and I guess maybe recently she can be considered some kind of farmer as well, but it's still not pretty though. So I would still kind of, maybe consider her as a DPS instead. But what do we got? 12.2k attack, above average for a 5-star archer. Pretty good number. I like it. She's got double arts, double quick, which again I kind of maybe would have wanted to see double buster because she does have some crits, focus too. But oh well. First skill though, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. She gets, or the full party also gets 10% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns, and then everyone gets healed by 1k every turn for 3 turns. It's a pretty good skill, It works for everyone, and they're all desirable effects. So hey, why not? Cool. Second skill this is the most recent buff, or one of the more recent buffs. 6-turn cooldown. She gets evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns. She gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and she gets a 30% battery now. Yeah, very solid skill as well, actually. I do like the flexibility of the evade. Easier to keep her alive. And then, more damage. And it helps with her farm with the battery as well, I suppose. Because now she has 2 batteries like this. Speaking of which, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 30% quick up for 3 turns. She gets 20% battery on this one, and then 10 stars. So she does have the split batteries, which, you know, I like Plushy said earlier, is pretty desirable for the most part compared to a bigger battery in one. I think her skills are pretty good overall. Yeah. If anything, they're like maybe her best part. Yeah. Alright, 15% debuff risk, cool. She gets 10% quick absorb, 10% quick crit damage, and then she has 100% charm resistance. Now, this does not mean immunity, like, you know, some other stuffs. This means she has 100% base resistance, so if her resistance is ever lowered, or someone has like a bonus chance to charm, she could still be charm, but, you know, in most cases, basically the same as immune, but worth pointing out, I guess.
If
Decent.
Big Kiara gives you like 100 of those debuff resist down debuffs,
Yeah.
then she uses the charm skill. And
There you go.
goddamn. But I had never used her against Big
Yeah.
Kiara anyways, so.
True. Decent passives. Anti-alter ego on the anti-append. Very cool. Again, you can always use Knight class servants against alter ego. Decent option. The MP is what I don't like. I don't like this MP. It's 3 niches. So first of all, anti-servant enemies with neutral alignment, 50% for 1 turn before damage. Shadow servant enemies, 50% for 1 turn before damage. And then overcharges anti-man attribute for 1 turn before damage, 50 to 100%. I do like the man attribute one. I think they should have changed the normal effects though. I don't like, she's such a mixed bag. Like, I mean, granted, yeah, you might be saying like, oh, but it's easy to hit one of those, you know, sometimes. Like, yeah, sure, but it's still a 50% damage mod and there's nothing else if that happens. So I don't like the MP personally.
I think the man should have been the other type of power mod, like having 3 power mods that apply to face cards imply that she's a strong crit servant, and I don't think she's actually a strong crit servant.
Especially in comparison.
Yeah, maybe not strong.
Yeah, comparison to the other AoE quick archer, but she doesn't really take advantage of the power mod, so I think it should have been SE, which is the other buff type where it's just always multiplicative instead. For at least the anti-man. Because I don't think there's ever been a servant that has 2 SEs. Her refund is really low. I know that isn't actually that big of an issue nowadays. Like, low refund isn't the death of a servant, especially for quick these days. But it is kind of low to a point where I don't know how consistently I can spam her MP. She does have MP charge per turn. Maybe I don't use her enough, but I just feel like I can't. It's not very consistent for me to use her MP. Like,
I feel like you have to get lucky
often
with face cards too and do back-to-back MPs easily.
Probably, yeah, in most cases.
50% battery at this point. I feel like that's not too unreasonable.
I mean, yeah, if you want a one-time refund, then yeah, for sure. But you won't have the batteries every time, at least on the EPS, because I don't think we should place her on farming.
To be fair, on farming, if you use a 50% C, she is guaranteed like no refund necessary.
Yeah, that is kind of good actually.
Yeah.
She has just so much charge that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, she has charge per turn.
She has like 70% total charge.
Yeah, so like, I mean,
10% refund once.
Yeah, she's like fine. I don't think she's anything extraordinary. Like, because of her niche is too hard to hit all of them. Like, hitting 2 of them is kind of reasonable, I guess. But like, because all 3 of them are P mods, it doesn't actually stack up that well. Like, hitting double traits damage, especially when you are using something like a Black Grail. It's mostly MP damage buffs that screw it over. But like, if you're using like a Black Grail, for example, you know, the damage special mods are watered down a little bit, and I don't know. She's like not amazing.
I'm thinking between B+ and A after the buff.
I don't think she's A. How about you?
I think A is fair. I do think her challenge quest is pretty solid because her first skill is so good. Like, I love that first skill.
She's pretty defensive as well, right? With that skill too.
Yeah, it's a nice evade.
I don't know. I'm more inclined to put her B+, but
Ooh, I'm gonna go A post buff, I think. Barely. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right, 4 more to go. This is the last of the ones we had last year, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Servant releasing this year in NA as well. So next up, we got Minamoto no Tametomo, one of the Genji guys, of course. AoE Buster DPS. His farming is pretty ugly, needless to say. So let's just treat him as a DPS. Now, first of all, 12.4k attack though. That is nice. Again, one of the higher ones of the archers. 5 stars, that is. So stat-wise, he's good. But double Buster, double arch deck, I think is fine. Maybe even a triple Buster would have been cool. But, you know...
That's what I keep saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be so much better as a triple
Yeah, because he
Buster.
kind of
It
wants...
would
He's
actually
like
make
all
him
about
unique.
Buster in his kits.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Harding.
Yeah, he doesn't really need the 2 arts cards because he has so much charge going on.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Alright, first skill 5 turn cooldown. He gets 50% Buster up for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty okay. I mean, normally I would prefer 3 turns over 3 attacks, 3 turns, but at least they compensated with it by increasing it to 50% on the Buster up. But obviously, you know, you're still gonna run out of it pretty soon, probably, when DPSing with him. It's fine, it's fine. I have a skill, that is. Second skill, 6 turn cooldown. He gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns, revives with 2k HP, and also an on Guts activate buff for 3 turns. So when Guts is activated, he gets MP damage for 1 time 3 turns, 20%. He clears his debuff, and also, well, actually, that's the on Guts activate buff. And then he always gets 30% battery on using this skill. So yeah, he clears his debuffs and gets a bit of MP damage when a Guts is broken, basically. It's an okay skill. Yeah, it works. It's okay. And then the third skill, 7 turn cooldown though. He gets sure hit for 5 turns, a regen buff for 5 turns, and then at the end of every turn, he gets an MP damage buff for 1 time 5 turns for 20% as well. And also he gets 10% gauge every turn for 5 turns. So it is a hefty cooldown, but you know, the effects are also pretty high on the uptime, so I think it's fine. I think it's pretty good.
This is also why he'd be cool if he had triple Buster, because he can like use his cards to do damage while this thing ramps up the MP damage, and then he can unleash like a more devastating MP with this. Maybe, I don't know. There's only one time.
Although they would have to change the first skill, because with triple Buster you might even use this before you even MP.
Oh, true.
So they would have to change this too.
Dude, it's literally a let him cook skill.
It kind of is.
At least it's 5 turn cooldown on skill 1, yeah. But it's like not that bad. But...
I think overall his skills are pretty good. They're better than a lot of the servants we've seen so far, but I don't think it's like anything crazy.
No.
It's not Tesla crazy.
Yeah, of course.
15% debuff res, 8% crit damage. Pretty basic on the passives, but you know, they both work for him. Anti-Berserker on the append. That is nice. Very, very cool. And then the MP. The MP has some cool stuff though. First of all, 1 turn of both Invul Pierce and Ignore Defense before damage. Great combo. Works for the face cards as well because they're buffs. If there's a water side map, he gets 20% Buster up for 1 turn before damage. And then the overcharge is anti-lawful alignment. Scaling from 150 to 200, so the standard range on overcharge. So, from my experience, sadly, the MP doesn't hit very hard. But, I mean, I'm not counting for anti-trade here, of course. But
yeah,
it's nice that it has the good utility, though.
Yeah, the fact that it's unupgraded out of the sea of upgraded MPs, you know, for Buster. And it's, I mean, yeah. And, like, one of its effects is the anti-trade, so you kind of do need to hit it. Especially considering the Buster up is field dependent. Like, I feel like his damage would be a lot more okay if it wasn't field dependent, obviously. But yeah,
to be fair, it is an NP made to kill boats, not people.
Yeah, that is his
Anti-warship.
lore.
Yeah. I feel like he's just undertuned. Like he doesn't hit hard enough.
He just needs an MP upgrade.
Yeah.
Like at this point, it really is. Like he'd be better than like Napoleon if he had
I
an
think
MP
so
upgrade,
too.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
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 It's just very similar, just too new to have an upgraded MP. Unfortunately, I'd put her. Where's Napoleon?
He's flat A.
I feel like I could argue to put him in A, but
I think B
He has such
plus,
he has
personally.
such a good kit. It's just like the low multiplier on his NP kills him.
yeah, it's just not good
I don't know
MP
if he does
damage.
that.
But I don't think he is a tier lower than like Say or
I mean, it's half
Archer
of a tier,
John.
but yeah.
Like I'm actually more inclined to because I like not having a bunch of crowded tiers. I'm more inclined to like maybe pull down a couple of units from A even
I
just to
feel like
match
I'm
him.
gonna
But
plop him into B plus for now, and then after we're done all the initial placements,
yeah,
we can, do the shuffle.
yeah.
Okay.
Talent is yeah. I do think he's closer to the others, but even sometimes better. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we can
Yeah.
talk about later.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, last 3 remaining, and as far as I remember, these are all 3 new additions to this year's list. So that's kind of cool. All right. Start by talking about a Gouda servant. Actually, no, he was released as a White Day servant, but he's basically a Gouda servant anyway, when you think about it. So we got
K-pop guy.
Takasugi. Oh, did you want to say something?
I was saying he was a K-pop guy.
Yeah, true. He does
He
look
dressed like
like a
one.
K-pop artist. Very true. He's very popular, by the way. Like as a character, he was like on top of the Grail list too and everything, or at least
Yeah.
one of the high ones.
Didn't he
People-
got added because of the vote?
Maybe
The
he did.
popularity
Yeah.
vote?
People
Yeah.
really wanted him out of the NPC jail. But yeah,
He was the most popular NPC.
at a
honestly,
point, yeah.
I believe it.
Yep.
So he's a quick AoE archer, DPS, maybe a bit of farming, but I feel like he's better at DPSing because he has a lot of crit potential. But anyway,
Yeah.
12.2k attack, pretty good, above average for among 5-star archers, not bad. I like his deck a lot, the double buster, double quick with the crit focus, very, very cool to see. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Your full party gets 20% of quick and buster up for 3 turns, and then also overcharge 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Pretty cool. I kind of wish he was full selfish, I'm not gonna lie, but the overcharge can help your supports as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
Second skill though, 6-turn cooldown. We got a targeted skill, gives the target 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then a 1-turn cooldown reduction. Pretty cool. I mean, the crit damage is pretty wasted on supports, but sometimes you might want to toss it on them as well for the cooldowns, but I feel like you're just going to use it on himself basically every single time because the crit damage is nice for him. And then third skill, 7-turn cooldown. He gets a 1-time guts for 3 turns, revives with 3k HP, gets a 30% battery and 30% attack for 3 turns. Sadly, I kind of wish the offensive stuff was on another skill because, the guts pumps up the cooldown, but, it's not bad, I want to say. Yeah.
I mean, if you use it on himself, it's technically 6. You use the CD
true.
reduction.
So he would go. He would be a 6-turn cooldown if you use the second skill on himself. So that helps too, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I like that he has a lot of mixed damage buffs, so that's good.
Yeah.
With his high attack, that's nice. 12.5% debuff res, very okay. 8% crit damage, nice. 6% arts and crit damage again. Yeah, sure. He only has 1 arts card though, but the crit damage at least is universal. I'm surprised they didn't make it like arts only. That's nice. Anti-ruler append. Yeah, no thanks.
Yay.
Alright, the MP is quite boring actually. It's not bad, but it's kind of boring. So there's nothing besides damage on the normal effect. On overcharge, he gets a 20% rainbow for 1 turn before damage on base, scaling up to 40%. And then besides that, he gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 50%. Yeah, I mean, more crit damage, yay. Cool. And his MP will generate a good chunk of stars as well, being 8 hits on AoE.
Yeah.
So...
Like
farming-wise, he actually doesn't have the worst numbers ever. Like, he actually has decent numbers too. But I feel like he's probably gonna mostly shine as a DPS, like a crit DPS.
Yeah, he has notably strong like crit steroids on himself. I think I like him more than Say in terms of gameplay.
He's actually only behind Super Chat on the crit sheet as well.
Yeah, his crit potential is really good. Like obviously Summer Scotty potential. And like in farming, he has some multi-core synergy, like notably with Tonalico. The combination of overcharge and cooldown reduction is able to reduce Tonalico's skill 3 and like cooldown.
Yeah.
So you can sort of use it that way if you want to. It is kind of more of a niche use, but like I just think he's a way more like offensive version of maybe what I don't know if this is what Say wants to do.
I was about to say
Say is so different. Because Say is really different. I guess Say has like sustain, survival. Tagasui doesn't have as much, but Tagasui is very offensive. He has a lot of crits. Like it's just generally, and like his skill cooldown once again, it's a deceptively low if you want to use him as a DPS, like main DPS. It is 556. I think first and second skill being 5 turns cooldown is actually pretty nice, even though second skill is just a crit up. So I think he's pretty decent. I mean, people think he's boring and mid, but like I think he's like
I think he's
at the very
underrated,
least
but
stay
not
tier.
amazing.
Yeah, he's like at the very least Say tier.
I was about to
would
say I want to
like
place him on
a
the
little bit
same tier
more.
as Say at the very least, if not higher, but at least the same tier.
Yeah, I think he's Say tier at least. Yeah.
You got anything, Otto?
How about you, Otto?
I hate his third skill. Like even I just hate the 6-turn cooldown, 3-turn duration guts. Like I know people give battle continuation a lot of shit because it's a 7-turn cooldown, but I like the uptime
Yeah, because
on
it's
battle
5, right?
continuation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which Yui gives me a lot of hope having the 6-turn cooldown and the 5-turn duration. I love that so much.
I mean, they're not gonna give it to any gut skill with multiple effects. It's the same with like if you look. Okay, we literally just got an example. You look at Andromeda. It's a 6-turn, 3-turn, right? Like,
Yeah,
they're not gonna do 5 turns anymore unless it's just a pure guts, in my opinion. Which is unfortunate. Like Yui's is just a heal per turn. Like it is pretty nice, but it's not like it's a super crazy like offensive skill. I guess you don't want it anyways, but
yeah. I like his damage potential. He can ramp up really good damage. I think A is fair for him. I'd love to have more utility on him, but he's just like damage. Like he just ramps up his crit damage. Like having a 50% skill on base, that is actually pretty substantial for a 5-star.
mm-hmm.
And then
he has a high attack
It's a good
too.
class for it.
He's got the deck for it, just good.
Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah, he's good.
And honestly, fun is like one of the most important things for me when weighing the quality of a servant.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, why would you want another boring servant like this one? Okay, I'm joking.
No, you say you're joking, but I agree.
Whoa.
No.
All right. Oh, I guess we're gonna segue into that into the next servant then. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Durga, aka Kali, aka another Sakura face. So,
bro, her voice actress has shit in her name.
Wow,
the first,
wow, okay, dude, we're going to guns blazing off the gates.
It's the
okay.
first 4 letters.
You really want the anime comments,
it.
don't you?
I mean, I'm here. I did 120 years, so it's like, there you go.
Anyway, we got an AOE.
Your waifu has shit.
Yeah.
All right.
AOE Archer. And man, first of all, that attack though, that has to be the highest, right? Yeah, it is.
It is one of the highest in the game.
Like not just among archers, but yeah, in the game.
Yeah.
It's touching 13k. The fabled 13k that only I think one servant has gone past, right? The funny one.
Is Jolter and Summer Ibuki, is it?
Oh, it was Ibuki 13k
and Bazet.
well? Ain't no way.
Oh, and
Bazet as
Bazet.
well. I think Bazet's still number 2.
Okay.
In a good way, guys. In a good way, she's number 2.
Sure.
How about
just talking about?
I thought Bazet was the same as King Protea.
Well, we'll find out eventually, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's cover Durga. So she's got a double arch, double quick deck. How do you feel about that, Plushie, as a Durga specialist?
I would like double buster because I think her quick is bad. Like,
Oh, it's bad. Really?
Yeah, her quick is bad. 0.3.
Oh
4
yeah,
hits. Like,
the
it's
gain is low. Yeah.
her card gains in general is bad. But like her quick is bad because I would rather use her arts. Like if I would rather use your arts than quick, then you should only have one quick. That is my logic, and I think
Mm,
Durga is for sure a character that I would rather use arts over quick. So I might as well have two busters.
fair enough.
So yeah.
Makes sense. All right. Skill number 1, she gets a 50% battery, and the party gets an overcharge buff by 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. Pretty chill for a 50% battery. Not much going
Yeah.
on, but it works, I suppose.
Yeah. Works with herself and Castoria. Herself for anti-trade and Castoria for Castoria, so it's not that bad.
Oh, I really like the second skill. I remember doing the first impression on this too. But yeah, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a invul for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and then a 20% rainbow for 3 turns. That's real nice. I like this quite a bit.
I actually didn't like it as much pre-UE because I kind of wanted it the
Really?
quick up to be. I
you
wanted
just
it to
wanted a
be
higher
like less
number, yeah?
colors. Yeah, higher numbers, but like less
Okay,
colors.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
That
Yeah.
Buster buff doing a lot of good when her entire deck has arts.
Yeah. I mean, it's only for 1 turn, but still, like,
Okay,
but now
okay, I should have
obviously
specified.
appreciate
I meant I love the skill itself. Maybe not on Durga specifically, but I think this is a really good skill, though. But yeah, sure, yeah, it
Yeah.
makes sense. The quick
Yeah.
and the buster, mixed value, of course.
Yeah, the invuln is very desirable.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's
good
an
survival.
amazing defensive one.
Mm-hmm.
Like the name fits, the unapproachable one. Yeah, you can't approach through that shit. All right, let's see the third skill. Then 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then the fun effect of changing all her command cards for arts for 1 turn that are in the hand. She doesn't force them to appear, by the way. It's the same as Arturia, and she gets invul pierce for 1 turn. A bit
Like
bursty
this is
there.
I don't like the invul pierce for 1 turn tied to the MP damage up. Obviously,
Mm.
like I feel like the arts, both the second and the third effects, are things that you might want to time and not immediately
Oh,
use
yeah.
brain dead. But the MP damage up is something that you want to immediately use brain dead to have the highest uptime. That is what I don't like about it.
So you're saying it's a bit
Yeah,
awkward?
it is a bit awkward. Like for example, like Ishtar. Ishtar's invul. Like yeah, I get you want to save the defense as well, but like I don't know. I just don't like it when like offensive skills that want to have optimal uptime is tied with skills that really wants me to time them correctly to get like the most value. So, like very often when I need invul pierce, I probably still need to bring some invul pierce stuff for her, even though she has this.
Yeah, it's a big
'Cause-
downtime for the invul pierce in particular.
Yeah, it's annoying.
20%
so...
uptime, so yeah. Oh well. Overall, I think her skills look fine. They're not amazing, like overall, but it's not a bad kit.
Yeah.
Right, passives though. Oof. All right, 20% debuff rest, very nice. 10% quick up, not too bad considering she has those 2 quicks, I guess. 6% crit damage, that's welcome. Another 22.5% debuff rest, totaling 42.5 on base, very nice. 10% arts up and 10% crit damage. Yeah, passives wise, she is doing really well though, have to say. These are some nice set of passives. She's got the anti-berserker on the append as well. You love to see it. And then the MP only changes visually, right? Yes, okay, makes sense. So, 20% defense down all enemies for 3 turns after damage as a normal effect. Pretty cool. She gets anti-sky damage by 50% for 1 turn before damage. Cool. And then another proper power mod on the MP itself is a anti-demonic on the overcharge. The usual 150 to 200 range. Would be cool if the defense down was before damage, huh? But,
Oh, she'd be so much better if the defense sounds before damage, like for sure.
At least for bosses, it's a bit better, but for farming, it's unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, Durga's a weird one. Like the arts the arts deck thing is not actually that bad because like, yes, her arts gain sucks, but you're still using Castoria, so your arts cards are gonna have like over 100% effectiveness up. So they're still the best card to refund with. And of course, her quick card is being dog crap, doesn't help. So it's like, for example, if you're doing a challenge quest and you need extra cards to refund somehow, like it does happen. Her refund isn't like insanely high or anything. She doesn't refund for free. It's like really decent, but it's not like for free. You get more cards to refund your MP with. But that is when I feel like, you know, the timing thing being awkward, like, oh, what if I just have 2 arts cards on turn 1? Like, for example, if I'm doing a challenge quest, I get 2 arts card on turn 1. I really want to save the deck transformation for another turn, right? For example, what if on turn 2 I get like 2 quicks and I can't refund, but if I use the deck transformation now I can refund. But then that means I can't use the MP damage up immediately. So
it's a dilemma.
I would like it if more of the utility is spread out. Like, she does have good utility with Castoria. I would have liked it a little bit more if she swapped her Sky and Demonic thing, where the Sky is the SE and Demonic is the P mod, but at least the Demonic being SE means that I can do the very funny damage test against the Duryodhana.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think she's very basic, obviously, but she's probably still the best overall AoE archer. Like, I know there's another guy right after her, but I will explain why I don't think he's actually the
Do you
greatest.
mean AoE arts or AoE in general?
AoE arts.
Yeah,
AoE arts.
that's
AoE
what I
arts.
thought. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not that much competition, to be fair.
AoE. I mean, it's Sturga, it's Ptolemy, and it's Jarcher, and I guess Zenobia. Like, it's not like zero competition. I still think she's generally the best one. Because of how easily she works with Castoria, I still put an A+. I don't know. I still put an A+.
Yeah, I might be vibing A+ too.
In my opinion. How about you, Otto?
I like the high hit counts on her NP. Like, I like putting Stargen on her because she actually makes a lot of stars when she does that. But she doesn't really do much anything to take advantage of it. She's just pretty boring for the most part.
Yeah, she is
her
very
niches are a little awkward because, like, Sky isn't like like in farming. I guess it's kind of uncommon. It's just like I don't know. It's one of the less common servant not alignments.
And it's not SE.
attributes.
Like, the big thing is not SE, it's Pmod. Like, if you're using Black Grail, it's gonna get watered down. Like, she's more of an anti-demonic unit than anti-Sky anyways. So, like,
And you know what? I feel like Murasaki does that better than her.
anti-demonic?
Yeah.
No.
What?
No. Okay. You try to do how much damage did I do? Hold on. Against the Duryodhana quest. Let me pull it up.
Shit. It's not fair though, because he's lawful evil instead of chaotic good or anything like that.
I don't have lawful. I don't have anti-lawful.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about Murasaki's buff.
Oh, she did 68 million. No, it's not. It's not 68 million. Is it 68 million?
So is Aro trying to say Murasaki is better at anti-demonic if she also gets her other power mods too?
See, she's getting. I would say so, but I like that she has more utility and synergizes with the arts playstyle.
Yeah, I know. I just like pulling up 68 million damage.
I tell you what, though, my Ushi Gozen could fucking demolish that damage now. She's
really?
116. She was barely able to at 110. She's almost 120. Like, she will fucking demolish that.
I think we're derailing here. Anyway,
yeah,
I'm sure you guys get to duke it out after this with your damage tests.
Tangent for like 4 hours.
Oh, we should do that.
Yeah, you should do that. Do it.
We should do it on the podcast.
Yeah, do it.
Because like my Yui is MP5 now. I can do more damage with her.
All right, I placed her an A+ for now, by the way, and again, we might do a shuffle at the end. But without further ado, let's move on to the final servant of the Archer tier list of 2024. We got Mr. Ptolemaios, or Ptolemy, or whichever name you want to use. So, he's either a young Giga Chad or a wholesome grandpa, badass caster-looking guy. So, he's like everything, which is cool. So, gameplay-wise...
He looks like the king from Clash Royale.
Don't say that. Don't say that, okay? Anyway, so he's either a single target buster DPS or an arts DPS or a farmer AoE, that is. So he's a very unique and cool case, honestly. So I guess 12k attack, pretty okay. Again, around average for 5-star archers. Still, 12k is nice. Double Buster, double Arch deck. I mean, you can't really have any other deck for this guy based on how he works. So yeah, makes sense. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. They get 1k healing every turn for 3 turns, and also 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. Isn't this just better than Say's first skill? Kinda. Oh, well, I guess it's not MP per turn, but yeah. I think 15 stars per turn is better than 10% MP per turn for the party.
I mean,
Maybe
for
not.
him, yeah, because he has no issue.
I
with
like
the
this skill a
refund.
lot, actually. This is a great skill. Whoa. All right, second skill.
It's a pretty good skill.
Yeah, it's a lot of nice stuff on a decent uptime. 7-turn cooldown. Full party gets blue and red up 20% for 3 turns, and everyone also gets 20% crit resistance for 3 turns, and then he himself gets a 50% batteria. I mean, it's a high cooldown, but honestly, I can kind of see why. There's a lot of good stuff. Could it be a 6-turn cooldown? Maybe, but
it could be a 6-turn.
No, please, no. I'm a big Sheba fan. She has 20% arts and Buster and like a little bit of stars for that cooldown.
Right.
Like,
maybe they wanted to keep her alive as well. You know, she's like hooked on to the machine right now. They didn't pull the plug yet. Maybe the next.
Yeah, that's why they gave her like 2.2% more attack when she needed NP damage.
Yeah, MP buff wed. Anyway, pretty good skill as well. And then the third skill. So this depends on the Ascension, of course. So if you're on the young dude, Ascension 1 or 2, so on a 5-turn cooldown, you get 30% battery and 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then you morph into Old Man, which means you have an Arts AoE MP after this. Now, if you start as the Old Man, on a 5-turn cooldown, you get 30% MP generation for self for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns for self, 500% absorb for self for 3 turns, and a 20-star bomb. And then you morph into the young dude who has a single target Buster MP. So makes sense because again, these effects are great for DPSing, as you know, doing big deeps. And then this is one, you know, more accustomed to the farming, if anything. I mean, honestly, they both work on both anyway, besides the crit damage here. But yeah. Makes sense. And it's cool that it's a 5-turn cooldown that, you know, you can, in some longer, but you can definitely more than once.
Yeah, that is, okay, I'll get into that later, I guess, after.
But yeah, overall, I think his skill set is really solid, actually. There's a lot of nice stuff here. Like, this is a nice modern skill set for an SSR. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's just 500% chance to morb. Is there going to be a debuff later that, you know,
my God.
like morbing and resist or morbing chance down?
That would be so funny.
That would be funny, yeah.
Melusine's dead.
Oh,
let's go.
Yeah. Anyway, 17.5% debuff res, very nice. 10% crit damage, very nice. 11% arts up, very nice. And then 20% buff removal resistance. You can't really rely on that, sadly. But, you know, sometimes against bosses, it'll be like, hey, you just save some buffs. Or all of them, if it's like a full cleanse. So, you know, cool little bonus. Anti-archer in the append, pretty irrelevant, I would say. Now, here's where it gets interesting, the MP. So the single target version for the young dude, it's a 5-hitter buster. First of all, I guess he also had this too for a buff. So yeah, for 1 turn, he gets ignore defense before damage. 20% defense down for the target for 3 turns after damage, sadly. And then before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn. And then the AoE is very similar, but instead of you getting ignore defense for 1 turn before damage, you get sure hit for 1 turn before damage, and it's a 5-hit arts AoE. Everything else is the same, yes, but obviously the damage modifier changes to accommodate the card type and the you know, target amount too.
Yes, yeah.
It's so ironic that they made him like immediately after Summer Barghest.
So he's basically just a much better version, is what he is.
I don't know. I'd say there's pros and cons because there's like one problem with him where he might be a little awkward to support. Because with Barghest, she stays arts.
Yeah, I guess
but
that's
with
true.
Ptolemy, he goes
Like,
back and forth.
Basically, my problem with this guy is you can only use, realistically, you really only want to use his skill 3 once. So like the 5-turn cooldown is very deceptive because like it's almost like 10 turns because like
So what you're
like usually
yeah, what you're saying is you basically start with the card type that you don't want to support, and then morph turn 1
yes
into the one you want to support, and
yes
then touch that skill again for the remainder of the battle.
yes. So like a design I would like personally if they were to let me fix one thing about this servant, I would hope the morb happens once.
Or make
Eh,
it optional and still get the buffs.
yes, for sure. Because like the skills effects are actually insane. Because look
Yeah.
at the if the third skill, especially the Buster version where he changes into a young guy.
Oh, yeah.
This thing on 5-turn cooldown, 3-turn 50% crit up, 500% star absorb, 20 star bomb, 30% star gen. All of this on 5-turn cooldown would be insane
That
for
is
a
great.
Buster single target. But he can't because he has to morph back into the arts guy. And then like maybe if you built your team around, I think it's more okay if you build your team around arts because Castoria is so strong. It's not like you're gonna feel like it sucks when you use the Buster guy with Castoria. It's still gonna be fine. But if it's the other way around, if you're building around like a Buster burst damage comp and then you're forced to transform into the old guy, you're probably just not gonna use it. You're probably just gonna stick to using his first 2 skills, and he's losing a bunch of his like crit steroids for that as well, which is kind of unfortunate. So I think he's kind of awkward to use. Like I do think his first 2 skills though, power level wise, is very high that you can get by with not using the third skill for another time. Especially with the arts AoE version. Like I feel like you can live without using that skill 3.
It's sort of like
it's not gonna
what
kill
Noah
you.
was saying.
It's not gonna kill you, like like not using that skill 3 at like ever. I think he's still like a decent AoE arts looper.
Yeah. I mean,
But
his numbers are pretty good.
yeah, I did calc this actually. He can loop 1/1 berserkers with like double Castoria,
Oh,
plug
wow.
over on append 2.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's really
he has
good.
the premium refund.
Holy.
Yeah.
Okay, but why would you do that when you can just use a single target version?
Because if you really like him and you 120 the old guy, he might do more damage. Like
Yeah.
that's literally it. Like it's just a funny, like it's not meant to be actually practical. It's the same reason why like when people are doing like Summer Melusine versus Summer Ibuki can't do 1/1, but like Ibuki's still gonna be better because Berserker's better class. Like this is a bit sidetracking, but I'm just trying to explain like it's not practical. AoE 1/1 looping, it's not practical.
Yeah.
Same with like Takeru, you're not gonna fucking like maybe a little bit for him because he has like a single target debuff, but still, it's not practical. But like top tier looper, he's only missing an anti trait, but without anti trait, I did calc with a standard comp with like BG and stuff, he does do the most damage compared to Durga and of course
with those
Jar Jar.
calcs, he did a bit more as well. If we don't account for her anti-demonic.
Yep. So he's
I think he should be on the
A+,
same tier as Durga.
Yeah, definitely. I just think in Challenge Quest I prefer Durga a little bit more, because of gameplay. Yeah, but because that's skill 3, force morbing. But yeah, he definitely is still like one of the most solid AoEs. So super good.
Yeah. Got anything on Ptolemy Auto before we maybe do some shuffling?
I hate his gains, but I guess he does have the NP gain buffs, which kind of help. I don't know. I haven't really used him that much since because like I got lucky and did roll him, but I did like this thing where it was like the Fountain of Youth or some youth potion type. I forgot what the joke was I made with it, but I cooldown reduced and made him swap back and forth in like one turn.
No,
it was nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean
that's literally the only reason I rolled him.
Yeah, he's like it when the fight gets dragged on, you kind of want his skill 3, and then you realize, damn, I can't use it. But yeah, he's definitely A+.
Okay, so that is it for the initial placements. Now we are going to take a little bit of time here to talk and maybe see if we'll move some stuff around. Probably not like big leaps of movement, but some stuff might move here and there. And yeah, let's see. You got any comments?
I want to
Actually,
pull a lot of people from A plus.
Yeah.
But, okay, you
So
go first, Otto. Actually,
so I do want to I do have something to say about Ptolemy. I feel like his single target version is just flat out a better version of Moriarty.
Yeah.
Because he has the option of being that or AoE, I feel like there should be at least a tier between them. But I'm not
Hmm.
sure. I'm not sure if that's moving one up or moving one down. Like I don't know how that would be.
I mean, do you think Ptolemy single target without third skill versus Moriarty?
I think half a tier is fair between them.
Well, I mean, you can use the third skill once, and that's like more
Pretty
value
good,
than
I
you're going to
guess.
get out of Moriarty's first skill.
Moriarty has better MP damage though, like because I'm pretty sure Moriarty has superior
Yeah,
MP
but
damage.
he has weaker
So everything else, I mean, you're not wrong.
like his NP is like booty cheeks.
Actually, I lied. Moriarty doesn't do more damage. I mean, it depends on the comp, but yeah.
I just feel like I feel like I'd prefer him
That's
over
fair.
Moriarty.
Actually, that's fair. What I want to change, I think there's too many A pluses for sure. I think the two Tristans don't belong there.
I think I
Oh, damn.
might be okay with pulling both to A.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not. I don't know about like OG Tristan being moved down. I feel like he's good where he is.
No, I disagree. What do you use him for?
Too bad. You use him for like most any saber boss, like
Why?
any single target, because he has buff removal. Because he can remove team debuffs. He can save the enemy, like the enemy team, the entire ally team from an AoE NP. He can deal with he can ignore defense. He can sure hit. He's just like got like a shit ton of utility.
I mean,
I don't really
do you
want to
think
move either
he's
of them down.
do you think he's as good? No, okay. Here's the thing, right? I'm not that familiar with OG Tristan, but Bavanshi is not A plus. I am certain Bavanshi is not A plus. That
Okay, well,
character has damage issues, and the majority of her MP effects is wasted on curse and evil curse. I do not think I don't
I
know
get
about
that.
Tristan because I don't have enough play with Tristan, but like as a Bavanshi user, she does not belong in A plus, in my opinion. Like, no.
I think Tristan could be in either A or A plus.
I'd lean towards him being an A plus. I feel like he's slightly better than her.
I would say like he's slightly better, but maybe not enough for me to separate them.
But I like him in A plus.
Because like you're comparing him to like Ashwataman, compare him to
Oh,
like
the audio scuffed again. Is it on the microphones or the
Chiron.
music?
Yeah, especially since we're comparing those two.
Oh shit! It's the
Yeah, like
microphones.
it's the same reason why
Shit.
I know I'm gonna be biased, but I already mentioned this, so I'm not gonna force it. I already said like I think the only like 4-star single targets I'll put up there is Fujino, Chiron, Ashwataman, and Saika because she's MP5. Like that's the only 4 I'd put in A plus for 4-star single targets.
Oh damn! So you want to move down Anastasia?
But yeah, but I already said it like earlier, so like if it's disagreed, then it's fine.
I feel like with MP1 I could maybe even do it. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little bit weirded. But maybe I could be wrong. At least for me, I think there's one more thing I wanted to do.
I'm trying to look for stuff myself too.
Okay, other than Moriarty moving down, because like I actually got convinced. I do agree with Otto on that, but I kind of want to swap Sei and Tametomo.
Sei and Tametomo?
Wait a second.
So B plus and A.
B plus and A.
Actually, I mean, they don't need to swap. I think Sei needs to go down. I think
Yeah, I
Takasugi is
might do
better than
that
Sei.
instead. Yeah, I think I'm more
I think
okay with that.
Takasugi is a little bit firm better. I just in general use. I could be wrong. I think Takasugi is a little bit. Oh, and maybe David up. Okay, that's the last complaint. Like I swear, the last complaint. If there's one last complaint, other than Moriarty, because I agree with Otto, but is maybe David to A. I don't know. That's weird though.
I like him on
Yeah,
B
maybe David
plus.
to A. Yeah.
Because I think
The thing
David is
about
mostly
David
relevant
is-
for like low star clears.
Yeah, like as far as comparing him to other like 3 stars, he does like the AoE evade is very unique to him.
Yeah.
Like on the other hand, there are some welfares that can do similar things, like I guess the assassin Valks. I want to say there's another one that does AoE evade. I can't remember.
Or the free one?
I think there is.
Yeah.
I'm blanking too.
Is it a welfare? I feel like it's a welfare. It's not a 3-star.
Probably a welfare.
It's a
I'm
welfare.
blanking on it
It
right
has
now.
to be a welfare.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot which one.
Still, like the infinite evade is really really nice in certain setups.
Yeah. Oh, Chloe. Ugh. Chloe's a weird one because she is free MP5, but when that free MP5 doesn't amount to much damage, it doesn't actually mean much. That is like an MP2 right there. I mean, I guess MP2 still beats MP1, but that's like MP2. I think Anastasia's better than Chloe again, but
Where's Chloe again?
She's A at the stars.
Oh, she's an A. I feel like she's an entire tier above Emiya Alter.
I don't think so. I really hate Emiya Alter, by the way. You have to believe me. I really fucking hate his gameplay. But
yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah,
Plus
like,
though MP1 though? Yeah, because she stacks her crit damage like crazy too.
as Moriarty can come down, I don't know.
I'm fine with bringing down Moriarty to B plus.
So is Ptolemy single target? Well, I guess he also does farm. I was like, is he single target full tier better than Moriarty? I mean, I get it. Maybe the argument is that he also farms.
He doesn't Buster Loop, I think.
Yeah.
Because his battery's 7-turn. He doesn't Buster Loop, but like, as a crit DPS, he's really good.
What the fuck?
What?
Did you just nut? Like, what was that?
No, I'm like, I'm thinking about it.
That was a very feminine moan.
Yeah.
I almost want to bring Napoleon to B plus. I don't like him.
Damn.
I
don't think he's bad though.
B plus is not bad, but I just don't like him in A.
He has an MP upgrade.
Yeah, he does.
I will give you that.
But
that's
all
that
he
is
has.
the only thing.
I hate his skills.
Yeah, it is all he has. It is all he has.
You
but
got me coughing. I can't.
It is a pretty big. It is a pretty big difference. Like
yeah, but like you
MP
said,
upgrade is
everyone
only-
besides Tametomo has an upgrade MP anyway, so it's not even that big of a deal anymore.
Yeah, so everyone else is better than him, but Tametomo. But I actually think Tametomo could be. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna bring him down. I think I want to bring him down.
I mean,
I want to do it.
I don't.
I want to do it.
I'm okay with it.
I want to do it.
I'm not too upset about that,
I wanna do
honestly.
it.
I don't know about that. I'm not gonna argue against it though.
Yeah, like I'm not awfully
Invul
upset
Pierce
about
at
that.
defense. Honestly, there's so many archers that have Invul Pierce and defense ignore. I don't think it's even that big of an argument for Napoleon. There's so many ones
like
that
the
seem to
robot
have it.
guy.
We learned that today. So
Yeah. Like what? Okay, literally the last thing is I will take a strike at the fan favorite Chloe. I don't think I'm even being a contrarian here. I just think she is a little bit. Yeah.
I'm not too invested in keeping her in A, I guess. I don't know. She did a lot on one of my ults. I guess.
Like when,
I
though?
wanted to.
I think A is perfectly
No,
fine for her at
it wasn't that long
MP5.
ago.
She's
It wasn't
still
even a
really
year
good for
ago.
most accounts.
It's like
Her MP5
5?
damage is about MP2 for for other 4-stars.
Yeah, but it's like so spammable, and she's
that's
super
actually-
easy to use, and her gains are nice. Which she generates a lot of stars too. She even does some crit damage. Like she's totally good. She's good. I think A is perfect for her.
I don't know. I mean,
I've probably
it's
used
just
her
my
the
opinion.
most here because you guys don't seem to like her.
Yeah, it is just my opinion. So I mean, I personally don't think she's very good at all.
So to be fair, generally NP5 welfares are like on par with NP2 non-welfares. That's kind of the norm.
That's the old norm. They don't do that anymore.
Yes, they do. That's what they did with like Ryoma when they buffed his NP. He's
Yeah,
on
he's an
par
old
with
guy.
NP2.
Like Saika is not.
Yeah, and they've buffed his NP, so he's not an old guy anymore.
I guess.
Yeah. I guess I think that's more so just due to Archer having a lower average NP damage for 4-stars.
You're not wrong either. Yeah, our archers just they don't have good compared to other classes, especially I guess we will talk about it a little bit later. I guess, right, Miss? I don't know. Talk about the two elephants in the room.
Oh yeah, you know what?
But,
Maybe we should do that next. Honestly,
yeah,
we'll do a small little thing about it. But yeah, for now, I'll just leave this here. This could potentially be the final placement too. But yeah, we can briefly
What's the
talk
elephant
about
in the
them.
room?
Musashi. He wants to talk a little bit about it.
I was really
there's
hoping we'd get
Edshot
out
too,
of
I
this
guess.
without
But
talking
Musashi is
about
the
it.
new hot topic, of course, because she's a bit easier to use.
It's a
I'm gonna be
little
honest-
bit of an.
I'll be honest. I don't think that MHXA is that huge of a threat because because usually when you're using her in a challenge quest setting because she's a single target and she doesn't have battery, so
He
it's
kind of
less
has
good
to
for
TA,
farming.
otherwise he dies. She
Okay.
dies.
So the thing is, though, like she has no survival other than like the
Yeah.
little dinky heal, and like who cares about that heal on a berserker?
Mm.
And she is in the quick area, so she doesn't have survival, and then she is working with supports that don't give her survival. And
Yeah, I think
she's
Edshot
supposed
is
to
not
always
that
do.
great, honestly, compared to Musashi.
Yeah, it's Musashi's issue.
Yeah, Musashi. Yeah, because Musashi already has her own durability. She has good NP spam, and she doesn't lean as hard on her supports. But even with Castoria, like she's even way better. So, like, I would definitely rather use her in like basically every case.
So what I think we're basically unanimously agreeing that she would be EX in the Archer tier list.
She'd be EX plus.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about EX.
I don't know about that. Yeah, but
easy.
EX for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like if you're using like normal, like okay, I guess it's not normal. Black Grill double Castoria versus like Black Grill double Koyan. Plug Oberon even, I think, because Buster does get an edge with Plug Oberon. Because Buster gets 50% more. I'm pretty sure Musashi does more than Gilgamesh against Saber Servants, which is really stupid.
Yeah.
And Musashi is so imagine Gilgamesh, right? But he can use his MP every turn for free, and the enemy never gets to MP
unless they're
And he has
debuff immune. But yeah, fair. In
Wait,
most
who?
cases,
Who again?
Musashi summon.
Gil.
Okay, wait, they don't get to use their NP?
Yeah, because she MP
No,
seals.
Musashi.
Oh,
Musashi
okay.
has MP.
I was
seal.
about to say, like, wait, do they like? What,
I was like, imagine
is
if
he killing
Gilgamesh.
too fast?
I
Like,
mean,
what?
I'm not saying
Yeah,
she's like
MP
straight
seal.
upgrade to Gilgamesh, obviously. But I mean that's probably a bit of a recency hype, but I think Musashi is absolutely ridiculous. Especially considering like Gil's counter is supposed to be against servants, so they're hitting the same people. Like I guess Gil is hitting non-servant, non-saber servants, but Musashi's a berserker. She's also hitting non-saber servants, so like they're very similar actually. And I don't know. She just she's the buff makes her MP does so much damage. Chat, what did they do to Musashi? They upgraded her MP, so her MP does base 200% extra damage against Saber Servants, and its skills would overcharge up to 300%.
Oh yeah, Summer Musashi, by the way, not the Saber one.
Oh yeah, not the Saber.
Yoo-hoo.
Summer Musashi.
Berserker.
Good idea.
You know what? I'm gonna do a fun thing. I'm gonna, if I remember on post edit, I'm gonna like plop her there, like right now. Oh, she's gonna appear. There you go. There's Musashi. Wow, she's an EX. She's an EX Archer. Yay. And funnily enough, she's
Just
not
take
even
her-
EX on Berserkers, but she's EX on Archers.
Just take her sprite and put it there. Just
Yeah.
like resize it in paint and put it on there.
There you go. She's
Better
right there.
Archer.
Oh my god, I can see her. She was. This was
Yeah.
totally
I mean,
planned.
Yeah, she's kind of ridiculous. I guess we will actually talk about it when.
Yeah, we will have a
Berserkers,
better talk when the Berserker tier list, of course, happens. But yeah, for now, for Beebs, there you go.
Yep.
Also, Bupa said he would gift 5 if I move Say back to A, so I'm gonna sell out.
Wait, who?
Oh, man.
Honestly, I kind of like her
No.
too. Anyway, I don't mind.
but
I think it's fine for her to be on A.
Nah.
Look, I feel cheated because I wanted her in A too.
Well, there you go. Oh, he did it. He freaking did it.
Bro. Where's my
Let's go.
5
Let's
gifted?
go. You were so ready for it. All right, that's my one sellout. It's a plus on the tier. And honestly, she was there to begin with, so I don't feel bad about it. I think she's fine. She's pretty
Okay.
good. Okay.
So
This
so
shit's
now we
pay to
have
win, it's
another
not
change
fair.
quota, right? I mean, she got put back. Now we have another change quota. I think I should.
Mhm.
Okay. Actually, I lied. I don't think you're gonna bump down Kuro anytime soon.
No.
Hold on. What can I change here though?
Okay, think of some final comments and then I'll lock it in. Okay, you have like 1 more minute to convince me of something.
All right.
Then I'm gonna lock it in.
I'm not that upset about this.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, that's good.
We got like 45 seconds left.
I mean, you can call it early
Not
too
good.
if you can't come up with anything. I'm just saying if you want to come up with something, you know.
Good argument.
You can add Musashi
I
really
mean,
quick. Yeah, okay, sure. If you can't edit the list, then do it. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, yeah, like this isn't. I don't
Yeah,
think any
summer.
of this is like egregious. Okay. Santa Gil A plus.
Santa Gala
Oh,
plus.
yeah.
Hmm,
Oh, I
yeah.
thought she already was. Oh yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, Santa Gil A plus.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm
Because
okay with
of
that.
because you can work around buff
I'm okay with
removal,
that.
you know, like Invul Pierce, you can work around buff removal.
Yeah.
You can't work around. So naturally, I would feel like she is a little bit. I do think she actually doesn't benefit much from the free MP5, just because she's not used.
She's a
for
very
it, but,
special case of welfare.
Yeah, but she's free. So.
This might sound a little out of nowhere. I feel like Kid Gil could be like D plus
Oh yeah, I do think he isn't like.
because he's like at least like an AOE beat stick. Like he's okay damage down there.
Yeah, because I think this would actually be a smart change because people really like to. We don't actually focus that much on the low tiers because like they're just
True.
bad. But I think people actually, when you have one specific unit at the lowest tier, people are gonna get really mad
All
about
right,
it.
fine.
And
I'll put him in D plus.
like, yeah, unless that servant is Helena, then I think everyone would agree with it. But
Wait, did you add her?
Oh.
Okay, let me refresh. That's funny. Oh my god.
put Babanshi in A plus.
Okay.
No, she's not.
Let's
A plus,
go.
bro.
We got her, dude. Okay,
No,
I don't even have to
let's
edit it
go.
anymore. Okay.
Fake
There you
Archer.
go.
All right, let's fucking go.
Wait,
Wow.
Why
Sorry.
did she get her
Where am I?
final ascension? That's not fair.
Dude, she's a visitor. She gets the final ascension. And it's a nice
Nothing's
FA
fair about
anyway.
her.
Let's be real. Look at that.
Yeah, nothing's really fair.
Look
about
at
her.
that.
I mean, we
Uh,
got like Bargas there. Come on.
Yeah, but yeah, look at that. I mean,
All right.
it's probably fine.
I think I'm gonna log this in now. Okay. I'm gonna log this in. We
Mhm.
could do again. We could debate for so many hours and whatnot just from the
Yeah.
placements alone. But you know what? Hey, maybe for next year again we'll move stuff around. But yeah, this was already like another close to 7 hours of a tier list. Even though this was 6 servants less. But hey, at least we were pretty thorough, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were really thorough about this.
All right. So before we and I'll do my outro. You guys want to say something as well?
Yeah, A plus motherfuckers in chat, they win. Congratulations. I don't know what you win, but congratulations.
Oh, are they having a side bet? Like which tier would
Nah.
have the most servants?
Interesting.
Nah, I have no influence in that regard, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay.
Do you have? Oh, you mean I have something to say?
Yeah. Any parting
Tune into
words?
Smobcast where I destroy his Ushi Gozen with my Durga.
Wow.
Oh,
Can't wait to see that.
all right, you're on, man. Yeah,
Right.
That's in about 2
Yeah,
hours.
it's official. You heard it here.
Yeah.
And
heard it
if
here, baby.
and by the time this episode goes up on YouTube, it will also probably also be on YouTube on my channel at Autobean. It'll be in the description.
Yeah, it will
If
be.
I lose, I give him 5 subs.
Whoa, the stakes.
Giving me?
Yeah,
Wait,
I give him 5
okay.
subs.
Okay, I was about
Okay.
to say goddamn.
You can't sub to me. I get deported from America.
True.
There you go.
All right. Well, with those
Don't
words
donate
in
to-
mind, I guess we'll wrap up here. So, if you're someone who actually watched this entire crazy thing, be it on stream right now or YouTube later when this video is out, hey, big shout out. You're a real gamer, okay? But even if you jumped around, hey, I don't mind. I understand. I wouldn't want to listen to myself talk this long anyway. But hey, cool. But hey, most importantly, if you still enjoyed it, or at least respect the effort that went into this, even if you don't agree with all of the placements, just press the like button, okay? It really helps out. It's just 1 second. Just scroll down, click it. Awesome. Keeps us motivated, and then we'll maybe do these again next year as well. Awesome. And also, do subscribe not to miss out on these lists, because we're trying to do these weekly again. So next week we have the Lancers. Also, subscribe to my co-hosts. Their channels will be linked in the description. They have some cool content, different from mine as well, but definitely FGO related. And otherwise, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I hope to catch you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, smash that comment button, smash the
Smash everything.
gift sub button.
There you go.
Smash, man.
Good day.
All right, there you go.
Right.
That's an outro right there.
Right.
Right.
All right.
So yeah, that
Right,
was a
well.
doozy and a half.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel less tired than I did last week.
Well, that's
'cause
good.
I actually slept.
Yeah, true. No JP stream too. Mess up the
Do
sleep.
you know who didn't sleep? I did sleep.
Yeah,
Do you know who slept for 2 hours? Me.
Yeah,
So
do you know whose
Awkward.
fault that was?
Whose fault is this? This is mine.
Yeah.
I'm glad you could figure that one out.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna let you guys
Yeah.
go because I'm gonna do like an outro next and read all the subs and
Oh, yeah.
whatnot. But
Okay.
yeah, also
Yeah,
you're doing
thanks
a
for everyone.
Smobcast today, right? In like 2 hours or something.
Oh yeah.
Probably,
Yep.
yeah.
So yeah,
Yep, that's the plan.
go to Otto's Twitch channel for that if you want to see them duke it out live. I probably will be, passed out by then, but fair enough. I'll watch it on
Thank you.
YouTube. So there you go. He's in chat. They'll be live there, doing some
Yeah,
damage
smash my like
competitions.
buttons too. Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for doing this again. We're now 2 out of 9 done, right? I think something like that. Yeah, 2 out of 9 lists done. Very cool. Hopefully next week
Yeah.
we could, do the same with Lancers, the last of the night classes.
Yeah, can't wait to put Benkei and Melusine in the same tier.
There you go.
Let's go.
To be
Alright.
And
continued.
chat gets to interpret what that means.
Yeah, it's a symbolic statement. Anyway, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and talk to you again hopefully next Sunday.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, see you.
Peace.
All right, there we go. That is the call right there. But yeah, before I end for today, let me also enable alert box back now before I forget, because I will forget otherwise. But yeah, alerts are now back on. Oh, there you go. You got heroes alert as well, popping up at the end. But yeah, hopefully you guys liked it. Again, I assume there's a lot of disagreements with some of the placements, but that's going to happen when you have so many servants anyway. But yeah, let me read through some resubs before I get some dinner, because I am starving. Let's see here. First of all, Nori with the 12 months, Arch with the 17, Sanderos with 11 months, Rami with 6 months, Grim with a brand new Prime, actually, very cool. Dreaming with 16 months, Saber with 23, Mithy with a full year, actually. Lewis with 23, Booba with the 5 gifted, very cool. And Hero with the 50 just now, big 50 indeed. So hey dudes, thank you so much for the resubs and the gifted subs and the new subs for today. And hopefully you guys had a good time, and we're gonna try and keep doing these weekly, even if it is a lot of effort, of course. But honestly, my voice feels kind of fine right now. It's better than last week, so here's hoping next week goes well too. I say that as my voice cracks. Yeah, no worries, Hero, but nice to see you again, man. Ooh, So yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday probably. Should be a normal full week again. No Valentine's business or anything. So a lot of fun stuff hopefully on the streams on the upcoming week. Again, including a tier list hopefully. But you know, other streams as well. And with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday or Monday, wherever it is you're at. And yeah, this will be uploaded to YouTube. It'll be up in like 12, 13, 14 hours or something. In the morning when I wake up, I'll have it like rendering and uploading overnight, of course. Gotta get it up ASAP. So if you want a recap of something, or, you know, just want to, I don't know, listen to the whole thing again, you can, starting from tomorrow on the YouTube side. So with that, yeah, have a great rest of your Sunday, Monday, and talk to you on Wednesday. Schedule